We'll call the meeting back to order here. We do have to accumulate a quorum, which I think, what are you, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15? We're there. Okay. I believe we have a quorum. So we're getting back at it. Just to give members a little bit of a heads up here, we do have quite a few amendments left to go. Part of the unpredictability of this is negotiations are going on. Some of those amendments wind up agreed to and then en bloc. Some of them go away, so it's hard to say exactly how many. But we're between 30 and 40 that are lingering out there at the moment. As I said, some of those will be agreed to and dealt with, but yeah, I don't know. Midnight-ish would be my guess, but we'll see how it goes. So it is now in order to consider log number 865 by Mr. Turner. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two amendments, one that will follow right behind the other, that concern the detainees at Guantanamo Bay and prohibiting both their transfer here and their construction of facilities to house them here. Now, this is different than a lot of amendments. Many times you will offer an amendment as to what you want the law to be. This is actually current law. This has been the law for over a decade. It was a law during the Obama administration, the Trump administration. Certainly it should remain the law under the Biden administration. It is the current law now. In fact, this is extended to the end of the year. Now, with all due respect, obviously the chairman feels differently, having not included it in the mark. But for each and every one of you that are considering your vote on this, remember that you will be voting to change the law. You'll be voting to say that Guantanamo detainees should be permitted to be transferred to the United States. Now, as you know, they represent a security threat. They also, if they got transferred to your congressional district, may have access to the press, have visitors, remain a security threat as to others in the area, and including protesters. As you know, there are 39 detainees that are currently at Guantanamo, 10 of them who are law of war detainees who are recommended for transfer, 17 are who are indefinitely being held, 10 that have been charged and going before a military commission, and 2 who have been convicted. The Senate, in their press release as to what's in their bill, have included the extension of these 2 provisions. The first one that we're dealing with is the prohibition on their transfer or release of the individuals detained at United States Guantanamo Bay into the United States. So I would ask everyone's positive consideration of this. Again, the only thing you will be doing is agreeing to what the existing law is, and we already have the Senate indicating that they wish that law to be extended. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We've had this debate for a long time. The gentleman is correct. I think it started in 2010, could have been 2009, but every year we have had prohibitions that basically prevent the president from closing Guantanamo Bay. There have been a variety of them, and I think we'll see a few of at least one more amendment that Mr. Turner has. Whether they do that is to prohibit transfer to the United States, prohibit funds to construct places in the U.S. to house them, a couple other miscellaneous things. So this is about whether or not we should have the option of closing Guantanamo. And I want to emphasize that point. This does not require the president to make any transfer. It merely removes the restriction that we have legislatively put in place for the last 11 or 12 years that blocks the president from making any effort to transfer inmates out of, back to the U.S., out of Guantanamo Bay. And look, I've made this argument 100 times, actually probably more than that, so I'll make it one more. There are now 39 detainees in Guantanamo Bay. They fall into different categories, and I forget the exact breakdown at the moment. Some are awaiting not your traditional trial, military tribunal trial. Some actually are eligible for transfer back to different countries. But my overall point is, it is the most expensive incarceration facility in the world by a fairly comfortable margin to house these 39 people in Guantanamo. And originally, the reason they were put there was because of the theory of the Bush administration that if we put them in Guantanamo, which is under U.S. control but not in the U.S., we could skirt the Constitution in terms of how we detain them. There have been a number of court cases on this front that says, no, that's basically U.S. property. They have the right of habeas corpus. They have the same rights they would have in the U.S., but we've kept them there anyway. And the other big reason that we've kept them there is because of what I feel is a very spurious argument that, oh my goodness, we can't have these people housed in the U.S. because they're so dangerous. Now, let me be 100% clear. Some of these people are incredibly dangerous, no doubt about that. It is simply my argument that in the United States of America right now, in detention facilities all across the country, we have people every little bit as dangerous being kept, including terrorists who have killed people, child murderers, mass murderers, you name it. We've got them held here. And if the United States of America is incapable of safely housing really, really dangerous people, then we have a whole set of problems totally unrelated to what's going on down in Guantanamo. It is not cost-effective to keep them in Guantanamo. It is vastly more cost-effective to put them in maximum security prisons here. Lastly, I'll say, by the bill being silent on this issue, doesn't require it. You know, President Biden actually hasn't said much about this since he's got elected. Doesn't require it. It merely gives the option that the administration can consider closing Guantanamo, saving us a lot of money, and safely housing these terrorists in U.S. maximum security prisons, as we now safely house a whole bunch of other folks. So I oppose the amendment. Is there further debate? Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No one should make any mistake about this. This isn't an optional thing. This would lead to closing Guantanamo. This would lead to people being transferred here, and giving the option to President Biden, I think, would mean that this is actually going to happen. But, Mr. Chairman, I have to take also exception to your argument that there are dangerous people already in the U.S. prison system, and therefore this is no different. It's a little different when you have terrorists whose friends are willing to commit suicide, suicide bombers, for instance. That's not something a mobster out of Chicago is going to have as his potential cohorts. So there is a difference of quality when you talk about the people that could be coming here from Guantanamo versus people in the Bureau of Prisons systems right now. I have a lot of prisons in my district. I have Supermax, for instance, and a number of others. And the people there that work in these prisons really do not like this idea. They're fearful that this would be a different kind of prisoner, potentially, some of these people that are in Guantanamo right now. So you have that, and you have another argument that you didn't allude to, Mr. Chairman, but is a valid reason to not bring them on U.S. soil, and that is that you could have federal judges with a wide range of philosophy in this country. Some are more defendant-oriented, perhaps. Some are more prosecution-oriented. But you could have a federal judge that extends rights to people once they're brought on U.S. soil that they would never have the chance of giving those rights to when they're on Cuban soil outside this country. So I think that that's a concern that really bothers me. So there are some really big differences between the typical inmate in U.S. Federal prisons and the people who are in Guantanamo Bay, and I think it'd be a big mistake to open the door and allow them to be brought here, which this optional language would eventually lead to. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Sherrill is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I joined the military and I promised to defend my country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. During my service, I was promised several things in return. One of those promises, as I was attending SEER school, which is prisoner of war training that involves waterboarding, sleep deprivation, exercises evading capture, and, in my experience, negative 65-degree temperatures, was that my country would never torture prisoners. It was a promise that one of our great generals, a man who helped liberate concentration camps and made German citizens actually walk through those liberated camps to end their Holocaust denial, Dwight D. Eisenhower made. And I was told that because we did not torture individuals, because we lived up to the Geneva Conventions and our democratic values, were I ever captured, my country would have the moral high ground and be able to successfully argue for my release. I was comforted by that promise, not actually because I was worried about my country arguing for my release, but rather because I had committed to defend my country. I had committed to, if necessary, take up arms on behalf of my country, so it was incredibly important to me that I could rely on the fact that I would always be fighting on the side of right, of justice, and of democracy. Everything about Guantanamo undermines that promise, whether it is testimony gained by torture, failure to provide humane conditions or adequate medical care, prisoners who were incorrectly arrested and detained for years, and indefinite detention. Guantanamo fails to live up to our American ideals, and we cannot continue to sweep this under the rug. This amendment is necessary, but in no way sufficient to begin the process of addressing this blight on our notions of fairness and justice. Thank you, and I yield back.
Before you yield back, just one point of clarification. The amendment does the opposite of what you want to do. So you do not support the amendment, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we really need to understand that obviously you could safely bring the Guantanamo prisoners to the United States. In fact, but there should be no comparison to other prisoners, because these prisoners are an attractive nuisance. They attract other terrorists. And what they would do is attract terrorists to come and to try to show solidarity. They would provide, and we already should be alerted to the fact that at Bagram Air Base 2 weeks ago, 5,000 very highly educated, talented, trained terrorists were released. And many of them have been interviewed that they cannot wait to be a suicide bomber wherever could be useful for their view of death to Americans, death to Israelis. And so it's an attractive nuisance, and so they should not be brought to the United States. And then you should understand that it's a danger to the host community. And this is not speculation. We have a Navy brig in the holy city of Charleston, South Carolina. And we have one terrorist there, and he has already attracted terrorists from around the world, and they, two have been caught who came purposefully to show their solidarity with that particular terrorist. And so anybody who votes for this should equally offer their community as being a location to put terrorists, and because they can safely be held in the prison, but you will be inviting terrorists to come to your neighborhood. And so with that, I urge support of the very thoughtful Turner Amendment.
I have a federal prison in my facility, and I would be happy to house them safely. And I will point out—
What's the name of the prison?
I'm sorry, it's just that I don't know what the name of it is.
Well, we need to know that. I want to know the name because we need to let everybody know.
It is my time, Mr. Wilson. There are well over, last time I checked, 300 terrorists already housed in the United States of America. So I'm surprised things aren't blowing up all across the country and haven't been for the better part of 15 years. Already, 300 plus terrorists housed here in the United States. I just do not think that is an honest argument that somehow if we add another 39, that's going to fundamentally change that equation, that there's no reason to keep this prison open. Mr. Brown. Did you want time?
Oh, no, I was actually rehearsing some remarks I was going to make on another.
Sorry. My misunderstanding. Who does seek time?
I do, Mr. Chair. This is Mr. Jacobs.
Ms. Jacobs.
Well, Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on this issue over the years. I strongly oppose this amendment. Guantanamo Bay is a monument to some of the worst abuses committed in the name of safety and the war on terror under numerous administrations. Its continued existence beyond the boundaries of the law is a mockery of American values, and it weakens our standing in the world. Last month, I joined 75 of my colleagues, several of whom sit on this committee, calling on President Biden to close Guantanamo Bay. It's clear that traditional Article 3 courts are more than capable of handling these types of cases, as we've seen in the prosecution of the Boston Marathon bomber and other terrorism-related cases. And I too have a federal prison here in San Diego. It's called the Metropolitan Correctional Center, and I too would welcome it being used to house these kinds of prisoners. Just as we ended the war in Afghanistan, it's time to close this chapter in our foreign policy as well. I strongly oppose this amendment.
Thank you. And for members' information, we are trying to work on the air conditioning situation. Apparently, there's a problem with the curtains blocking said air conditioning. I know it is warm in here. And we're trying to figure out, the problem is you open the curtains, you get a glare, and that screws up the feed. So we're trying to work on a way to make it a little bit cooler in here. With that, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I want to respond to a few things that the chairman has said. First off, there are, as was stated by Joe Wilson and Mr. Lamborn, some constitutional rights that would be bestowed upon these individuals here that have not been bestowed upon them in Cuba at Guantanamo Bay. So there is a shift. It's not as if they have everything down there and you're going to take no changes in the legal standards that are applied. But you do have the risk of legal standards changing. But to Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Sherrill, I am sorry that you have such discontent over the treatment of detainees by America, but let me assure you that at Guantanamo, and I would encourage you both to go if you have not. The Supreme Court has upheld both their treatment and their detention. This is not something that does not meet the standards of the United States. It's been before the Supreme Court, has been highly litigated. There is no banner to fly of we have to increase the standards of those who are down in Guantanamo Bay to meet American standards. With respect to the chairman's statement on costs, this will be unfathomable, the amount of costs, which is why we have the second amendment and why both of these, this amendment on prohibition and the prohibition on building facilities, if you transfer them here. And I hope everyone understands that throughout the country, there is unbelievable outrage that there are individuals that were held in Guantanamo who are now appearing on their TV sets who are supporting terrorist organizations, supporting the Taliban, leading the Taliban. Imagine that outrage, not if they're appearing in Afghanistan running the Taliban, but if they appear in a suburb near you. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to be all over in a suburb near you with the same outrage that the American public is going to have. These people were detained lawfully. They have been treated legally and well as determined by the
Yield for a
Supreme Court.
question.
Certainly.
Just for the point of clarification, the Taliban who are celebrating in Afghanistan, they are not incarcerated in a maximum security prison, correct?
No, remember, they were released with the promise by the Obama administration that they were no threat to the United States.
Understood. That's a different topic, however.
But still, the American people are aware of it, and they know with outrage that these people have led the Taliban to overthrow the Afghan government and threaten Americans and threaten the evacuation of Americans from the airport. And certainly, the outrage would be similar if suddenly they're transferred to the United States. I believe they equate. This is the current law. The Senate has passed both of these. I hope that we do. The Supreme Court has upheld both their detention and their treatment. The processes that they're undergoing need to continue, and I hope that everyone supports them. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just encourage any of you newer members who have not been to Guantanamo, don't base your assessment on what you're told. Base your assessment on what you see and what you know. I have been to Guantanamo. And let me just tell you, I was a district attorney. I put capital murderers in jail for the rest of their life. I put rapists in jail for the rest of their lives. I will tell you, these 39 are the worst of the worst. And I will say that if there are any in America that are worse than them, there are very few. They may be as bad, but there are very few who are as bad and none that are worse. These are the most evil of the evil. I've been down there. They are humanely treated. They have plenty of room. They have the food of their choice. They have prayer times. They have the best medical care that can be provided by America. So I don't know that they've always been treated that way. I won't vouch for that, but I can tell you in the last 5 years, they have had the best of medical care, the best of treatment. And yes, it is a cost, but it is a cost I am willing to pay. Under no circumstances could I ever vote to bring them here to threaten my Mississippi, my family, my nation. Don't let anyone fool you. They are treated as humanely and as greatly as anyone can be at this point in time, and they should never, ever set foot on the soil. And if you don't believe me, go see for yourself, because they are treated humanely. They are treated better than prisoners in the United States in many cases. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anybody else seek time? Mr. Bacon.
Let's not forget, KSM killed 2,977 Americans. And he was behind the beheading of other Americans. I want this guy brought to justice. America wants him brought to justice. It should be done through a military tribunal. It's been a failure of our country that we have not dealt with this now. It's all these roadblocks have been put in the way. But I think the best way to get him to a military tribunal is through the Guantanamo detention. I think you bring him to the States, that likelihood goes down. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I would like a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote is requested, and further consideration of this amendment will be suspended. It is now in order to consider log number 866, amendment by Mr. Turner. For what purpose does Mr. Turner seek recognition?
I would amendment, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a great discussion on the first one. I think people pretty much understand that it's important that we keep these people down in Guantanamo, and this is a change in the law. This has been the law over 10 years through the Obama administration, through the Trump administration. But on this second one, which also was passed by the Senate in this year's bill, and of course, this one also is current law today as we're doing this debate. People need to understand that when there was a discussion about bringing them here, this amendment is not theoretical about prohibiting constructing or modified facilities. There were actually studies, they were actually initiated, a discussion as to what it would take to modify facilities. So it wasn't just that they believed that they could just, put them on military transport and transfer them here, that there was going to have to be modifications that were done. There was going to have to be expenditures to do so. And that's why this was a tandem prohibition that, again, has been in law for over a decade. I would encourage everyone to continue this in current law and not to vote to change to bring any of these 39 people who are in Guantanamo to the United States. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman is essentially correct. This is basically the same debate that we had previously. And I think you can certainly argue about what it would exactly look like to construct the facilities here. But again, we have supermax facilities. We have Ramzi Youssef, who, blew up the trade tower, or attempted to blow up the trade tower back in the early 90s, a variety of other different horrific terrorists here in the U.S. And the thing that most offends me about this debate is the spurious argument that we're talking about dropping terrorists into your grandmother's house and letting them hang out for a while. That's not what we're doing. And you've heard a variety of different arguments. Everybody who argued basically alluded to the fact that somehow these terrorists are going to be like walking a dog in your neighborhood if we let them in. That is, I believe, dishonest. This is an argument about whether or not these terrorists should be housed in supermax facility, as a whole bunch of other terrorists are currently housed in the United States of America in supermax facilities, or if we should keep them down in Guantanamo at a much, much larger expense and for no particular purpose. I also just want to make clear that a number of lawyers do not agree that any further rights attach if they're here in the U.S. That is at best a debatable point. It seems pretty clear from the decisions that have been handed down that the Supreme Court feels like the same rights attach in Guantanamo as they do here. Now, you can speculate about what might be decided in the future, but there is no court decision saying that those rights are different at this point. So I just want to make sure that those two arguments are understood. As I said, it's essentially the same argument. I will not belabor the point. I will yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 points. One is, let's talk about Supermax. I have that in my district. I have friends and constituents who work at Supermax, and they're not concerned that a person could break out of Supermax, but they are concerned that someone, up to and including a suicide bomber, would be willing to try to break them out of Supermax and do them damage in the meantime. Kill guards or whatever, and they don't want to face that prospect, and they're concerned about that. And that's not like saying, oh, they'll be in grandmother's house. That's a spurious argument. So I want to make that point. They really do not want this in their neighborhood. Secondly, it was implied earlier that people in Guantanamo Bay are getting substandard medical care. Someone actually said that. That's simply not true. When I was down there, and once again, I'd urge everyone to go down there if they haven't been there, especially if they want to vote knowledgeably about this. But I learned that a single person had a medical condition, I forget what it was, that needed an MRI. Okay, they did not have an MRI machine in Guantanamo Bay. Those are $1 million machines. But they flew one in from Miami just for this one person, and then did the test and then flew it back. What other countries in the world would do that for a single prisoner who's detained for heinous crimes? So I think the U.S. actually has a higher standard compared to what we would see in other countries of the world. And I don't like seeing people bad-mouthing the U.S. when it comes to that, because that's simply not true. I yield back.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilson.
I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I'd like to clarify. I'm not concerned about the terrorist walking the dog on the street. But again, we've seen the example of where you have a terrorist located. Congressman Lambert is so right again. It's amazing. And that is that what will occur is that there will be people come to try to break them out, or there'll be people could come and create a terrorist incident. And we now have 5,000 people who are capable of doing suicide attacks out of Afghanistan, and within a community. And so I would like to make it perfectly clear that the people of South Carolina would not welcome these terrorists to be in the state of South Carolina. I regret that they might be located in the state of Washington, but if I had to think of some place as far away from South Carolina as could be, you win. And so they should be located in Washington State. I yield back.
Again, I will point out that there are over 300 terrorists already in the United States of America. They are already here. So if these calamities that are being predicted were going to happen, they would be happening. And I think it is just dishonest to claim that these 39 fundamentally changed that equation. Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have gone to Guantanamo. As a matter of fact, I went with a number of you here today. And the question is, can our prison system, can it actually house those individuals at a much, much lower cost. When you consider how much money we are spending to house 39, is it? That's really the issue. That's really the issue. And I think we really need to look at it from that standpoint. I guess my colleague, Mr. Wilson, is fine us spending a huge amount of money to take an MRI machine all the way to Guantanamo. And at some point, we got to look at what is the price tag and is there a more effective way of dealing with these prisoners? You know, as the chairman said, there are many terrorists already in our systems, like the Timothy McVeigh type. And certainly our prison system is such, and we spend a lot of money on it, that have maximum security. So it really, for me, the biggest issue comes down to cost. And if we are willing to continue to spend a huge amount of money to house 39 individuals is really the question. We tend to cherry pick when it's okay to spend a lot of money and when it's not. And this is one of those instances that, do we really want to spend that humongous amount of taxpayer dollars to house 39 individuals? That's really the bottom line. When we have a system that already houses equally dangerous individuals. Again, I'll remind you that Timothy McVeigh types is the type of terrorist that we have in our system. How can they be any less or any worse than the ones we're talking about? So anyways, I share that. I hear a lot of my colleagues saying, we wish that we visited the place. I have visited the place, so thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Who seeks recognition? Seeing nobody. Sorry. Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you. Just quickly, and I have gone multiple times as well, and there's a much, we have invested millions of dollars in the facilities there, and there is the United States Principles of Geneva, and we treat the war detainees consistent with the Principles of Geneva, which dictates that generally enemy combatant prisoners not be commingled with a civilian criminal population. So in Guantanamo Bay, they are there in very adequate facilities. It is remote. They are treated humanely, and it's legal and in a transparent manner, and it just makes sense to already use the investment we've already made rather than bring them here and spend even more money to retrofit our current prisons to follow the Principles of Geneva. I yield back.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Turner. All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. 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 Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Further consideration of this amendment will be suspended until we get to the recorded vote. It is now in order to consider log number 889, amendment by Mr. Turner. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Turner is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Great. First, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for your assistance today in the logistics. It's been very kind of you. I greatly appreciate it. So the gentleman from Ohio is now actually speaking to you from Ohio, and I appreciate that privilege. I usually am opposed to offering and withdraw amendments, but as I said to my other colleagues, I am now going to do so. And I'm going to offer this amendment and withdraw it because I think it's something that needs to be noted as we today are going to have many discussions that center around Afghanistan. Mr. Chairman, in your opening remarks, you said that when we take up the issue of Afghanistan, we should take up the 20 years, not the last 4 months, and I certainly agree with you. And this is one of those issues. For those of us who were in Congress and in and out of Afghanistan, and for those of you who served there, you know that one of the biggest issues that we were unable to grapple with was the fact of the drug trade in Afghanistan that funded the Taliban. Now I'm going to try to do something that I may not be able to do, but I'm going to hold you up a graph to see if you guys might be able to see this. But this graph, if you can see it, shows what the the poppy trade was before we got there. I put a circle around 2001 through 2017. Under our time in Afghanistan, the drug trade grew exponentially, and it funded the Taliban. A UN report estimates that the Taliban's income was somewhere between 300 million and 1.6 billion, and approximately 416 million of that came from the drug trade. The primary sources, drug trade being actually the highest of all of the sources. They list the UN report: drug trafficking, opium, poppy production, extortion, kidnapping, and all other types of criminal activity, all criminal activities. The UN report also lists that Afghanistan accounted for roughly 84% of global opium production over the past 5 years. So, and of course, all of that drug trade was headed to the West and to our NATO allies. Our cumbersomeness, our restrictions, our inability to deal with the drug trade is statutory. In part, it goes back to the issues of Colombia and concerns that Congress had as to how the United States and our military were interacting with respect to drugs. So we've been under this strange construct where the DEA and the FBI has to come in and DOD has to play back seat. We have to find a way where no matter what it is that our adversaries are doing, if they're involved in illegal activity, that our Department of Defense can take that down. If this was oil production, if they were pirating ships, no one would have blinked twice about the Department of Defense pinching or crunching off their ability to conduct activities that would lead to fund our adversaries, bullets of our adversaries, weapons of our adversaries, their capabilities against us. So as we take up the issue of Afghanistan, Mr. Chairman, as you've said, so we need to take up this issue of the drug trade because we looked at it the other way. It grew exponentially under us. It funded our adversaries, and it certainly then, therefore, funded the fall of Kabul that we've all seen. And I hope that in offering this and withdraw it, that at least is in the record of our discussion, and it's noted as something that we need to reflect on when we take this up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Withdrawal is the amendment. I have something I should have warned you all about earlier, but if we have a second-degree amendment, which we're going to have here shortly, so in other words, someone offers amendment, someone offers a substitute, we debate it, and a vote is requested, we have to take that vote right when it comes up. We have one of those second-degree amendments coming up now, so we will be having a recorded vote as soon as this next sort of debate on the amendment and the substitute for it ends. So I want everyone to be ready for that, prepared to vote. And it is now in order to consider log 699, amendment offered by Mr. Norcross. For what purpose does Mr. Norcross seek recognition?
There's a chairman. There is an amendment at the desk, please.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Norcross is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we are again, fourth year in a row that we're going to have a conversation about Buy American. We all talk about it, we all want it, but somehow we can't get it done. Currently, the Buy American Act, only 55% has to be sourced here in America to be considered an American. Under the amendment that you're going to vote on shortly, this is only for major defense acquisition programs. It would go up incrementally to 60, 65, and permanently to 75% over the course of the next 8 years. Each year, we have heard back some of the concerns. This year, I believe I have addressed all of them adequately, and hopefully we can now put behind us what we really need to do, and that is to bring some of those jobs back home. There was certainly never a study when work went offshore and we lost job after job to foreign companies. What we heard last year is that they needed predictability. This is major acquisition, which I talked to you about. It already has what I call the Swiss cheese effect, that in the event it's against public interest, that waiver is there. If it's not domestically available, they get a waiver there. If there's unreasonable costs, they get a waiver there. Trade agreements, 27 countries, all of NATO, all of the countries we talked about today are part of this. but we have the ability to bring this back home in a fair and equitable way. We talked about predictability over 8 years, flexibility, major defense acquisitions. They now have the ability to make the decisions what they want to onshore. And that's so important to those who were making the calls last year. We changed that for them. No existing contracts. We heard that earlier tonight, how important that was. We understand that partnerships around the world are vital to our interests with different countries, the Five Eyes, all the ones we know. This doesn't stop it at all. We know the value of this. But certainly, moving the goalpost each year, asking for studies, when a goes out for bid or an acquisition takes place, those contractors know the rules. They'll be able to tell us. And last but not least, the one thing that if in the Secretary of Defense's view, he feels it is not where it needs to be, he can put a waiver in for 1 additional year. It's time to consider the American worker and how tough they've had it. Please, we've worked with you for the last 4 years. Don't move the goalposts again. Vote in favor of this. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Whitman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, first of all, pose a question to Mr. Norcross. We keep coming back to this particular issue. Have you had a chance, as we've asked in previous years, have you had a chance to do or ask the Pentagon to do a cost assessment to look at impacts on scheduling and cost? Because we talk about all those exceptions here, but we still see where our major defense contractors in most sectors have a very difficult time meeting the 50% domestic threshold. I'm not aware of any exceptions that are being issued by the Pentagon. And one notable exception is shipbuilding. Those efforts just aren't there. We keep saying that if we move the goalpost, that those opportunities will be there. I'm just wondering, do you have the data that shows what the impact will be on cost, whether this requirement can be met, and what it means for cost schedules? We're already at record levels of delay in shipyards for ship maintenance. Maintenance availabilities are being extended. We're already
That's
behind
a very
in
long
construction
question.
schedules. What's that?
That's a very long question, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a great question. This is the thing that we pose. No existing contracts. So as a contract or an acquisition would come up, when you put that out to bid, that is the realest and most accurate way of telling what's going to be the issue, so they would find out. In addition, as part of the president's executive order, he is doing that right now to see where those vulnerabilities are. But again, this didn't happen overnight. We have 9 years for industry to start onshoring things. Something's not going to happen right away. And you know what we're not hearing, Mr. Whitman, is that we can't get the American products. We can't meet that 50%. That's not happening now. It might be if you put a particular product, but this is what we changed per some of the discussions we had last year. When you bid, you have the ability to decide what you want to make in America or buy elsewhere. And again, most of the countries you talked about earlier are on the trade list that is considered made in America.
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute amendment at the desk.
Yes, you do. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Whitman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would say that for major defense acquisition programs, we ought to look at the increase in metrics that Mr. Norcross has put out there. He says, it's easy for the industry to make those, but there's no data to show that they can. In fact, what we have seen is in many instances, they can't meet those thresholds. And listen, I want to go. I think the chairman is spot on. The chairman has said now tonight 4 times on different amendments saying, before this committee takes action, we ought to understand the full scope of information necessary to make the right decision. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think you're absolutely correct. My amendment says that the Secretary of Defense provides a report to us on cost and schedule impacts on major defense acquisition programs? I think that's a simple thing to ask. We've been asking that for the past 4 years. We haven't gotten it. This year it says, let's at least look at those for the increase that's been put out there. We're already now at 50%. We already have exceptions there. All we're asking is to say, let's understand if this is even attainable. And Mr. Norcross, you say the president's doing it now, then why don't we let the president continue to do that? Why don't we let the administration continue to look at what's attainable with this and then put in there those metrics that we know we can actually meet? Listen, I'm not differing with you on where we need to be. I just want to make sure that we can get there. If we keep coming back and forth and saying, well, let's set this out there, and then we don't get there, I would argue we're not moving in the direction we need to move. I think we all want to get there. Let's make sure we understand what's attainable. Let's make sure we understand what are the impediments, what are the roadblocks that are there. I understand you can say, let's go out and bid this stuff, let's see what comes in. But if it doesn't come back in, then where does that leave us? If you say there's a bid and people say there's no supplier out there to provide this, then we're still stuck in the mud. Let's look at what we can realistically attain and get there. And I would argue, looking at these major defense acquisition programs, we can pretty easily define where the problems are and where they're not. And then you and I and others here can work together to say that's where we need to be.
Mr. Chairman?
Actually, I will ask you a question in a second, because someone needs to give you time since you actually, that's not true. That's not true. It's on his amendment. But let me ask you a question anyway. Just point of, I'll yield to myself for the moment. So point of clarification. As you got 9 years, we're working on this, but I believe there are other countries from which they can purchase. This isn't really just you have to buy it in America. There are like 27 other countries that are on the list. Could you explain that a little bit?
So currently there are 27 countries, virtually every NATO, in addition, South Korea, Japan, the ones we've talked about. Purchasing from them is actually, under these guys, considered made in America already.
All right, thank you.
Plus, in addition, all those trade agreements are in here also. So Mexico, Canada.
And
Chairman,
I'll yield to you in just about, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman, I'll yield to you as well.
Just a quick clarification. The Buy America Act actually currently requires substantially all procurements for public use have to come from domestic sources. So it says specifically domestic sources. And I'll let the staff comment on that, but that's what the Buy America Act
55%, if I may.
Yeah.
Plus those exceptions. It's called the Swiss cheese
Right.
effect currently. So if you buy from Germany, it's considered in the percentages as buying from
articles,
America.
yeah, for articles used outside the United States. So if there's a ship in Yokosuka, then they can get some of those supplies from Yokosuka, as an example.
All right.
Your aircraft
Reclaiming my time. So where I'm at on this, and I'm going to oppose Mr. Whitman and support Mr. Norcross, because I think it is important that we start building a more reliable, trusted supplier base. But that more reliable, trusted supplier base can't always just be America. I think we need, in large part because of some of the China discussion earlier, so much of it is in other parts of the world that are not as friendly to us, that we want to, I want to build that up, and I want to give them that opportunity. If you narrow it all the way down this broadly to just be buying American, then I think that restricts it. But the approach here gives a broader idea of building a more reliable and trusted supply base for the national, for our national security purposes. So, as I said, I will oppose Mr. Whitman's amendment. Mr. Norcross, you do still have time to speak on Mr. Whitman's substitute to your amendment, so I yield to you.
And again, we have great respect for Mr. Whitman, and we've had these discussions. So a year ago, they needed more time. We now have extended that to a potential of 9 years. They talked about it, they wanted the flexibility. We gave them the flexibility because it's only for future contracts. Right now, when we do an acquisition, we don't go out and do a study to say, where are we going to have problems? That's not going on now. Because when the bid comes in, and in the way that they take in the bids, they know ahead of time where potential areas are. I got calls from people on this committee when things were being bid. Again, the waivers are there if they need them. All we want is predictability, and that's what they said. Nobody's going to onshore this based on a one-year program. So that's why we did it this way. Major acquisitions, no existing contracts, and gave them the time that they asked for. So take yes for an answer, it works. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. The elements of what's in place now with the Buy America Act already have that 55%. All we're saying is that when you're increasing that, and we are hearing from folks in the shipbuilding supply base and others to say, we don't know where we're going to go, I just want to make sure we understand, what does that mean for maintenance scheduling, which means we're already way behind in the shipyards. And for a lot of those companies, they're saying, we don't know where we go. And listen, I understand you can ask for an exception, but the problem is that also creates a delay. So now you're asking for an exception. So now you have work orders in the yard that are backed up. The work orders aren't being approved. Excuse me, the change orders aren't being approved. And now you have a backup to say, will you give us an exemption because we can't find this? And the Navy is not supplying those materials. So now you have a maintenance availability that's supposed to be a year. It's now going 36 months. So it's just creating an impediment in critical areas that it shouldn't be. Listen, I think we all want to get to Buy America, but let's not make it to where the ship's sitting in the yard for another 18 months, missing an availability. That compresses everything else we have.
Would the gentleman yield just
Please.
real quickly?
Yeah.
In the event that you're saying you can't get it now, this would come up as the program is being developed. But we're not hearing. Currently, we can't get it. They're making decisions. Do I want to buy all the steel here? Do I want to buy the powertrain here? These decisions are being made now at 55%. Moving to 60 doesn't change the idea of knowing ahead of time. They know where these products are. They do it each time. And it's not holding us up on major acquisition programs.
Well, reclaiming my time, I would encourage you to go talk to Admiral Kilby at NAVC. I would encourage you to go to talk to Marmac in Norfolk, to talk to them. They're the people that are on the ground that are supervising these ship maintenance availabilities. The ones that are running not just a month or two over, these are running 18 months over, 24 months over. And they are being delayed as part of this and saying, well, now we have to get an exception on American-made materials that we just can't get. And listen, I want to have companies that are making this stuff, but I want to make sure that we are sending the demand signal in the right way so those companies can come on board. You can't make this out of thin air if it's not there. Anyway, I yield back.
Reclaiming my time, I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
I guess I'm so damn tired of hearing we can't do it in America. I'm going to tell you guys a story. With the American Recovery Act, $800 million was put in the American Recovery Act for the 16 locomotives, electric locomotives for Amtrak. General Motors said, and there was a requirement that it be 100% American-made. This is the American Recovery, 2009 circa. General Motors said 100% American, can't be done here. Two other companies that do manufacture, one other company that manufacture, can't be done here. There was this little old company out in California called Siemens America. It said $800 million. 100% American made. We could do that. And they did. They did it within 3 years. And they produced all 16 of those locomotives 100% American made, and established in Sacramento, Elk Grove, outside Sacramento, a major manufacturing facility that this year was awarded a $3 billion advanced 100 American made for transit systems. So don't sit here and tell me we can't do it in America. We can't do it in America because this committee doesn't require it to be done in America. 9 years. You mean to tell me this country can't make a ship shaft in 9 years? If that's the case, we got a hell of a problem. And the problem's here in this committee, in that we don't require American-made. This bill is so easy to achieve. America can do it if we require it to be done. And if we don't have the courage to stand up to the shipbuilding industry and tell them, God damn it, get it done. Make it in America. If we don't have the courage to do that, they won't do it. I yield back.
Just to be 100% clear, this committee on our own does not have the power to require that. We are one step in the process, and we can make that choice. All right, I believe that is the conclusion of the debate.
Just very briefly, Siemens is a
Mr.
German
Scott
company.
is recognized.
Siemens is a German company, so I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah,
Yield,
Yeah.
you yield the remainder of my time.
I said Siemens
Mr.
America.
Smith, John.
It is a
you-
100%
John, we have an order here. We have a structure, and you are not recognized. Ms. Slotkin is recognized.
I guess I would just say, you know, we ran a task force, a bipartisan task force on the defense supply chain, and all of us went through this year with COVID where we saw in real time what it meant to have so many supply chains on things like PPE, gowns, gloves, masks, be made and be so dependent on other countries. We all went through that experience. We all thought it was a bad experience. We all had our hospitals suffering. And I think it flagged for a lot of us how important it was to understand our defense supply chains and where our military equipment was truly being made. So I guess the question is to Mr. Whitman, if the past year and a half haven't pushed you forward on this issue, what will? Because I do think that, of course it's cheaper to buy at other places. Of course we know we can buy it from lots of other sources abroad. But haven't we learned that we need some of this resilience in this defense supply chain enough to push for more American requirements? And there's a waiver. So if those companies, as you're saying, are no one wants operational delays, no one wants that, so use the waiver. So I guess that's my misunderstanding. If the past year and a half doesn't push us to care more about what's made in America, what will?
Gentlelady's time has expired. All time for debate has expired. The question occurs on Mr. Whitman's substitute to Mr. Garamendi's amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. 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 Chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear.
No.
Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no.
No.
Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Bailey votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
DC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye.
After she reads the numbers.
Has every member voted? Any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32.
The amendment is defeated. I have a quick question here. So we now have the vote on the underlying amendment offered by Mr. Norcross. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, call for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is called for. And this will be rolled until the end when we take up the other votes. It is now in order to consider log number 914R1, offered by Ms. Slotkin. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I apologize. I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Slotkin is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very simple amendment. It's a report on congressional increases to the defense budget. It would direct the SecDef to report on any program that DoD sought to divest from but was restored by Congress, and any program that Congress authorized at a level exceeding the amount that DoD requested by $20 million or more. And then for any of those additions, what is the connection to the National Defense Strategy? Earlier tonight, I voted in a bipartisan group for the largest defense budget in history. I feel strongly that we need a robust defense budget, particularly to deal with the rising threat of China and to maintain and expand our competitive advantage. And I'm proud that we did that, frankly, in a bipartisan way. But if we're concerned about that competitive advantage, if we're ready to resource the department, we also likewise need to care about the spending that goes on within that top line. And that has nothing to do with advancing, and the spending that goes on that has nothing to do with advancing our advantage over China. We need to take a clear-eyed look at what's being spent. Is it 2% of the budget that goes for pet projects? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? It may sound like small percentages. 10% is over $70 million. So I'd like to ask that my colleagues from both sides of the aisle consider this report. It's just about transparency on what amount, and maybe the number is very small related to the top line. But I'd like to know what we are forcing the Defense Department to spend on. Sometimes we're pushing them in good and healthy ways. Sometimes it's ways that are advantaging our districts over our competitive advantage. I'm struck by the passing of Michigan Senior Senator Carl Levin, who was the longtime chairman of the SASC. He was a great champion for transparency on the budget. And I'd ask my colleagues to consider this. The DoD have said that this will not put onerous spending on them. This is not a hard project for them to do. This doesn't require them contracting this out. It will add nothing to their budget. And I'd ask my colleagues to consider it. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to lend my support to Ms. Lotkin's amendment.
Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1197 by Mr. Wilson. For what purpose does Mr. Wilson seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to lead
You
this.
have an amendment at the desk.
You have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
1197.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Wilson is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to lead this bipartisan amendment with my colleague Stephanie Murphy to deepen the technology cooperation with our friend and ally Israel. Section 1299M of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021 authorizes the Secretary of Defense to work with Israel to establish the working group. The Wilson-Murphy Amendment would amend that provision and make it mandatory and clarify the working group's purposes. The U.S.-Israel Operations Technology Working Group would serve several critical functions, including providing a forum for the countries to share intelligence-informed military capability requirements, clarifying military capability requirements common to both countries, also assisting defense suppliers in the United States and Israel by assessing recommendations for joint science, technology, research, development, test, evaluation, and production efforts. And finally, develop joint plans for combined U.S.-Israel plans to fully implement weapon systems and weapon capabilities quickly to meet capability requirements of the Department of Defense and the Ministry of Defense of Israel. Additionally, the Senate Armed Services Committee voted for the second year in a row to establish this working group, and the Wilson-Murphy Amendment reflects the language passed in July. Unfortunately, the House Foreign Affairs Committee did not grant the waiver needed to consider this measure. Therefore, I sadly withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. It's now in order to consider log number 907, offered by Mr. Gallagher. For what purpose does Mr. Gallagher seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Mr. Gallagher, you are recognized for the purpose of explaining your amendment.
Earlier this year, for just the third time in our history, but for the second time in 4 years, Congress changed current law to allow a recently retired senior officer to serve as Secretary of Defense. Now, contrary to public shorthand, there was, and as the chairman pointed out diligently, repeatedly on the House floor, there was no waiver that Congress leveraged to allow Lloyd Austin to serve as Secretary of Defense. Rather, we had to pass an entirely new law exempting just him, just as we did 4 years ago with Secretary Mattis. The trend is inarguable, and I think it's a bad trend. In the 7 decades between the establishment of the Pentagon and 2017, Congress granted one and only one exception. Now we've seen it twice in 4 years. I realize that members on both sides of the aisle approach Secretary Austin's confirmation from a variety of perspectives. I'm not trying to relitigate that debate, but I believe regardless of how we each voted on Secretary Austin's waiver, we should all be able to unite behind the principle that granting an exception for recently retired senior officers should be the exception and not the new normal. So my amendment would seek to send a signal of civilian control of the military. My amendment would seek to reverse this erosion in civil military norms in a few ways. For one, it would create a formal waiver process for former officers 06 or above who have been retired for less than 10 years. I think just as a matter of legislative hygiene, creating a waiver process is far preferable to the current status quo where we pass these individual exceptions to current law for SecDef candidates. One-off exemptions to the law are not healthy in my opinion. And secondly, I'm trying to raise the bar for doing this. We would raise the threshold for Congress to approve the newly created waiver from a simple majority to a 3/4 of the House and Senate joint approval mechanism. This raises the bar for confirmation so that the waiver is the exception and not the norm, while still allowing for flexibility in the case of true emergencies. And then extending that cooling off period for 10 years is a key part of raising the bar. So again, not trying to relitigate the specific case of Lloyd Austin. He is the Secretary of Defense. He is confirmed. Just trying to reverse a trend that I think is damaging and make sure that we have a high bar if we consider doing this again. And with that, I yield.
Further debate on the amendment?
I like the waiver threshold.
Well, let me just say, and I think Mr. Gallagher is quite sincere. He and I have had conversations about this. I don't think it is targeted at any one particular individual. This does simply make it more difficult for a future commander-in-chief to pick a Secretary of Defense. Now we're up to 10 years since they retired from colonel above. I don't support the amendment. I don't see this as an enormous problem. If Congress wants to make that exception under the current law, yeah, we do have to change the law. I mean, I guess if it was just changing this to a waiver instead of changing the law, that aspect of it I would support. The aspect of it that expands this to 10 years and requires a 3/4 vote is the aspect of it that I don't support. Because I don't think it is an enormous problem. Yes, it's happened twice in the last 4 years. It's only happened 3 times in the last 60, whatever. So I just don't think it's that big of a problem. If a commander-in-chief finds someone who is within 5 or 6 or 7 years that they want to be Secretary of Defense, and a majority of Congress in the House and the Senate agrees, I don't think we should preclude that option. I don't feel overwhelmingly strongly about that. I think Mr. Gallagher makes a decent argument. I just don't think we should make it that much more difficult. So I will be opposing the amendment. Is there further debate? Mr. Bacon.
I'll just speak briefly, and I appreciate my friend Mr. Gallagher here's attempted, but we've done this 3 times. General Marshall is the finest, one of the finest generals ever produced. I think he was a good Secretary of Defense. General Mattis, I think, was the finest combat general in our lifetime. I'm glad he served as Secretary of Defense. I think General Austin was a good choice for this president. I don't want to make it harder for the president to pick the finest person to be our secretary, as long as they're retired. So I'm hesitant to support this because I think we've picked 3 for 3 that were the best for this time period. And with that, I yield.
Mr. Moore?
I think that the decision here is simple. I'm not going to persuade anybody either way, but we've set the precedent. It's clearly a new precedent. So if we want civilian control to be the rule here, to be the standard, this is an approach to take with Mr. Gallagher's amendment. That's how quickly precedents get set among Congress. It's so quick to erode. And by doing it twice within just a few years from each other, it's basically the new normal now. So if you think we should have civilian control, like that's the decision here. Otherwise, it's eroded. And I'm a lean yes. I haven't thought deeply about this or even worked with my team. But as I hear Representative Gallagher's arguments, like he's just trying to reestablish civilian control of our military, because I do believe we've, and it's been Republican and Democrat, right? So we're all in this. If you think we need to reestablish civilian control of our military, this is an amendment to support. Go back.
All right, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just full of questions today, and if Representative Gallagher can answer the question about the 3/4 requirement in the bill, and I'm sure the answer is no, because none of us look at the constitutionality of any provision necessarily that we put together. Have we, in the House of Representatives, not the Senate withstanding the filibuster rule where it's more than a 50% plus one, have we had anything that you can recall where we've required something that was more than a 50% plus one approval? And is that, if you have found that, how have you addressed that concern? Because that would be a concern of mine, to require a 75%.
Well, certainly there's a variety of pieces of legislation that have a joint resolution of approval, a 2/3 bar, that goes beyond the Senate confirmation that requires the House to meet the bar, and that is not a constitutional amendment. Whether we've done it for a confirmation in this case, or a step to be able to go to a confirmation, I'd have to check and get back to you. But I don't think there's anything unconstitutional about the joint resolution of approval mechanism. I've seen various constructs for waivers in foreign affairs laws when I was a staffer and things like that. I'm open to the counter argument, but I don't think that is the primary concern against it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'm just chewing on this. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Bergman. He passes. There was somebody up here, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in strong favor of Mr. Gallagher's amendment here. It raises the bar in a very productive way. It also increases the rigor upon the Congress as it makes these decisions. I don't think any of those things are a bad thing. In fact, I think when these questions come up, we ought to go through the process with a high degree of rigor and with a very high bar, and this does that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. First of all, I appreciate the fact that we're not relitigating the Mattis confirmation or waiver or the Austin waiver and confirmation. I'm going to oppose it because, notwithstanding whether or not it's constitutional, whether we can impose the higher threshold, I personally think it probably is. But in effect, no future Congress is bound by it. A simple majority of the House can change this law. And if the Senate keeps the filibuster, regardless of which party's in control, it'll be 60 votes to first overturn this law and the higher threshold requirement, and then go ahead and make the waiver like we did this Congress. There's nothing to prevent a future Congress from coming in and saying, yep, we see what they did in the 117th Congress. They made it more difficult, 75%, 75%. We're going to change that law. Simple majority in the House, 60 votes in the Senate. They'll eliminate the 75% threshold, and then they'll be back to whatever the years out of service requirement will be.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
Sure.
I just be curious, and again, maybe we don't have time to do it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but what do you think would be the case for it being unconstitutional, if that's what you suspect?
No, I don't. I actually said the opposite.
You suspect it is constitutional.
I'm not
Okay,
suggesting
good.
that it's unconstitutional. I'm suggesting that it's not practical because a future Congress will say, we understood the circumstances they were wrestling with 25 years ago, but this Congress does not accept the 75% threshold, and they will need less than the 75% threshold to eliminate the 75% threshold. All they will need will be a simple majority in the House, and assuming you keep the filibuster, 60 votes in the Senate to eliminate this 75% threshold. They'll do that because imagine the scenario, new president comes in with a majority, comes in with an overwhelming amount of support, okay, in both the House and the Senate, and makes a strong case. I need this person to be SecDef, and senators and congressmen will look around at Congress people and say, wow, man, we want to give it to the president. I know we can't hit that high bar at 75, but we got a lot more than 60% in the Senate or 50% in the House, so let's just get rid of the 75% threshold, which they'll be able to do, and then they'll just look at the waiver requirement.
But then you're just back to the status quo, the present. Will you yield for one second?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Because I think I can't predict what future Congresses will do, but at a minimum, this Congress will be on record as saying, having done this twice in such quick succession, we are trying to raise the bar. And I was motivated to do this because the first time we did it with Mattis, so many people said, I will never do it again. And then we did it 4 years later. So I don't know if it's a trend statistically, but it worries me.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks time? Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, about 30 seconds. I'm going to support the amendment because I want the military to remain apolitical, and it's scaring me. I'm seeing a trend. I don't want generals auditioning for a cabinet post, and certainly what I've seen recently is the military slightly starting to slide into the political theater, and I think prematurely, and I don't think that is good for the country. So I want to thank Mr. Gallagher for the amendment, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Ms. Houlihan.
I just have a question for you, Mr. Gallagher. Was wondering what your thought process was for 10 years, mostly because it just feels like an awful long time in the history of people when they most likely won't be 50 years old when they retire from the military, but maybe older than that.
Well, I researched sort of the history of the 7-year requirement, and it was clear to me that it didn't emerge from any sort of, consensus that 7 years was the magical number. It was just a give and take in the process. And at that time, 5 years initially seemed like a long time. And then eventually, through some back and forth, Congress landed on 7. My thought process is we have to send a signal that this is not the new norm. And I think we've shifted from a presumption of denial to a presumption of approval. So I'm just trying to send that signal not only by raising the bar, but by extending the cooling off time period. I'm not telling you that something magical happens at year 7 or year 10. It depends on the person, and Congress still has the ability to approve, but it is at least intended to convey the sense from Congress that this should be a very unusual situation, as was the case before the last 4 years.
Hey. Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I speak in support of this amendment. I think anyone who has served in the Pentagon knows that the last thing the Pentagon needs, anyone who served in the Pentagon knows the Pentagon has plenty of generals. In fact, it might surprise some people to know that the Pentagon today has more general officers than we had in World War II, despite the fact then we had 10 times as many enlisted soldiers. Secretary Gates tried to reduce this number unsuccessfully. Secretary Hagel tried to reduce this number unsuccessfully. So the last thing that I think we need, and I do agree we are on a trend, is a former general overseeing the generals. These generals serve with great distinction, but they produce a certain type of individual with certain skill sets. And what the Pentagon needs, and I think has been desperately missing, are the skill sets that a civilian brings, whether a business executive, civil society, law, all of those other perspectives, industry, where this committee has often debated and discussed where we are often so lacking in our military strategy. So I certainly support raising that bar, and I believe it's incumbent on this committee and this Congress to protect civilian oversight of our armed forces. It's the bedrock of our military. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I found Congressman Gallagher's comments very persuasive. This idea that that we have an opportunity right now to send a signal. In just 2 administrations of 2 different parties, we've had this happen, and I think each of our parties have gone through this process, and I think we have some bipartisan thoughts about this, and I think this is a good opportunity for send that signal. So I'll be supportive of this initiative.
Thank you. Question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion?
No.
I request a recorded vote.
I was gonna give it to.
Oh, well then I don't want to record a vote. Sorry. Take the win. Hang up the phone, Billy Bean.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I was tabulating
All right.
in my head.
Moving on. It is now in order to consider 1358R1, log 1358R1, that is. Amendment by Ms. Escobar. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Ms. Escobar is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is about the 1033 program of the Department of Defense. It's a program that allows the military essentially to transfer unused items to local police departments. This effort actually precedes my time in Congress and was initiated after Michael Brown was gunned down in Ferguson in 2014. And the language that we have in this amendment mirrors exactly what the House of Representatives passed last Congress in the Justice in Policing Act. There has been a lot of discussion about the 1033 program, and I will tell you, representing an economically disadvantaged community, I do not support eliminating the program. I think that some of the transfers, some of the supplies that are given to our local law enforcement agencies really help communities like mine. However, the very militarized equipment frequently is used also in communities like mine, in communities of color. And so my belief is that there's an effective compromise that keeps the program alive, but reforms it and limits it so that communities like mine can continue to take advantage of the supplies and the support items that they need, but that we curb the militarization of our local police forces. That's not to say local police forces couldn't make that decision. Their city councils, their commissioners' courts, their county commissions, they can still decide to purchase this type of equipment. We just don't have to further the militarization of it in the way we have in the past. Unfortunately, I am just a bit short of the support that I need in order to pass this. So I'm going to offer this because I think it's important that we continue to talk about this issue. I am going to continue to pursue this issue, and I thank my colleagues who supported me and all the organizations and my co-leads on this. We will keep trying until we can get this past the goal line, and I now withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady withdraws the amendment. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1062, log number 1062, offered by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Border security, this is essentially what this amendment does. It says that border security is a matter of national security. And with 1.3 million illegal crossings in the last fiscal year in the southwest land border of the United States, we're seeing this with increasing frequency. Now, most of the folks that are crossing the border, to be clear, are doing so because they want a better life. Unfortunately, some of the folks that are crossing the border are the very criminals that are preying on those people that are looking for a better life. And then we've got, of course, the Mexican drug cartels. There's about 9 major ones, like the CJNG, the Gulf cartels, the Juarez cartels, and these are some very, pretty much some of the most evil people that we have on the planet. They're making colossal amounts of money, in fact, quite frankly, into the billions. And the cartels make a lot of money on mass unlawful migration, and they do so in 2 ways. One, it's a lot easier for them to smuggle their drugs, their fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine, when half of our Border Patrol agents are literally babysitting, changing diapers, administering COVID tests, et cetera. And then secondly, they're making money on the migrants themselves, taxing them, and also there's an indentured servitude is alive and well in the United States in 2021. A lot of these folks recently have been coming across and they're originating their journeys from Central America, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. They don't have the money, some of them. And many of them, the cartels get to the border and then the cartels tell them, well, then now you have to work for me. So we're witnessing one of the greatest and largest human smuggling and sexual trafficking operations in the world, in the history of the world. Mexico has 31 states. And by every definition, the country as a whole is fitting the definition of a narco state. The press is not free. There's massive police corruption. The drug cartels are a dominant force in more than one of the Mexican states, and we share a 1,950-mile border with this country. The GDP of the Mexican drug cartels, it's hard to say exactly, but almost all professional estimates are somewhere between 15 billion and 50 billion. That's the GDPs of some of our NATO allies, or at least in the ballpark, of allies like Bulgaria, Croatia, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. This is a significant issue, and all we're saying here, I mean, from the birth of the nation state, border security, and I don't care where you are on the planet and what time frame, whether it was the 1700s or today, border security is a national security issue. And in our home state of Texas, in just a recent 2-year period, according to the Texas DPS, the Department of Public Safety, there were 196,000 crimes committed by criminal aliens. So I think this is definitely something that hopefully we can all agree on and pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am opposed to this amendment, and I am opposed to the continued effort to militarize the border and dehumanize immigrants and asylum seekers. I represent a border community, and Mr. Fallon, I invite you and any of my colleagues to come visit. We have one of the lowest crime rates in the country, and San Diegans are proud to be a welcoming community, one that understands how important immigration is to our economy and the fabric of our society. And I want to reiterate that under both domestic and international law, people from Central America and around the world have a right to seek asylum and refuge in the United States, and we have a moral and legal obligation to help them. So if you care about law and order, well, law and order would compel us to follow the law and recognize that there is a right to asylum. It's incumbent upon us on this committee and all of us in Congress to stop treating immigrants and asylum seekers and refugees as a political football, whether they're coming from Central America or Afghanistan. Our communities are not yours to score political points. I yield back.
Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of Mr. Fallon's amendment. It really is a shame that securing the border from our potential enemies has become a partisan issue. It should be intuitive that if your country has vulnerability on one of its borders, that enemies will seek to exploit that vulnerability. The question of whether we should strengthen our national borders is one with broad support among the American people. A Gallup poll from 2019, and you will remember that Mr. Border Control was in office at that time, showed that 74% of Americans view the situation at the U.S.-Mexican border as either a major problem or a crisis. Gallup found that this sentiment cut across party lines, and it's worth noting that the security situation at our southern border has only deteriorated since this poll was taken. What's more, our military leaders have testified before this committee that, in the words of NORTHCOM Commander General Van Herk, and I quote, "Border security is national security." He went on to say that if there is a porous opportunity at the border, then there will be nefarious actors that will seek to exploit it. I support Mr. Fallon's amendment. I don't think it's a controversial or partisan thing to say border security is national security. Ask the American people, ask our military leaders, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to echo the comments made by my colleague from California, a fellow border representative, Sarah Jacobs. I represent El Paso, Texas, one of the largest border metroplexes in the world, the largest in our hemisphere. We, like other border communities, are among the safest communities in the country, with crime rates that have been low for decades, long before walls were constructed, long before the tough on crime mentality took hold and became highly popular. We have spent hundreds of billions of dollars on walls, on drones, on incarcerating vulnerable migrants, including children. That's been the approach of the United States, and it began with the Clinton administration. We have been failing at this for a very long time because of this approach. Instead of using alternatives to detention and other more humane and effective ways to address migration, we incarcerate people. Instead of addressing root causes, we build walls. Instead of opening up legal pathways in order to reduce undocumented pathways, we eliminate those legal pathways and try to crush asylum. That's not working. The high numbers that have been reported and that are listed in the amendment are largely a result, and this is according to Border Patrol's own statistics, largely a result of Title 42, the use of Title 42. What that means is that those high numbers don't represent single individuals. It represents the same individuals making the attempt multiple times to get in. People who are desperate, people who don't have legal pathways, will keep trying. So it would be my hope that all of us who want to seek true, compassionate, real ways to address growing migration which will only grow with the climate crisis, that we instead work together. What happens when we place the emphasis on border communities the way that this Congress and prior Congresses have done is it demonizes communities like mine. It inspires xenophobia, and it doesn't solve anything. Per DHS's own data, there are far more people with terrorist ties coming in through our airports than have ever come in through the southern border. But yet we treat our southern border differently. Gee, I wonder why. I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize that, first of all, I oppose the amendment. Look, I recognize that we have evolving situations all across the globe, but, you know, I will remind this committee that just 2 years ago, and I know things change, they change every day, when asked in a hearing before the U.S. Senate, the then commander of the Northern Command said that there is no military threat coming from the southern border with Mexico. I asked that same question not this year, I think in last year's posture hearing when we had Southcom and Northcom commanders there. I said, is it a military threat at our border? And both of them commented that our threat is China and Russia. That is our major threat. So we can talk all day long and all night long about what's happening at the border, but to characterize it a national security threat, it certainly is not high on the list for the Northcom and the Southcom commanders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say some comments were made earlier suggesting that people who want border security are racist. You know, I was Latinos for Tennessee's Legislator of the Year as a state senator. Assuming that because we want border security we're racist is racist. I just want to say that. And with that comment, I yield to Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I'll tell you a couple of things that this amendment doesn't do. It doesn't ask for any funding. It doesn't place the blame on the porous border with any individual or any political party. And it doesn't discourage anybody from migrating to this country legally. And it doesn't demonize one human being. To say that is hyperbolic. We have the Mexican drug cartels with a GDP estimated to be that of nation states within the NATO alliance, that equivalent. And Mexico is extremely volatile and incredibly violent because of these bad actors. And all we're doing is something very commonsensical in saying that we want to secure the border and it's a national security issue. I'm not accusing anybody on this committee or in this chamber of wanting more fentanyl in this country or more cocaine or more methamphetamine, but that's what a porous border gets us. And the very people, when you have an open border and a porous border is an immoral border, for those that live north and south of it. Nobody seems to ever talk about the 15 to 30% of women that are sexually assaulted or raped along the journey when they migrate from southern Mexico or Central America. Are they forgotten? What about the migrants that are taken advantage of by who? The most evil people on the planet, the Mexican drug cartels. And I think that's why we see in our home state of Texas, along the border, a shift in political allegiances because they want that border secure too, because they're on the front lines of it. And they see that all along. We have a 1,954-mile border with Mexico. And yes, Mexico and the southern border and the northern border haven't been treated equally lately. The Canadian border is closed. There's no Canadians coming here. I wonder why. I don't know. But we have 1.3 million people that have leaked through the southern border. I thought COVID was a serious issue. Apparently not. If you come through the southern border, but you can't come through the northern one, that's inconsistent. This is truly, and I believe in my heart of hearts, an amendment that shouldn't be political. We all want our country secure, and if you're not safe, then you're not free. And that's why I would really encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. We will suspend consideration of this amendment. It's now in order to consider amendment number 145, log number 1459, offered by Ms. Bice. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in the spirit of the previous amendment on border security, the amendment I am offering seeks to address the nation's lack of operational control along the southern border, which is especially concerning given the complete deterioration of the security situation in Afghanistan. Specifically, my amendment would take $25 million from the undistributed Afghan Security Forces Fund, a small fraction of the funds remaining in that account, and reallocate these dollars to enable units from the Army National Guard to take a greater role in assisting U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel who are already strained to the brink in the current crisis at our southern border. We know that thousands of Afghan terrorist prisoners were freed by the Taliban just days ago, to include many senior al-Qaeda operatives. We also know that while the numbers are few, there is documented evidence of individuals traveling from the CENTCOM AOR to the U.S. southern border. We can't overlook that with the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan, we are one step closer to again having terrorism exported to our region of the homeland. My fear is that suicide bombings like we saw last week in Kabul could ultimately be destined for the United States if we don't secure the southern border. But don't take my word for it. The former chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Rodney Scott, who served under both the Biden and Trump administrations, raised the same concerns just 2 weeks ago on August 14th as the Taliban were seizing control of Afghanistan and Kabul. In remarks to fellow Border Patrol agents, Scott noted that Border Patrol agents were already seeing suspected terrorists at the southern border at a level never seen before. Colleagues, the reality is that there are terrorists overseas who are laser focused on coming to this country. The lack of control at the southern border is a critical vulnerability that we cannot overlook. We must take urgent action to secure the southern border. I ask for my colleagues' support in this amendment. And I would also add, I am the daughter of an immigrant. I am the daughter of a legal immigrant. It is not asking too much to ask for those that want to come to this country. We welcome them with open arms, but we ask them to do it legally. Crossing the southern border illegally is not the right avenue. Again, I ask for my colleagues' support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Escobar is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to oppose this amendment for some of the same reasons that I mentioned in my prior comments. And I would like for the public to know, because I hear frequently the whole let people get in line. My parents, my family came in legally. If I had a dime for every time I heard that, I'd be able to pay for my kids' college. But the fact of the matter is legal pathways in this country have been shrunken over time. They have been so shrunken that they don't exist for a number of populations. Asylum has also been limited. It began in the last administration, and unfortunately, asylum is still limited as well in this administration. And asylum is another legal pathway. And so I think folks who are concerned about undocumented immigration, I would ask them to join us, those of us who are looking for increasing legal avenues so that vulnerable populations and folks who are eager to start a new life here have the opportunity to apply legally to arrive at this country. Furthermore, I would strongly encourage that folks who are concerned about terrorism, that they join those of us also who are deeply concerned about domestic terrorism. My community was the victim of a domestic terrorist attack driven by white nationalism with anti-immigrant sentiment and xenophobia at the root of it. And so we have a lot of work to do together. But again, according to DHS's own data, and this is data through various administrations, even recent data, the vast majority of people linked to terrorism are coming in through airports, not through the southern border. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is there, Mr. Rogers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is just very responsible. I would point out that every one of the last 5 presidents have had to deploy the National Guard at one point or another during their term down to the border to serve in a supplemental role. This is a very small amount of money to help the Army National Guard absorb that movement when it's going to happen, no matter who the president is. So I would urge us to be responsible and adopt this amendment.
Mr. Larson.
Sorry, again, full of questions. I have a question for the staff. Is there money in the Afghan Security Forces Fund line once, Afghan Security Forces Fund?
Sir, there is currently $350 million in the Afghan Security Forces Fund.
Is any of that already obligated?
Sir, that funding is in place for contract closeout, the storage of vehicles, the potential retrieval of aircraft, in conversation with the Department of Defense. That's what that money is for.
Are we still able to spend the same dollar twice?
Yeah, well.
Okay, sorry, my little question. Thank you, I appreciate it, because I wasn't aware of that, and I appreciate that. So it's about, the money is there, it is supposed to be used for other things. That's essentially what I'm hearing. Also, if we had $25 million, we've certainly identified China as a major threat, and I'm sure that we could find $25 million to use in cyber defense or cyber operations. We could find $25 million for the Baltic Security Initiative to help our Baltic allies in deterring Russia. It's a lot of good things. We found a way to spend $23.9 billion earlier today. I guess my point is that money's in that fund for a use, much less the arguments about using it for the international border between the U.S. and Mexico for the National Guard. It is there for another use, and it seems that somewhat premature to spend it on other things until we have the opportunity to spend it on the things that it's designed for. That's just what it sounds like to me. And if we had other things to spend it on, there are some really good things to spend it on directly within the top 2 security concerns that the U.S. has with regards to China and Russia. So I appreciate the information, and it's enough for me to vote no on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Fallon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, there are approximately 3.8 million people across the world that want to come to this country legally. I find it interesting that 1 million of them are Mexican nationals waiting in their home country patiently, which is a remarkable statistic if you consider that's 1%, almost 1% of the entire country of Mexico. It's unfair and it's un-American for allowing us to have other people cut the line. And as far as legal migration, in a recent year, over 1 million people obtained lawful permanent resident status. That's quite a bit. I don't think that's a narrow window or road at all. And by the way, of those 3.8 million people that are waiting to come to this country legally, 95% of them are people of color. And we welcome them because they're respecting the laws and the rules of the country that they want to become a part of. I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Chair, to my colleague, Ms. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. I want to say two things. First of all, regarding the funds, there has been carryover funds in this account. It's a 2-year account, so there should be actually plenty of funds to be able to cover this amount. And as you mentioned earlier, there was a $23.9 billion increase in the top line budget, which will go to some of the things that were mentioned earlier, cybersecurity, another defense across the world, which is incredibly important. To my colleague from Texas that mentioned, helping streamline immigration, I'm certainly willing to have that conversation as well. I think it's incredibly important. I have family that spent 10 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to come to this country legally. I think that process needs to be streamlined, so I'm certainly happy to work with you. But I would also add that when you mentioned domestic terrorism, I would invite you to come to my district and come and tour the Oklahoma City National Memorial. I can tell you a little bit about domestic terrorism. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this discussion is worthy of our further drilling down on it. I have heard that some of the contractors in Afghanistan are continuing to be paid even though we have left the country. And I'm curious about the answer to that question, but I also, Mr. Chairman, would like for us to possibly hold a briefing that will allow us to go into greater detail on the status of all the funding for Afghanistan and what happens. But if I could just query the staff on that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I don't have the number right now or can say if contractors are still being paid for work done in Afghanistan.
All right, I yield back.
Is there further debate? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, based on what I heard there. Does anyone wish a recorded vote? Not. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in Sorry. Try that again. We are considering log 931, log number 931 offered by Ms. Cheney. For what purpose does Ms. Cheney seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment simply ensures that the ICBM leg of our nuclear triad is not reduced below 400 ICBMs, below the level that we know is necessary in terms of our security and our deterrence. The number 400 is one that we have had in the NDAA in previous years. It represents the minimum required ICBM fleet needed to deter our adversaries or to respond to a nuclear attack on the homeland. A 400 missile arsenal provides the United States with dynamic capability to shift, increase land-based warhead placement, and the cost of maintaining the current fleet does not diminish linearly when the fleet is reduced. The number of 400 is one that is necessary to deter or retaliate if deterrence fails. An attacker, one of our adversaries attempting to hold the United States, our interests, our assets at risk, faced with fewer ICBM silos, would face a far easier time in terms of calculating what the cost of an attack against us would be. Redundancies are necessary in times of war, particularly with an aging system that might come under attack. removing or reducing the quantity of U.S. ICBMs is also a dangerous sign at this moment when we are facing significant increased threats globally, increased global instability, and when adversaries are testing us, testing our resolve. We need to make absolutely certain, particularly in the current environment, that our allies know that we are not pulling back from our alliance commitments. ICBMs serve a critical purpose, obviously also, Mr. Chairman, if deterrence fails. And we need to be sure that we can hedge against an uncertain future. We know the Russians have been working to develop and modernize their nuclear systems, as have the Chinese. So I urge my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support this amendment, which again would just ensure that we do not go below the 400 ICBM floor. As Defense Secretary Mattis put it, America can afford survival, and ICBMs are the most cost-effective leg of our triad. And so with that, I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Further discussion of the amendment? Mr. Cooper is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, I'd like to ask the gentlelady what prompted her to offer this amendment, because it did not come up in subcommittee, and I haven't heard any rumor or news story or anything like that about anyone suggesting that we reduce below 400.
Well, will the gentleman yield?
I'd be delighted. I asked you a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's very clear as you look at what we've seen from the administration in terms of suggestions about their commitment to the triad, in terms of suggestions about potential coming out of the nuclear posture review that we might in fact see reductions. We've had some suggestions that we might see the elimination of an entire leg of the triad. Since the 400 ICBM floor has been something that we've been able to agree to in the past, something that we've had bipartisan agreement and support for, I think that at this point, it's simply responsible to ensure that that floor is in the bill again this year.
If I could reclaim my time, the gentlelady says it's clear, but as I say, the chairman of the subcommittee, I've heard no rumor to this effect. So I'm a little bit worried that this amendment is in the category of fear-mongering, but instead of fighting it, I would just suggest we accept it because it doesn't do a thing. You know, it just restates the status quo. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, we just accept the amendment and not waste the committee's time.
Fair enough. Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1506, log number 1506, offered by Ms. Cheney. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment restores the $52 million in funding that was cut for the B-83 life extension activities. President Biden requested money in fiscal year 22 for surveillance of the B-83 as well as to life extend the system. However, the chairman's mark cut $52 million for the life extension. This amendment would restore those funds with resources that we would shift from the DoD facility defense-wide maintenance account. Again, the amendment simply restores resources that were requested in the president's budget, money that Admiral Richard has testified that he needs specifically focused on being able to penetrate and get after hard targets. The B-83 is needed to meet current policy guidance and the operation plan objectives, as we've heard from STRATCOM. As you know well, as the committee knows, our adversaries, particularly China, Russia, and North Korea, protect much of what they value most in hard and deeply buried facilities. Our adversaries continue to grow this class of targets. The B-83 is simply the very best weapon we have in denying that sanctuary to adversaries. STRATCOM assesses the B-83 is our most effective weapon against this class of targets. There are no other capabilities in our current force which are suitable replacements for the B-83-1 in this capacity. We know from open source reporting, as I said, that China in particular has been focused on burying targets far below the surface. A few years ago, a Georgetown study highlighted the extent to which China, President Xi, rely on hardened underground facilities. It's also safe to assume that Russian President Putin and Kim Jong-un as well have deeply buried facilities. If we're serious about deterring China, then we need to restore this funding. This amendment is an amendment very much focused on ensuring we have the resources we need if we need to target, in particular, weapons in China that have been buried. The B-83 has been in service for a long time, but it is one that is very much still needed. So again, my amendment would simply restore the funding that the president asked for this B-83-1 system, and I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Is there debate on the amendment? I believe the gentleman from Rhode Island wants to be recognized in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do wish to speak in opposition to the amendment. So it is my understanding the B-83 gravity bomb was slated for retirement because it is the definition of a legacy weapon. Its utility really ended with the Cold War and has no place in our current arsenal. The system has no effect on our current nuclear deterrence posture. This 1.2 megaton bomb is the largest yield nuclear warhead in our arsenal. As a gravity bomb, its sole delivery system, the B-2 stealth bomber, must be essentially over the target to be effective. Of course, this introduces incredible risk to the pilots who will be ordered to drop it. On the other hand, we have a replacement in the B-61, which is more accurate with a lower yield. We also have ICBMs and cruise missiles that are more survivable and reliable. With the B-83, we have a weapon that unleashes massive, indiscriminate destruction with no additional strategic advantage. So therefore, for this and other reasons, I therefore oppose this amendment and would urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I could be recognized.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you recognizing me. I'm sorry, I'm in and out on service, so I hope that that you can hear me. We always go through a very intensive posture review for nuclear weapons. There's never been a posture review that's indicated that this was not a weapon that was needed for deterrence. There is nothing else that can do this purpose. As we've seen, anybody who's been on the Armed Services Committee, who has been in any classified briefing, should be absolutely concerned about what Russia and China are currently doing in the expanse of their weapon systems, tying our hands behind our back to limit the capabilities that we have would be very ill-advised at this point. Also, I always say this every time we have one of these hearings. During markup, why should we eliminate something that for which we're getting nothing from our adversaries? This is unilateral disarmament by taking away something that we currently have and utilize and need. I hope that everyone supports this amendment. I appreciate Liz's description of this. Let's not table for us to do, and then if there's any negotiations that result in a reduction, let's at least attain some concessions on behalf of our adversaries. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
First of all, Mr. Turner, I hope everything is okay with you in Ohio. For all of us, I think we need to ponder for a moment the reality that we are very seriously into probably the 7th or 8th year of a nuclear arms race. There was a period of time where we were moving away from nuclear arms, but for the last half decade and more, we're well into it. And this time around, the delivery systems are all designed not to be observed. We're building delivery systems that are not to be observed. So are the Chinese and the Russians. In addition to that, we are totally dependent on space to understand what is happening. And we now know that we have a space force because we know that there could very well be a space war. And so the risk has escalated substantially over the last decade. And we need to pause for a moment and consider each of these nuclear amendments in the context of that nuclear arms race, in the context of new delivery systems that are stealth, and in the context of reliance on space to provide us with the warning as well as the communications. This particular amendment, or this particular amendment to restore the funding for the B-83 just puts us down the path of a very expensive life extension program on this particular weapon. As was stated a moment ago by Mr. Langevin, this is a gravity bomb meant to be dropped from an airplane. There is no way that even the B-2 is going to be able to carry out the mission of dropping this weapon in Russia or China or any other place that has a sophisticated air defense system. Our new B-21 will use a standoff weapon, which is another debate point. So what are we doing here with this life extension program of this particular weapon? It is not necessary. There is a replacement. We can debate the value of that replacement, but it is designed to be targetable. This weapon is not. And so the base bill is proper in deleting the funding for this life extension program. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who seek recognition? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to echo Mr. Turner's comments on this. And I've said this in many hearings that we've had. We should follow the advice on the military commanders, the people who have more knowledge of these things than we do. And we're not doing that. We need to follow this amendment, and we need to do what it asks for. There is no substitute at this time for the capabilities, and until we have a substitute for those capabilities, we shouldn't surrender those capabilities. I'm not saying that there's not a time in the future. I think there absolutely is, but I'm not a big believer in doing away with stuff for stuff in the future until we have that stuff in the future. We need this capability now, and until there's a replacement, we should rely on that. And so I ask you to support the amendment, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Turner, and I yield back.
The gentleman has yielded back. Let me add a little bit to the debate myself. I hope members realize that the B-83 is really quite a niche weapon. There are hardly any of them, and as has been suggested, it has to be dropped over the target. It's a gravity bomb. The B-61 life extension program, the B-61-12, was designed to replace this. And if you go to the President Trump National Nuclear Posture Review, the exact wording in that was, the B-83-1 and the B-61-11 gravity bombs can hold at risk a variety of protected targets. As a result, both will be retained in the stockpile at least until there is sufficient confidence in the B-61-12 gravity bomb that will be available, they said, in 2020. The life extension program, the improvement for the B-61 has been underway now for 5 years. It's going very, very well. And with the new precision targeting it has certain advantages over the old B-83. This is another issue that I'm worried falls in the category of fear-mongering, because after a year of subcommittee hearings, we had no discussion about this. No one brought it up. This is a surprise, issue at the full committee. And we have no information so far about what a life extension program for the B-83 would cost. It's likely to be, in the billions of dollars. So if the committee and if Congress wants to support that for such an extraordinary niche weapon that, even according to the Trump nuclear posture review, is probably not even going to be needed due to the improved precision of the new B-61 with the new tail kit, which can hit the target so much more precisely than anything previous. So I'm a little bit worried that this is an amendment that's unnecessary and could lead us into an unintended multi-billion-dollar obligation. So I think I'm going to vote no, at least until the new administration's nuclear posture review is done. I don't know what they're going to conclude. It'll be out in about 6 months or less. Then we will have more guidance. But until then, I think it would be a mistake to commit Congress to a multi-billion-dollar extension for such a remarkably niche weapon. And if members would like more briefing on this from the subcommittee or from the Pentagon, they should indulge, because this is a technical issue of technical issues right here. And I don't want to commit billions unless I really know what we're doing. And I'm a little bit worried that it's just being brought up now at the full committee when we've had a whole year of subcommittee meetings in which this could have been discussed. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no. Is there subsequent discussion on the bill, on the amendment? Question is called. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed,
Aye.
no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady has asked for a recorded vote. It is so ordered. The next amendment will be Mr. Garamendi's 996, log 996.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to also thank you for the detailed hearings that you've conducted over the last many years, not just the last two, and the opportunity you've given us to engage in discussions as well as acquire information and knowledge about the nuclear situation. In your opening remarks for your subcommittee report, you said that your subcommittee deals with the most existential threat that this world faces, which is the nuclear weapons that are now possessed by multiple countries, and particularly by 3 major companies. I spoke a moment ago about the new nuclear arms race that we are involved in. Another element in that arms race is the replacement of the Minuteman III missile with what is known as the GBSD, otherwise the ground-based strategic deterrent.
If I could interrupt the gentleman for a second, you need to say there's an amendment at the desk, apparently. That's what the parliamentarian is urging us.
Does that give me the opportunity to reclaim my 1.5
Yes.
minutes?
Just say, will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
Thank you.
Will the clerk
I have an amendment
please
at the desk.
distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman. Is there any debate on the amendment? The gentleman is debating it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate
Sorry.
the heads up on how to proceed. So one of the issues before the committee is whether we should spend
Call on the hotline there.
110 to 120 billion dollars over the next decade on replacing the Minuteman III missile with the new GBSD missile. I would point out to the committee that that contract for the GBSD was a no, there were no bidders. There was only one bidder for the contract. So we have one contractor doing this work. It's going to be well over 110 billion and perhaps well over 250 billion for the life of the missile. It is not necessary. This amendment would pause the deployment of the GBSD for 10 years, in which time the Minuteman III missile would be able to meet the commitment of the necessity of providing whatever deterrence the current Minuteman III and the GBSD would have. It is possible that the number of Minuteman IIIs would fall somewhat below 400 during that 10-year period, at the end of the 10-year period. However, it is also clear that the Minuteman III can be life extended for perhaps another 20 years. However, this would simply pause the GBSD program for 10 years. I notice that my time is out. It's unfortunate that the members of this committee, all of us, do not have the opportunity to engage on the extraordinary information that Mr. Cooper provides for those of us on the Strategic Arms Committee. With that, my time has expired, and I withdraw this amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
The amendment is withdrawn. And don't go promoting me like that. I'm just the chairman.
Oh, pardon me. Okay.
Sorry.
You look like the speaker. No, pardon me. Mr. Chairman, may I speak on the amendment?
It has been withdrawn, so I think technically, no, sorry. I think it's gone. It's like it wasn't here. Yeah. No, in all seriousness, I think once the amendment is withdrawn, all debate on the amendment ceases, and we'll talk on other subjects once we get there. It is now in order to consider log number 998 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have an
I
amendment?
have an amendment at the desk.
There we go. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
This amendment addresses the production of the plutonium pit. Presently, we are on track for Los Alamos to produce 30 plutonium pits by 2026. Currently, we are scheduled to spend perhaps $11 to $15 billion building an additional pit facility at Savannah River. Presumably, the pit production is for the W87-1 nuclear weapon, which has not yet been built. And that weapon would be used on the GBSD, which I spoke to a moment ago. Now, the reality is that if we are successful in building 30 pits from 2026 beyond, by the time the GBSD would be ready to be installed in Wyoming, we would have 120 pits in reserve and continue to be able to produce 30 pits. The current production and installation for the GBSD is somewhere between 30 and 40 GBSDs put in place to replace the Minuteman III. If you work the math out, we do not need to spend somewhere between 11 and 15 billion dollars on a additional pit production facility in Savannah. And we would have sufficient pits should we ever decide to build the 87-1, which is questionable at the moment, because the current plan for the GBSD is to use the existing 87-0 rather than the new 87-1 for which we are producing pits. So I'm going, I think I'm correct on the math here. You guys can check me out on this. But if Los Alamos does produce the 30 pits per year, by the time the GBSD is installed, there will be sufficient in storage, in reserve, and the 30 additional ones would suffice going forward. And we could save somewhere, oh, by the way, the 87-1 may never be built anyway. So why are we spending this money to build pits that we don't need and a pit facility that we don't need? And so this amendment would simply stop that waste of money. And having run out of time, and actually overtime by 11 seconds, I withdraw the amendment.
If you would hold off on the withdrawing thing
Yes.
for just a second there, because we'll get back to you to withdraw that. I believe Mr. Wilson does want to comment on this, and I have a quick comment as well. So we'll have Mr. Wilson. I'll say something quick, and then we can withdraw. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, the Biden administration today is correct. And that is that at every level, it's a support of the two-site solution of Los Alamos and the Savannah River site of South Carolina and Georgia, which promotes peace through deterrence. In a letter last week from the National Nuclear Security Administrator, Jill Ruby, she mentioned a single approach through Los Alamos for pit production carries a significant risk. And this was in a letter to Congresswoman Liz Cheney, August the 25th. We need to take resiliency into consideration. While there are claims that Los Alamos is able to provide pit capability for our nuclear inventory, it's important to remind the committee that PF4, a facility at Los Alamos National Laboratory where plutonium work is located, sadly had to shut down for 3 years due to safety issues. Having two sites eliminates a single point failure. Los Alamos and the Savannah River site work together to create a resilient production of our nuclear weapons cores. Both sites are crucial and critical for deterrence for peace. Pit manufacturing risks for warheads are mitigated with both Los Alamos and the Savannah River site, especially with the capacity constraints at Los Alamos. This was verified by the NNSA in a PowerPoint 3 weeks ago. Currently, the Savannah River and Los Alamos capacity plans are based on a single shift production, but NNSA is assessing feasibility of surge capability at both sites to address pit needs. Savannah River's delay increased the risk of full production goals, but not the initial war reserve production ramp. Los Alamos production schedule provides build ahead for warhead initial production, again, according to the NNSA by a PowerPoint 3 weeks ago. Also, the first production of the W87-1 warhead is planned for 2030 to support fielding of the deterrence missile system. And this warhead deterrence is supposed to begin replacing the Minuteman III with initial operational capability in 2029. And this is verified by an article in Air Force Magazine entitled The New Global Deterrence in 2023, with no margin left for Minuteman. Based on when we're expecting to have full operation capability with 400 missiles by 2036, opposition to the Biden plan would not meet the capacity for the next 18 years and is wrong. And with that, if we ever vote on this, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot in play here. The actual amendment has to do with the requirement that is currently in the law that we produce 80 pits a year by 2030. Nobody thinks that we're going to produce 80 pits a year by 2030. It is currently a complete impossibility. So having a requirement in the law that we know we're not going to achieve is a little bit odd. And let me explain what I mean by that. Currently, the best estimate, the estimate is that at the earliest, Savannah River would be able to be online and begin producing pits by 2034. So that's 4 years after our 2030 requirement. There's no way Los Alamos can produce 80 pits on its own. And by the way, I would bet the mortgage that prediction on when Savannah River comes online is going to slip to the right from 2034. Anyone wants to take that bet, assuming we're all still around in 2034, see me after the meeting. So we're not going to get to 80 pits by 2030, so it's illogical to have that requirement in place. Now, there is a lot going on in all of this space in the next 12 to 18 months. They are going to give us the final NNSA cost estimate of how much they think it's going to cost to produce those pits at Savannah River, whether or not they think it's feasible, how it's going to work. And there's like, I don't know, a couple $100 million in the bill to get them to that point. Once the decision is made, this committee will be much better informed about what is likely possible at Savannah River. I will spare you my MOX facility complaint. Let's just say that I have trust issues where Savannah River is concerned that we need to deal with, and we're working on those. And then the other point is one that Mr. Garamendi makes is, how many pits are we going to need? The nuclear posture review is being reviewed. We have a fair number of plutonium pits in stockpile that we're trying to figure out whether or not they can still be used. So it is definitely worth it over the course of the next 12 months to take a serious look at what our pit production needs are and how we're going to achieve them. But with that, I think it's appropriate at this point to withdraw the amendment because so much of this information is to come in the next 12 months. So, Mr. Garamendi, do you want to do what you were going to do there?
To withdraw?
Yes.
Just when the debate gets exciting?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
This
Mr. Chairman?
cost me a great deal of pain, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lamb, go ahead. Mr.
Garamendi
Garamendi is...
to the clock, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Lamborn, what would you like?
I was going to ask for time to yield to the member from South Carolina.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, indeed.
From a pure standpoint here, hold on just a
If
second.
the gentleman wants to debate, I'm happy to do so.
Yes. Yeah. We will, the amendment will hold for just a second. Mr. Lamborn, you are recognized.
I have nothing to say. I was just going to yield to the member.
Then go ahead. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, I share your frustration about the mixed oxide fuel fabrication facility, but I want to make it clear, the problems there were not with the people at Savannah River site. It was Department of Energy in Washington, D.C.
See, I said I wasn't going to get into this, and now you're tempting me to get into it, but go ahead.
And I want to also point out that there is bipartisan support for the two-site solution. I'm really grateful that I actually represent the Savannah River site along with my colleague, Congressman Jim Clyburn, who is a strong supporter of plutonium pit production at the Savannah River site. The two-site solution for plutonium pit production has had bipartisan support. Nuclear modernization has been supported across the last 3 administrations, including the Biden administration and the prior 2. Additionally, there has been not a single Biden administration official that has come out against the two-site solution of plutonium pit production. In fact, both the Secretary of Energy, Secretary Jennifer Granholm, and the National Nuclear Security Administrator Jill Ruby have both testified before Congress to support the two-site solution. And so I urge my colleagues, if we ever get to a vote on this, to vote no, even though it was offered by my friend from California. I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi. Withdraw your amendment, please.
Mr. Chairman, I attempted 3 times to withdraw the amendment and to move us along. However,
the amendment is withdrawn. We will now move on to log number 844. Before we move on to that, we're going to go through the next 3. And then we're going to take some votes because we've got like 5 or 6. We want to get that done. I don't want to have them all coming at the end of the night. The hope would be we take that series of votes, and then we're going until we're done, and then we'll take the last series of votes and be done. With that, Mr. Desjardins has an amendment, log number 844. For what purpose does Dr. Desjardins seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment, and without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
One of the unfortunate impacts of the recent events in Afghanistan is that many of our allies are questioning U.S. resolve. Over the past month, we have seen broad condemnation of President Biden's withdrawal from our various allies. We've seen President Biden censored in the British House of Commons, in Germany. The head of Chancellor Merkel's Conservative Party, and likely her successor, called the U.S. withdrawal the biggest debacle that NATO has ever seen. Latvia's defense minister said the withdrawal caused chaos and showed the West was weaker globally. This is not the purpose of my amendment. However, there is another Biden proposal which could build unprecedented damage to our allies that are already showing concern, and that is adopting a sole purpose or no first-use nuclear declaratory policy. There isn't a single ally that supports this shift in U.S. nuclear declaratory policy, and we've heard from the British, French, Germans, Poles, Japanese, and South Koreans that adopting such a policy would be devastating to U.S. alliances and erode our extended deterrent. I have questioned personally multiple commanders in this committee over the past year on this issue, and I can't recall a single person who supported no first use. And that would include General Milley on June 23rd of 21, who said, "My personal best military advice is to maintain all options to the President of the United States at all times, so I would not recommend making a declaration of no first use." Also, Admiral Richards quoted, "I see a no first use policy as degrading the nation's deterrence. It will remove a level of ambiguity that has deterrence value." My amendment would put in place a 90-day notification window and require the President to certify he has consulted with our allies before making any changes to U.S. Declaratory policy. Unfortunately, due to a conflict with the majority in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, my amendment is prevented from an up or down vote in this committee, which I'm disappointed because I feel that it has a very good chance of passing, so maybe we'll see it again in another location. But we don't want to further erode our relationships with our allies, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider log 1405 by Ms. Sherrill. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on behalf of my amendment, the Deborah Nixon Special Needs Trust Inclusion Act, which would authorize a limited benefits open season to allow those enrollees to change their designee to spouse and child or child only, to allow their children to take full advantage of the benefit their parent earned. The legislation would also designate the creation of a special needs trust as a qualifying life event and allow parents to change their designee once the trust has been established. This legislation was originally born out of a casework problem when retired U.S. Public Health Service Officer Captain Deborah Nixon first came to my office for help 2 years ago. Captain Nixon spent years serving in the Uniformed Public Health Service, retiring in 2014. She is also a mom to a child with special needs. When she retired, she elected spouse only on the survivor benefit plan because she was worried that the survivor's pension would make her son ineligible for Medicaid after he began to receive the benefits. After she made that selection, the law changed to allow children with special needs to take advantage of their parents' earned benefits without jeopardizing other benefits. Unfortunately, that change in law was not accompanied by an open enrollment season to allow those SBP enrollees who had already made their selection to change their designee. While I dispute the CBO's finding that this would require a mandatory spending, we are talking about earned benefits that have already been provided by law to military families, not creating a new benefit. But with that said, given the CBO's score, I will withdraw this amendment, and I ask for my colleagues' support moving forward as we work to find a solution for our military families. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Just for everyone's information, it is my intention to go through the votes that we have pending after Ms. Houlihan's amendment. So we'll debate one more, take some votes, and keep on rolling. It is now in order to consider log number 835, offered by Ms. Houlihan. For what purposes does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I'm grateful to offer this bipartisan amendment with my colleague, Representative Waltz. We are together offering this amendment to modernize the military selective service system. This policy isn't rushed or unnecessary. For decades, our citizens, both women and men, have been trying to make this change. It's past time.
Women make up over 50% of our population, and not including them in the Selective Service is not only a disservice to these women, but also to our nation as a whole. Simply put, as the Selective Service system is currently written, it is unconstitutional and discriminates based on sex. This amendment clarifies that the purpose of Selective Service is bigger than just drafting combat replacements. It ensures that the Selective Service system is able to provide the DoD with all of the sufficient numbers of personnel with all of the skills necessary in the event of a national mobilization, which means cyber, STEM, technical talent, and others. It is not limited to the outdated use of the draft for combat replacement roles. Last year, the congressionally mandated National Commission on Military, National, and Public Service came out in favor of including women in the Selective Service. We had a debate about this issue last year, and we determined at that time that it wasn't ripe for this committee's consideration. But then earlier this year, the Supreme Court declined to hear a case on this issue, noting that Congress is considering this question. Justices Sotomayor, Breyer, and Kavanaugh, representing very different ideological views, noted that the role of women in the military has changed dramatically since the court last considered the question in 1981. Women now serve with distinction in combat roles and have passed the demanding tests to become Rangers, SEALs, and Green Berets. The Senate Armed Services Committee just this year has already taken up and approved a provision to expand the Selective Service to women. It did so in their base text, and it's time that we here in the Congress step up and do the same. By reforming the Selective Service to be gender-neutral based registration, we draw on the talents of our entire nation in the time of a national emergency. As the Inspire to Serve report highlighted, the current male-only registration sends a message to women not only that they are not vital to the defense of the country, but also that they are not expected to participate in defending it, and that is a quote. It also sends a message to men that they for some reason are uniquely and perhaps unfairly depended upon. This needs to change, and this amendment will do that. And I very much seek your support for my bipartisan amendment to make this change to the Selective Service. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm pleased to join my colleague, Representative Houlihan, in supporting this amendment. Here's the bottom line for our national security. We have to take a moment and think about if we have a national emergency so grave that we have to go back to the draft. One can think of COVID on steroids or a massive cyber attack that takes out massive parts of our grid or our infrastructure. Whatever the emergency is, if it's so grave that we have to go to a draft, we need everybody. We need man, woman, gay, straight, any religion, black, white, brown. We need everybody, all hands on deck if it's that bad. Every American needs to step up. And what this is seeking to do is at least have the framework established, that we have their information and then we have the authorities for that future commander-in-chief that faces that kind of emergency. China alone has 5 times our population. Then you layer on top of that, a number of reports are estimating that anywhere from 60 to 70% of our young people either have drug issues, criminal issues, or literally are not in the physical shape to meet very basic standards. So again, we cannot fence off half of our population in a national emergency, particularly those that can be pilots, cyber warriors, intel, you name it, across the board of things that they're capable of. At the end of the day, in that kind of emergency, it's about standards. It's not about gender, race, religion, socioeconomic background. And that future president should have that option, and I fully support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Ms. Hartzler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm rise in opposition to the amendment. I have a great deal of respect for both of my colleagues and their points. But it seems to me, first of all, I want to say I appreciate the service of women in our military. We need women serving our military, and they are serving valiantly right now in a volunteer force. Currently, we have 16.5% of our service members who are female, and 18.6% of the officers. And I feel confident in an emergency that the women of this country would step up and volunteer as needed. This current system does not fence off anyone. Anyone is able right now or in an emergency to step up and to serve our nation. But it seems like that this is an amendment, it's a solution in search of a problem. First of all, they're trying to say that there's a need or that we have to have, in order to have equality among the genders, that this is needed. And I would reject both. There isn't a need right now. In fact, if there was a conflict, that would have to double the number of service members serving our nation to 5 million. We would only need 1.4% of the males who are registered right now to be called up to serve. And so there's already a pool of individuals that are already a part of the system that we could call upon in addition to the women who would step up voluntarily. But then also I would just say that we don't need to draft women in order for women to have equality in this nation. Women are of worth and of value right now, and we are equal with men without having to pass a new law that would require 50% of this country, our daughters and our sisters and our wives, to have to be drafted. I just think it's not necessary, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose this very, very major policy that would change things for here on out. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I enthusiastically support Ms. Houlihan's amendment. You know, if our country is worth defending, it's worth defending by all of us. And I am a strong proponent of having a selective service system that has both men and women register. If we're going to have a selective service system, there's an argument that can be made that we don't need the selective service system anymore. But for us to, it's important for us to recognize that the percentage of the population that is physically eligible to actually serve is quite small. I believe it's under 15%. What we do know is that women and men who serve now in our military academies are extraordinary. And the numbers are increasing, where women now are 30% of the academy, of the Air Force Academy, and the numbers are growing at the other military academies as well. And what we also know is that women have risen to the occasion so effectively that they are #1 in their classes in a number of settings. So it's time for us to recognize that fair is fair, and we all have an obligation to serve our country in time of need. I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to pick up where Representative Spears left off. But before I do that, I have to ask a question. Just in the presentation, the amendment, I heard about, STEM and cyber, and then I heard about COVID and cyber attacks. Just to be clear, this is also registration for involuntary service for combat operations, right? Okay. So I'm going to take a different approach. Yeah. I think that women should be treated equally, and my record in this committee and throughout my life is to fight for equality for women. But that's not why I'm supporting this. I have sons. None of my sons followed in my footsteps to go into the military, and God bless them and what they're doing. And if this country goes to war, I don't necessarily want the probability of my sons going to be any higher because we are not bringing women into the fight. Okay, this is a country where able-bodied people, like Mr. Waltz said, black, white, brown, women, men, straight, gay, should be stepping up and fulfilling the obligation that Ms. Spears talked about. And I don't want to put my sons at any more risk because somehow we're protecting women from being part of the fight. Women want to be part of the fight, and most men, I'd say the lion's share of men, want them to join them in the fight. So I'm in support of the amendment. I hope it passes, and I hope it sticks in conference, and I hope President Biden signs it.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. 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 All those opposed will say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for recorded votes.
Recorded vote is requested, and we will add that to the list. So now we will pull up, and it'll take a minute for the screen to clear here and get pulled up. We'll pull up the votes that we're going to have on the amendment going forward. So there they are. So we got 5 votes coming, 5 recorded votes. 6, sorry. I poorly anticipated that. So the first 2 of these are going to be on the Gitmo stuff, just for your information. So, all right. So the First Amendment in front of us is Turner, log 865 on Guantanamo, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego.
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella. Mr. Vella. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean.
Aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Aye. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy? Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Sorry, could the member repeat their vote?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Vella? Mr. Vella?
Mr. Vella just joined. I'll handle that. Have all members voted? Mr. Vella, I'm talking to you. We still can't hear you there. Mr. Vella?
No.
There we go.
Mr. Vella votes no.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is defeated. It is now in order to consider log 866, another Guantanamo vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner?
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella?
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Yes. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean?
Aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 699 by Mr. Norcross. This would be the Buy American provision. I'll point that out. It's not Buy America. That would be an entirely different thing. It's Buy American. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin?
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner?
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross?
Yes.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes yes.
Mr. Gallego votes yes. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna?
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating?
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates? Mr. Vella?
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney?
No.
Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green?
No.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice? No. Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin? No. Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean?
No.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes yes.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon? No. Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 36, the noes are 23.
The amendment is agreed to. And we will move on to log 1062 by Mr. Fallon. This was the border security discussion, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella?
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green?
Green votes aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Yes. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean?
McLean is yes.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will record the tally. Report the tally, actually.
On this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 33 and the noes are 26.
The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 1506, amendment by Ms. Cheney having to do with the B-83, with a nuclear warhead, the B-80. I can't remember the exact number, but you know what we're talking about. B-83. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Langevin?
No.
Mr. Langevin, no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Turner, aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper, no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn, aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney, no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman, aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi, no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler, aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks, aye. Mr. Gallego?
No. We vote no. Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton, no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik, aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal, no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins, aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella?
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes yes. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 835 by Ms. Houlihan, which would require women to file for selective service just like men. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner.
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating?
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Vella?
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Emphatically no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green?
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacob votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye.
Has every member voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 35, the noes are 24.
The amendment is agreed to. All right, we're back on the amendment roll here, and, did we lose this one? Okay. It is now in order to consider log 1115, amendment by Mr. Lambourne. For what purpose does Mr. Lambourne seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
And I will be very brief. This is a simple amendment which calls for transparency. A very similar amendment just passed the Democratic-controlled Senate Armed Services Committee. My amendment will simply require DoD government contractors to disclose their, quote, equal opportunity, equity, inclusion, or tolerance training materials, unquote, so we can provide appropriate oversight. There needs to be more and better transparency and accountability in all aspects of defense contracting. With that, I ask for a yes vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? I have one question. When you say government contractors, are you talking about private sector folks, or who are we talking about here?
Anyone who does contracting with DoD and is using taxpayer dollars for those contracts, with DoD only.
Okay, so you're not talking about, like, if Lockheed Martin has to, you're talking about people who contract specifically to provide.
No, that would be the Lockheed Martins of the world.
Okay. Yeah, will oppose this amendment just because it's not really that simple if you're requiring every private entity out there to disclose how they do their HR. I think that is an incredibly burdensome thing to lay down upon people and will not help. So I'm opposed
Would the
to this
chairman
level of
yield for a
requirement.
second?
Actually, I want to get to Mr. Carbajal first, and we'll get back to you in a second here. Mr. Carbajal is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This proposal is yet another unnecessary amendment that feigns hysteria over employers' efforts to provide diversity and inclusion training to their employees. My colleagues across the aisle, my friends, are now targeting defense contractors, training materials that seek to help their employees be more mindful of their fellow employees. Employees who may come from a different background than them and have different life experiences. This amendment, coming from a self-proclaimed limited government party, is government overreach at its best or at its finest, hypocritical and misguided. I'm afraid that this continued drumbeat is only going to polarize race relations in our military and have far-reaching consequences for our readiness and national defense. I remind us that today we enjoy a volunteer, diverse military. After a while, people of color are not going to feel welcome or valued in our military. That's the implication of this continued drumbeat. This worn-out debate over race relations, some people call it critical race theory, as part of a cultural war, is and has always been intellectually dishonest. I urge my colleagues to please vote no on this amendment.
Dr. Desjardins.
Because Mr. Lamborn was so brief, I'd like to yield a little more time to him.
And just to clarify, this is not the military, this is private industry who have government contracts. That's point number one. Point number two, what is wrong with disclosure? We're just asking in this amendment for disclosure. What's there to be afraid of? Is there anything to be afraid of with disclosure? If there is, let me know what it is, and then vote no. But I'm curious as to what is so bad about disclosure. And I would yield to anyone who wants to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Lamborn, for yielding. What's wrong with requiring or asking people to disclose their vaccinations? And I only bring that, it's so far out there because that's been part of the concern of mandating that people be able to do that or not. The same thing here, this is private industry, but just because they contract with the department and the military services, again, we're overreaching to, again, continue this drumbeat of race relations and so-called critical race theory. I yield back.
And I yield back to the gentleman from Tennessee. I'm done, thank you.
I yield to Ms. Bice, unless you want to be recognized by yourself.
Mr. Brown.
Ms.
I'm sorry, did you yield back? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll yield my remainder minute and a half to Ms. Bice.
Thank you. To my esteemed colleague, can you tell me how many DoD contractors you believe would have to submit their HR information to meet these requirements, and who specifically would they be sending this information to? Thank you.
To answer that question, it would be anyone who has a big, anyone who has a contract directly with the Department of Defense. It's described in paragraph 1 on first page of the bill. And
if I may, though, do you have any numbers as far as how many companies you're asking to report this information?
No, I don't.
If I may, if I could, I mean, think of every company that has a defense contract, you know, large and small. And that was my point. That's what's wrong with disclosure here. I I mean, I've got some very small companies in my district who are now going to have to submit their HR report in addition to bidding on defense contracts. This is incredibly burdensome to the private sector. And that's not the only thing wrong with it, but it's one of the big things. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Brown is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this. I think this is clearly, obviously, to suggest that diversity training is somehow problematic. Therefore, we should highlight it, and we need to scrutinize it because there's something inherently wrong. But picking up on the point that I think Ms. Bice raised in her question, as well as you, this isn't just defense contractors. This is Georgia Tech. They've got a contract. And you know how many courses and syllabi, et cetera, they have? This is MIT. This is Johns Hopkins Medical Center and Research. This is everyone that receives dollars from the government because in some form or another, it's an agreement and a written document that could be interpreted as a contract with the government. So you talk about burdensome. I don't even think Congress and the department, if we spend 365 days a year doing nothing but collecting this data, we'd have the capacity to do that. I mean, what you're asking for is a mountain of paperwork. You have nothing in this amendment to provide the resources to the department to gather this data, to analyze the data, to report the data. This isn't just a handful of maybe prime contractors that are affected. You're talking about the small contractors in every one of our districts who are already having difficulty complying with so many requirements when it comes to whether it's supply chain security or anything else. They're having to now respond. You're talking to every academic institution that gets a research grant. And they're not just, the way that this is written, they're not just responding to, well, what is their diversity, equity, inclusion training in their HR departments. The way this is written, it applies to their entire curriculum. So every professor is going to be looking through their curriculum, and they're going to be reporting on what the assignments that they give in their class to their students about diversity, equity, inclusion. It's poorly drafted, it's ill-conceived, it's misguided, it's underfunded, it's out of order, its time has not come, and I don't think it ever will. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Hartzler. It's just on the sheet in front of me. Ms. Spear, also not here. Okay, not sure what I'm looking at here. Sorry. Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, on the face of it, when you read this, who doesn't want transparency? We want to make sure that we're being forthcoming. And you read the contents about what it is they're seeking. If I believed that this was a good faith effort that wanted to promote diversity and equity and inclusion, I would say, what a great idea. Let's do this and let's reward people who want to do that because that's the direction that this country is moving. But unfortunately, I feel as though this is really a manufactured grievance that is seeking to divide. If we think about what it means to have diversity, equity, inclusion, it's something that makes this country stronger. It is something that makes organizations stronger, better decision making. And let me go there and talk about critical race theory because it has become something that's become weaponized as a way to divide people. As a nation, we should not fear intellectual curiosity or learning our history. As a nation, we should not fear embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion. When you look at the makeup of the military, it is one of the most diverse organizations on the planet. And when I think about what this means and what we're trying to do, it's not about rewarding people for having DEI, it's a way to be punitive. And so I am a hard no, I will not be supporting this. I also want us to remind ourselves that as a nation, we strive to be a more perfect union. We should learn from our past, and we should always strive to be better every day. And that has to start with the DOD and the people with whom we do business. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment, and I will yield back my time.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it, the amendment is defeated. It is now in order to consider log number 816 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would stop the dangerous critical race theory and anti-American ideology from being pushed in the United States military and taught in educational institutions under the Department of Defense. I urge my colleagues to support it because it is not sustainable to push this anti-Americanism on our troops. The men and women who wear the uniform, who take an oath to protect and defend our Constitution and our country, knowing that they could pay the ultimate sacrifice in doing so. How do we expect the next generation of leaders to get up and raise their right hand like I did and many of you did when we're teaching them that America is inherently racist and evil? We all know, every single one of us in this room know, that this is the greatest country in the history of the world. Are we perfect? No. Is our history perfect? Of course not. But there's nothing that comes close to what we have in America, and it is not sustainable to tell our troops anything otherwise. In fact, it's dangerous. We've seen some startling examples already, and I fear if we don't do something today, we're going to see many more. We already know that at West Point, they required cadets to read Critical Race Theory, an introduction. Admiral Gilday sat right there and defended his decision to instruct Navy sailors, every single one of them, to read a ridiculous book titled How to Be an Anti-Racist, which is actually a racist book that argues that our Constitution, quote, is a mask to hide America's racism. Think about that for a moment, especially think about that as you think about the oath that our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines take to defend our Constitution. And we have the highest ranking admiral in the Navy telling our sailors to read a book that teaches them that the Constitution is a mask to hide America's racism. General Milley sat there and infamously defended critical race theory, explaining the ideology was an integral part of the military's mission. I can't help but wonder what would have happened if General Milley had spent more time on our plans withdrawing from Afghanistan than on prioritizing this dangerous anti-American garbage. That's why, again, I urge you to support my amendment to ban the teaching of critical race theory and anti-Americanism in our military. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll take a couple quick comments here and then yield to other members. First of all, it is dishonest and 100% incorrect the way you just characterized what Chairman Milley said. Chairman Milley did not defend critical race theory. He did not defend saying this is the ideology that we ought to be teaching. In fact, Chairman Milley could not have been more blunt and more clear in saying that you're reading about it, you're not promoting it. In fact, I believe his exact quote was, I read about Karl Marx, I read about Mao. I don't support them. I wanted to know what they were up to. So it is really dishonest of the gentleman to characterize the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as having sat there and promoted critical race theory when we were all here and heard what he actually said. And that was very much not it. So in the first place, looking at things that are out there, there's no question that there is a lot of discussion in this country about racism. And to say you should read about something, it's important to understand it. There are many different aspects to this, but understanding it is crucial. And that's number one. Number two, the problem with all of this came out when we were having this debate earlier, and at one point in the conversation, I said that we have a problem with racism in America. And yes, I called it systemic racism, and it is a problem that needs to be addressed. And I forget which member, but some member on the other side made a point of saying, I just want to note that I don't believe that we have systemic racism in America. Therein lies the problem. This talk about critical race theory is simply an excuse to say, we don't need to talk about race. It's all good. We got no problems. Everything's fine, okay? These amendments are stripping away the ability of the military to address what is a very legitimate issue. Now, I don't always agree with the way it's being addressed in either direction. But what we're trying to do here is to stop a conversation that desperately needs to happen. We need to talk about race. Micromanaging it in this way, us interfering in that effort within the services, does an incredible disservice to the effort to deal with equity and racism in the military. There's a big report out, just read a column in The Hill by the Deputy Secretary of Defense that analyzed how the UCMJ has been implemented and how it has been racially unequal. And the statistics are right there to stare at. We need to talk about that. if we're going to make sure that men and women of color are able to serve in the military equally and be protected. And turning a blind eye to that, saying, America, 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 we're great, you know, how dare you question what we've done, isn't going to get us there. I think these amendments are incredibly destructive to our effort to have a legitimate conversation about race, not to promote critical race theory or some isolated little piece of it, but to have a conversation about it so we can deal with the equity problems that we have here. But again, I really want to emphasize, nobody in the military has stood up here and said, yep, critical race theory, that's what we want to teach everybody. And certainly not Chairman Milley in his testimony. I remember vividly what he said, and it was not that. With that, I yield to Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I definitely want to associate myself with your remarks. I'd also note that Admiral Gilday, when he was here, indicated that it was a reading list that was suggested, but it was not mandated. You know, I think it's important also, though, to focus on the structure of what this amendment is doing, which is it is getting Congress in the business of dictating curriculum for educational institutions. It has been black letter law in this country for the last 50 years that we don't, the exact opposite is true. And I'll just read you what the law states right now. No provision of any applicable program shall be construed to authorize any department, agency, officer, or employee of the United States to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over the curriculum, program of instruction, administration, or personnel of any educational institution, school, or school system over the selection of library resources, textbooks, or other printed material, instructional material. I mean, you get the idea. We are not the Board of Education. We are not the Dean of Curriculum. And the Secretary of Defense is not the superintendent of the military academies. We vest those individuals who are the superintendents and the faculties to design curriculum using, again, the best educational information that they possibly have. And this is a slippery slope, folks. If we start getting in the business of telling what our military academies are going to start teaching in classrooms, or frankly, any other educational systems in this country. Again, we have religiously drawn a red line around that intervention by Congress because it just completely will turn education in this country into a political football and the content into a punching bag. So again, for all the reasons that Mr. Smith said about the what we're talking about here in terms of policy and in terms of trying to promote diversity in the military and trying to understand better the issue of diversity in our country, this amendment should be rejected, but also because it really, I think, enters very dangerous waters in terms of trying to dictate what's actually taught in classrooms in this country. And for that, I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Further debate? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to debate the merits of critical race theory because I don't think that that's necessarily warranted here in this committee. But I will reject the notion that critical race theory promotes the idea that this country was built on hatred or that it's a racist country. Critical race theory is just that. It's a theory, it's a framework, it's a concept of how to consider relationships in our economy, our politics, our community, and how race has shaped us as a country. That's critical race theory in a layman's definition. I think it's important to recognize that education is different from indoctrination, and we should be encouraging education of officers and enlisted, whether it's our service academies, ROTC programs, in the reading lists that every responsible commander provides to their command. It's to broaden their horizons and their perspectives. If we expect our leaders to fight for and defend and perhaps give their lives for what we value, democracy, freedom, open market economy, the ideals of this country, they will fight harder and more passionately, understanding the strength of it when comparing it to other systems, other economies, other forms of government. They'll even fight for it more, recognizing how great this nation is because we wrestle with and attempt to overcome our challenges. So whether it's critical race theory or whether you're reading the difference between Marx and Lenin, and this is what General Milley said, or you're reading, Locke, Kant, or Engel, whether you're reading Keynesian theory of economics or any other theory of economics, whether you're reading Clausewitz on war or Sun Tzu on war, we attempt to provide our leaders with different and competing ideas and theories so they can develop an understanding about the world in which they live, the men and women they're going to lead, and the reason why they are willing to get up, fight, and maybe even die for our country. To deprive that of that leadership deprives them of the ability to expand their understanding of this world. That's different from indoctrination. Indoctrination is what we do when we say, hey, multi-domain operations, that's how we fight, right? Offensive operations, field manual, this is how we fight. Technical and training manuals, there's only one way to assemble and disassemble an M4 rifle, and you either know it or you don't. But that's not critical theory, and the amendment is suggesting that we are trying to tell people what's right or wrong in terms of how you think. That's how we indoctrinate people, our soldiers, on assembling and disassembling an M4 rifle. It's not how we educate our leaders to be the very best they can. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to my colleague from Maryland, I would suggest he read John O. Calamar and Ibram Kendi, these self-avowed critical race theorists, because they have a definition that deviates from what my colleague laid before the committee. They hold the position that critical race theory is avowedly political, that it divorces from the objective, that viewing things as objectively right or objectively wrong is racist. I think presenting that to anyone who would potentially lead people in battle, as I know my colleague has, is wrong. And I don't think, to Mr. Courtney's point, that it's inappropriate for the House Armed Services Committee to reflect on the values that are being instilled in service members, or really in anyone that's putting the uniform on and fighting for our country. Critical race theory is a poison. It otherizes our fellow Americans. It is not what we need in our military, in our schools, in our lives, or anywhere in a great nation. And the reason we have to legislate around these things is because we got two different answers from Milley and Austin. We were all here when, in response to my question, Secretary of Defense Austin said, we don't teach critical race theory. There is no critical race theory in our service academies. And then lo and behold, Mr. Waltz had the receipts. He held up the curriculum that feeds into this notion of division among the races, which is a critique of the civil rights movement. If you really read a lot of the critical race theory text, it is a rejection of the values of Martin Luther King. They say that integration was wrong, that integration shouldn't have happened. Critical race theory is a vile incarnation of ethno-nationalism in America. And I reject ethno-nationalism, whether it comes from white people, black people, brown people, any other type of people. This is a great nation when we hold hands with one another and when we reject critical race theory. I thought it was something that when Mr. Waltz reflected on the specific professor that was offering instruction at the United States Military Academy on whiteness, that a cross-reference of that professor's writings suggests that the modern-day Republican Party is a white supremacist party. Would it be appropriate to have Republican lecturers making that point about Democrats? I don't think so at all. So I think that we should not become the school board. I don't think we need to get into the finer points of curriculum. But when our academies are teaching service members to hate one another, when the military is doing that, we have an obligation to stand up for the fundamental values of our nation. I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sat through most of this hearing really just trying to listen and learn as a new member of the committee. But I really have to take a objection to my colleagues' framing of this debate around a very important aspect of American history. We need to teach the truth about American history, all of American history, including slavery, including Jim Crow. And by being honest about our past, we can actually teach the hard truths about our country and those inspiring stories of Americans who have fought and who continue to fight to make it better. By denying that truth, by denying the opportunity to have that education, we are denying who we are as a nation, all of who we are. One of the greatest honors that I have as a member is to recommend young people to participate in our military academies. And I was meeting with a group of them recently. This debate that you all are having right now is not what they talked about, what inspired them to apply to the military academy. It was to serve their country. It was to develop leadership qualities and to give back to their country. So instead of dividing and creating these wedge issues, which are not real, let's focus on what the military academies and teaching truth to our service members is really all about. I yield back.
Ms. Spear.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have found this presentation by my colleague, who I truly respect, on the other side of the aisle, very, very destructive. I've read How to Be an Anti-Racist, and it's an uncomfortable read. It's an uncomfortable read for a white person in particular, because you find things out about how we as white people maintain the status quo so that our black colleagues don't get ahead. Now, I just want to share a few statistics with you. This is from the Inspector General of the Air Force, who found that 46% of black enlisted airmen have witnessed an act of discrimination based on race or ethnicity by a member of the Air Force. 44% of black Air Force officers said the same thing. 60% of black airmen believe they are less likely to receive benefit of the doubt in Air Force discipline. Half the black enlisted airmen believe they have been discriminated against because of their race or ethnicity. Air Force Inspector General found that NJP rate was 1.74 times as high for black airmen. Black service members are twice as likely to be court-martialed for the same act as a white service member. Hispanics 1.3 to 1.4 times as likely. We do have a problem of racism in the military. And it's important for us to recognize it and deal with it. This kind of an amendment goes in the exact opposite direction. I yield back.
Ms. Strickland. I'm sorry. Hold on just one second, Erlen. I did not have another Republican on my list. Mr. Gallagher, you look like you were going to speak. Mr. Gallagher is recognized.
I just want to respond to one thing that was said, that this is sort of a fake issue or a fake debate. I apologize if I'm mischaracterizing, but the suggestion was that, I think, if I understood it, that Republicans are sort of creating a phantom issue and this isn't real. I just would say I completely reject that. If you want evidence that this is a real debate, we had the head of personnel in the Navy recently suggest we have to bring back photos for promotion boards to flag officer rank so that we could enforce diversity quotas, right? Explicitly judging people by the color of their skin in photos. I think that is, I mean, in my opinion, that's wrong. That's the opposite direction. That does advance away from the Martin Luther King vision of society. So without getting too far into the weeds of this debate, I think it's unfair to suggest that this isn't a real issue with potentially pernicious manifestations. And I believe we all want to aspire to that colorblind society. Perhaps it's unattainable. Perhaps, you know, we can never get there fully, but that is what is motivating us to engage in this debate. I yield back.
Ms. Strickland is recognized.
Our service academies are institutions of higher education. They are universities. And when you think about why people want their children to go to universities, you want them to get an education, to become enlightened, to learn things, to be intellectually challenged, to see parts of the world, to have debates. That's the purpose of higher education, and our service academies are no different. But I'm gonna get a little personal here. As a woman who is Black, as a woman who is Korean, and as a woman, the social, political, and economic systems in which I've had to operate have not always welcomed me into positions of leadership and authority. At our service academies, we are cultivating leaders. My father, a young Black man, joined a segregated army, served and fought in 2 wars for a country that didn't always love him back, but he loved this country. But when we think about the rubric of some of the things that have happened in this country historically, whether it was my dad joining a segregated army and one that was desegregated by President Truman, or what's happening today, just the data points that Chairwoman Spear put out, is this something that we have to deal with? And I'll come back to this again. It will make us stronger. Being educated makes us more enlightened. And if the leaders at our service academies are going to help keep us safe nationally and globally, they have to be people who understand different systems and how the world works. Critical race theory is not trying to make white people feel bad, but it's acknowledging that underrepresented communities have had systemic barriers, and some of them still exist. We always strive to be better. We always strive for a more perfect union. And again, our service academies and our leaders at DoD should exemplify that. I yield back.
Is there any further debate?
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, I don't. Mr. Vesey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I wanted to speak against this amendment. Something that I wonder if people know. After World War I, the Army really worked overtime to try and purge Blacks from that branch. As a matter of fact, when World War II got ready to begin, there were around 4,000 Black soldiers that were enlisted and only 5 Black officers. 2 of them were chaplains. Even a War College study said that before World War I, that the Negro is profoundly superstitious. He is by nature subservient and naturally believes himself to be inferior to the white. He is jolly and tractable, and it goes on to say a lot more things like that. As a result of that, in 1943, the military was very concerned about Black participation in the war and advances that Hitler was making. And so they asked Frank Capra to put together a 45-minute video that I would encourage all of you to see called The Negro Soldier. And the military and Hollywood, because remember, Hollywood had just made a blockbuster hit about jolly, docile and lively Blacks called Gone with the Wind, that was an award-winning movie. And so Hollywood and the military had to sit down and say, we need to look at our racist past and see if we can put together a propaganda film that will get Black America to really buy into this war. And so they did, and the film was so popular that not only was it a hit in the Black community, but the white community in America loved it at a time where we were still under severe segregation in this country. What Representative Banks is doing today is saying we should not look back at structural racism within the military, which is exactly what the military in Hollywood did in order to put this film together. And asking people to not study history, to not look and be able to go back and look at the past is just not the right way to do business. This is, to me, nothing more than a ploy like we've seen with busing and integration and other buzzwords that we've seen to try to scare voters when it comes to dealing with issues around race. And I don't think that has any place at all in this debate. And I would urge us to encourage the military to do what they did in the 1940s and continued to adopt policies like that so we can find out how we can fix things that went awfully wrong in the past. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Banks.
Thank my colleague for yielding. Let's be very clear about what this amendment does. Since some of you haven't read it, I'll read to you what it specifically does. This amendment would ban our military from teaching racist ideas, not embracing them. This amendment says that in the military, you cannot push an ideology or teach an ideology in our academies that says that any race is superior or inferior to any other race, or that people are responsible for the actions of other members of their race, or that the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution are racist, or that race determines moral worth, or that people can be racist or oppressive simply because of their skin color. That's what this amendment does. So you either believe that it's okay to teach this and push this poisonous ideology on men and women who put on the uniform to serve and protect our country and potentially to die and pay the ultimate sacrifice for America. You either believe it's okay to teach that to them or you don't. I believe that it's counterproductive. It's not sustainable for this country to ask men and women to raise their right hand to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America if at the same time you're teaching them that the Constitution is racist. We have to do a better job at teaching them that America is worth fighting for. And that's exactly what this amendment does. I yield back.
Just one quick comment. The original Constitution said that a black person was 3/5 of a person. So, you know, certainly the Constitution evolved, but there was some history there that I don't think we should ignore and whitewash. Mr. Morelli is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with many of my colleagues who spoke I think, quite eloquently in opposition to the amendment, but I didn't want the moment to pass without at least acknowledging a significant irony here, which is it appears that the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and the gentleman from Indiana, the sponsor of the amendment, have apparently read extensively the critical race theory and how to become an anti-racist and other volumes because they've commented on them so much, but it doesn't appear as though they've been indoctrinated. It doesn't appear as though it has somehow programmed them to think in a particular way. So I would think that the men and women of our service academies have at least as much ability as the two gentlemen to read and make decisions on what they view to be appropriate and what decisions they will make about what they read, and that they can distinguish the things they agree with and not agree with, hopefully to be educated to perhaps think differently. I'm sure the gentleman and I would arrive at different conclusions having read it, but it does seem interesting to me that their argument on the fact that they read extensively on this takes away from their argument and suggests that the men and women who are in our service academies can certainly make these judgments for themselves. And so I will certainly vote in opposition to the amendment, and the horrors that have been described clearly will not come true. So I yield back.
Ms. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. There's a difference between reading something as a lawmaker because you are trying to understand its context in pedagogy and society, and then having something delivered to you as a student in our military academies. And what my colleague's argument also ignores is there's an opportunity cost here. There's actually real stuff that these students need to be learning about cyber and about warfare and even other things that expand the mind. The problem is that this specific curriculum that the Banks Amendment identifies, chapter and verse, does not do those things. It does not expand the mind. It constrains the mind. It makes you think that we are a society where your grievance matters more than the contribution you can make. And that the immutable traits that a person carries with them through life do not make that person less valuable as an American. And the bank's provisions of exclusion localize a critique on that. It doesn't stop us from teaching history. It doesn't stop us from walking through the modernization of our Constitution to be more just and proper. I do believe it's probably important to recognize that Even our founders in the Constitution understood that we would need to do other things to be a more perfect union, but that doesn't mean the Constitution is racist or our country is inherently, intractably racist. And that's what critical race theory teaches, and that's why it shouldn't be rejected. And the notion that we're able to read it, decipher it, and then reject it does not mean that there is just an endless opportunity of classroom time at our service academies to be able to push this vial. I thank the lady, and I yield back.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know that here in a moment I have a bill on a similar subject. And before I talk about my bill, which is related to this, I just want to share this. I think we're making the same mistake here today that defines the issue of race in America right now. It's as if we're kind of talking past each other, and we're not listening to what the other person is saying. I'll never forget when a friend of mine, African-American, sat me down and said, hey, Mark, you know, when you say all lives matter in the context of this, it communicates this to African-American people. And I was enlightened by that. And I said, okay, I get it. And then I shared, well, when you take a knee and that flag-draped coffin is what I think about, or the rows of crosses. And we had a moment where we connected. It was almost like, you know, the argument I have with my wife sometimes. I think I'm going to say the exact right thing, you know, and I don't. And it's just the opposite. And I think that's the problem in America right now. We're saying things and hearing different things. No one here wants the history of our country not to be taught. I mean, I want my kids to know the stories. And I think it's important. The lessons that we've learned have made us a better country. So these bills on critical race theory are not designed to stop that story from being told. In just a second, if I can. What I have learned about critical race theory is that it actually advocates discrimination, which is against the law. And no person should be judged by the color of their skin. That's the power of what Martin Luther King said. But critical race theory, from what I've read of it, says just the opposite. That you should judge a person based on the color of their skin, assuming that they're racist because they're a certain color. Or you should discriminate against that person because others were discriminated against, and it's a way of undoing it. Now, the way these bills have been worded is to try our very best to define what is bad about that. So you can't teach something that is inherently, that one race is inherently better than another. And that's why those definitions were put in there. So I just want to be heard. This is not about wanting to hide the huge mistakes of our past. It's to make sure we're not driving a wedge that can stop the reconciliation that is so desperately needed. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. Well, actually, there was no time to expire, but I think we've debated the issue. So if there are no further speakers, real quick. Mr. Fallon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, my heart was racing the whole time this debate went on, and I am going to yield some time to my Democratic colleague. This is just about teaching history in context. That's what we want. We've had some horrible parts of our history. Anybody denying that is a moron. And some of it's shameful, but there's not one person in the room that did any of that. It comes down to whether or not you believe the United States is a net positive force in the world today. The world was a very racist place 100 years ago. The world, not just this country, because it was a very big place. And they weren't as enlightened as we happen to be now. So when I hear things like we white people from somebody that happens to be white from our friends across the aisle, I think of my parents. My parents taught me you judge somebody on who they are and not what they are. That's inherent. We're not going to succeed as a country if we don't get past that. And I want my children to learn about the good and the bad and the context. Mr. Banks' bill or amendment does not do that. But what critical race theory does, it is teaching that racism is baked into all the systems in the institutions, and we're inherently a racist country. That's why there's so much opposition to it. And I'll yield the balance of my time to my Democratic colleague.
I appreciate you yielding. We all have a lot more we need to learn. And while your intention may not be to create a wedge, the issue itself and the way in which it's being framed is creating the wedge that you say that you don't want to have. Instead of us talking about how we should be addressing the issues in Afghanistan, supporting our men and women who are serving our country right now around the world, making sure that we're adequately providing the resources and the tools that we need, you all have decided to bring this issue into the debate in this committee on the National Defense Authorization Act. Why? Why?
You want me to answer?
It's a rhetorical question. And one that I think everyone should really have to answer for themselves.
Gentleman's time has expired. That all those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No.
No. No. No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Yes. Recorded vote is requested. Further consideration of the amendment will be suspended. It's now in order to consider log number 928 by Mr. Green. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 928, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, our military service academies exist to train men and women to lead service members as cohesive teams to kill our nation's enemies in combat. To do that, we train them to create a command climate in which each soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine and Coast Guardian has the back of the member to their left and right. Imagine how our military units are going to build unit cohesion when our military academies are teaching a theory that because a person has a certain skin color, that person is automatically assumed to be a racist. How do you build team atmosphere in warriors if you're teaching them that the person next to them is a racist? We also teach our officers to obey and defend the laws of the land. Discrimination is against the law. Critical race theory is an ideology that divides and insists that people are racist because they're a particular race, and that discrimination is the way you solve past racism and discrimination. Essentially, teaching that breaking the law is how we fix the mistakes of the past. Our nation has clearly made mistakes. I shared a few moments ago. We should teach our history. There are many different curriculums out there to do that, and to suggest that critical race theory is the only way that it can be done is, well, not intellectually honest. But to teach that discrimination is justifiable repeats some of the very mistakes that we've made in the past. And just so you know, I've had many African Americans reach out to my office. They have spoken out against critical race theory. They want the truth too, they just don't want the division. And they too see CRT as a division. Critical race theory should not be taught in our military academies. It's divisive, it destroys unit cohesion, and it encourages breaking the law to solve past wrongs. This amendment simply says that it can't, and it defines those things that we all would agree shouldn't be taught. In the bill, simply says those things can't be taught at our nation's service academies. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
This is essentially the same debate that we just had, and we will have a couple more times. I think that the one key thing from what the gentleman said is, we are not suggesting, the military is not suggesting that critical race theory is the way to address racism. And that is the false issue that I think Mr. Horsford was alluding to being brought up here, that this is being, spread out throughout the military and, as has been suggested, is being indoctrinated. That is simply not the case. The military, no place, is telling people this is the right, the truth, this is what you must believe, you have to do that. That is simply not happening. which again is why Mr. Horsford, brings up his point of what is this really about? Also, the way a lot of these amendments are worded, it's a pretty broad definition. This will, without a shadow of a doubt, discourage people in the military from attempting to address issues of diversity and racism. No doubt about it. This will have a chilling effect on that. And for what? To stop the military from indoctrinating people in something that they're not indoctrinating people in. So that's why bringing up this issue is both harmful and pointless at the same time. Pointless in terms of accomplishing anything positive, and harmful in getting at what Mr. Fallon and Mr. Green in particular have very heartfelt articulated the need to deal with. These amendments are not helping in that regard, because that's not what is going on. Now, as it happens, CRT is one thing that's out there. So, and again, as Chairman Milley, and I have the quote here, I don't know if it's worth reading, pointed out, just because you teach what communism believes doesn't mean that you're a communist. That's exactly what he said. And I have not actually been to a military school, but I know at the War College and others, they frequently have taught what Mao is talking about, what Marx is talking about. As it happens, I studied a lot of that in college. Wasn't a communist then, not a communist now. So that's that point. So we are raising an issue that is not happening in a way that will undermine. All these amendments are about, if you start talking about this stuff, we are going to be all over you. Number one, restricting what you can do with it. And number two, requiring you, as the one amendment that was put forward, the paperwork equivalent of an act of God to try to establish what you're doing, so don't you dare go there. That is the overall effect of all of these amendments, is to block the effort to do what you all claim, not all, sorry, a couple of you, have claimed that you really want to do. So that's the concern about the amendment. All right. Further debate. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sorry, I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, I disagree. I've spoken with a number of service members, Navy personnel, also Army, who have told me exactly what they're being taught, and what you've characterized is not accurate. It's a loaded agenda. There are slide decks that basically, at the very beginning, white participants are told that you have inherent bias. You don't know you've got it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and it's dangerous. And it honestly, it pains my heart. I was proud of the service that I gave for 26 years. The military isn't perfect, but I always found it to be a better organization than the outside society. And I remember on my first deployment on the Forrestal, I had a black senior chief petty officer. We were down on the mess decks one night, and he said, Lieutenant, back when I first came in, as my first cruise as a sailor, you couldn't have been down here on these mess decks. We used to have race riots down here on the decks. Isn't it amazing how things have changed over the 25 years since I came in? Later on in the early 90s, I had a black buddy of mine that I flew with. We would always get in vigorous debates on a number of issues, and I remember a new book had come out from Dinesh D'Souza about race, and we got in some really interesting conversations about it. And he said, what I find amazing is the dichotomy in my life that I face between when I'm wearing my uniform and when I go home and take that off. And he said, you don't see it because we work together here day by day, but you should come follow me around the Orange Park Mall on a Saturday when I'm in civilian clothes. And he said, here is a lieutenant in the Navy in uniform. I am treated with respect and dignity. I don't get that on the outside. Right. And I fear that we are really destroying a lot of good that I think the best institution in this country has fought to garner over decades. And we're not perfect, but we're a hell of a lot better than we used to be, and we're in danger of losing all the progress we've made over these decades by pushing this narrative that our military is no different than the rest of society out there and that everybody in uniform is a racist. I just won't stand for it. I support both of these amendments. Now yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Mr. Brown.
Thank you. So the concern that I have with these amendments is if you take out the term critical race theory and you focus on some of the things that you say we want to eliminate, I'd agree with that. I mean, who wants to introduce or teach things that create division? Who wants to instill racism within a a student population at our service academies. The problem is that you're mischaracterizing critical race theory. Now, I won't argue with the examples that you might use about this author said this and he's a critical race theorist or someone else, but just like other theories, there are some people that are extreme one way or the other. Critical race theory started at Harvard Law School in the 1970s. I went to Harvard Law School. It was critical legal studies. And as I said in one of the other debates, it is a framework that, whether you agree with it or not, but it is a theory that explains how race and the legal system has resulted in some of the conditions that exist today. For example, Constitution, measure me as 3/5 as a human. Okay, there were Supreme Court cases that said I was property. Okay, at the end of slavery and when Reconstruction was over, the legal system, and whether you agree with it or not, this is the theory, the legal system began over-incarcerating black men. Okay, so a critical legal theorist might say, today the mass incarceration of blacks is a residual legacy effect of that. You may agree with it or not. It's trying to explain current day mass incarceration. Today, African Americans' net worth, our wealth, is considerably lower than a white family. A critical legal theorist might say, hey, listen, here's an explanation using legal framework. Okay, there was a time in this country, it happens to a lesser extent today, when there was serious redlining. Banks redlined black families out of neighborhoods. They couldn't buy a home, so they rented in dilapidated neighborhoods. So that has a legacy, a residual effect that plays out today in this disparity in wealth. So whether you agree with the theory or not, critical race theory, based on critical legal studies, is an effort to look at the legal system, the laws, the statutes, the practices and customs in the economy, in society, in government, to explain race relations and why we see some of the conditions we have today. That's critical race theory. Some people may take it to extreme, I don't know, and say that America is a racist nation, or they may say it's based on hate. I'm not gonna take issue with who said what, but that's not critical race theory. I studied critical legal studies at Harvard. That's the basis for critical race theory. In none of the classes I sat in did I hear some of the things that are, proposed findings in these amendments. So if you had an amendment that said, let's go after the bad, that's fine. But you're going after something that just in and of itself is not the problem that you think it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have to update some of my own legal studies from law school, and perhaps my friend from Maryland would do the same. Because while it's true the critical race theory emerges from critical legal studies, the initial frame said that we have to view all things in the law through the lens of race first. That is a very different thing than saying that you have to evaluate all aspects of society through race first. And I'm not hand-selecting critical race theorist authors. These are the founding fathers and mothers of critical race theory. Don't take my word for it, the gentlelady from California said it was Ibram Kendi's How to Be Anti-Racist that informs her perspective on critical race theory. And Kendi says capitalism is racist and racism is capitalist. Those are not values that we want instilled in our military. I want to address the point the chairman made about, well, we can learn about communism and we don't all become communists. Communism is not an immutable trait. You can sit before a group of students at West Point and lay out a political theory, and then that person can choose to reject or accept the political theory or analyze its frailties or benefits. But when you tell people that you are frail and you are privileged and you are racist because you're white, there is no way to divorce yourself from that in an educational setting. There is no way to have that not affect you. And it is, in fact, the critical race theorists who say that Dr. King was wrong. And I think it's okay for the Armed Services Committee to say, Dr. King was right. We've had enough of a perspective on history of that. And so the other argument we heard is that, well, why do we have to bring this up as an issue? We did not pick this fight. We don't want this fight. We'd rather be talking to you about something else. We have to raise the issue, my colleague, because
Just a
when
second.
we
Gentleman,
ask
gentleman was
questions...
suspended. Just a second. Can't have heckling. It's his time. We'll give everybody else their time when it comes. Mr. Gates.
My initial question to Lloyd Austin was, how should we think about critical race theory? That was the question, with no prejudice, with no editorializing, with no hyperbole. And his answer was, we don't do it. And then, lo and behold, it turns out they do it. And they're having professors tell students what whiteness is who believe that whiteness is wrong. And no one is wrong because they're white. And no one's wrong because they're black or any other color in this country. And that is what we have to firmly reject. The chairman said that critical race theory, the chairman said that this debate, that bringing these amendments, was both harmful and pointless. Harmful and pointless is how we think about critical race theory, and it's why this endeavor to extract it from our military and from our country is worth the time we are spending on it. I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what the full grievance is that the prior speaker talked about, but I just want to be absolutely clear that these amendments are doing nothing but peddling made-up attacks to try to divide us. That is what this is about. You're not focused on crushing the pandemic, focusing on our economy, making sure our children are safe to go back to school, supporting our troops. You spent more than an hour trying to create an issue to divide us. So while you focus on dividing us, the rest of us will deliver for the American people.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, if we could, I know there's a lot of people who want to speak about this. This is one of those issues that we could talk about for days, literally. I think everyone's made their points. Everyone's had a fair shot. We'll go a little while longer here. But if you could be judicious at this point, it would be in the best interest of this committee's work and what we're trying to do here. Not silence and debate. We've had a big, robust debate. But we do have other things to talk about, and we have to get through this. So we'll do a couple more. We got a couple more of these amendments coming. So let's try to wrap this up relatively expeditiously. All right.
I completely agree with the chairman.
Who wants recognition?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Waltz, I think, did want recognition, and I'm sorry. Mr. VC. Okay. Mr. Waltz, and then we'll do Mr. VC. Go ahead, Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and since many of Chairman Milley's comments that day were directed at me, I want to correct a few things for the record. Number one, again, as we've stated, but I think is well worth repeating, I think everyone who supports this amendment is absolutely in favor of a very honest and very realistic teaching of our history, and that our history in this country with race has been abhorrent. But, Mr. Chairman, I take umbrance with the notion that we are seeking to stop our military from dealing with racism or our history with racism. We are looking to stop what we believe, and what so many have brought to us believe, is indoctrination, that America and our military is fundamentally racist today. Not its history that so many have eloquently cited, today. Mr. Milley addressed his comments to me. He was responding to what I held up as a seminar that was taught to over 100 cadets, one of which could be our future chairman of the Joint Chiefs, on how to deal with whiteness and your white rage, taught by a woman who teaches that today the Republican Party is fundamentally racist, that is a platform of white racism, and that white people, all white people, rage stems from the advancement of black people, not 100 years ago, not 40 years ago, today. And that's why this is indoctrination, and that's why this is something that we seek to halt, and that is inappropriate to be taught to our future military leaders. It's activism, it's political, and it's inappropriate in an apolitical military. We cannot fight racism with more racism. And to my colleague, I want to be very clear. I wasn't even aware of these teachings. That seminar and others was brought to me by cadets, by soldiers, by families, actually citing other courses that we don't have time to get into today. One came home to their family and said they were embarrassed to be white, embarrassed to be a Republican, and embarrassed of their family. Another came home and questioned whether they wanted to remain in the military to defend a fundamentally racist country. Mr. Chairman, to say, I understand you're saying this is not happening in our force, but I'm going to respond to so many soldiers and families who say it is, and that it's dividing our military, hurting unit cohesion, and hurting morale. And this is something that I think is absolutely appropriate for this committee to address. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Mr. Vesey, Ms. Bice, and Ms. Jacobs, and I would love it if we could call it right there. Ms. Bice is saying no. Okay. Mr. Vesey?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We've talked a lot about racism and how it's structured throughout things in the past, but I want to talk about something recent that was very disturbing. A few years ago, and they were kids from the Dallas area. They were students at OU. And there was a song that they created to, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And basically it was, there will never be a NSAE. There will never be a NSAE. You can hang one from a tree, but one will never join with me. There will never be a NSAE. And of course, the knee-jerk reaction to that was, oh, that's just that chapter. Those are just some kids in that chapter that were on that bus singing the song with a black bus driver that was taking them to see a black concert, a black performer at a concert. And they were like, oh, no, it's an isolated incident. Thank God that there were people that were a part of that chapter that said, no, I went to, this school in the South in 1978 and we sang the song. And then other people were like, no, we sang the song. It comes out that not only did they sing the song, but throughout that, about 6 or 7 fraternities and sororities have very segregationist, anti-interracial relationship stances, token people that they pledge, different things like that. That is really structured within that fraternal and sorority order that they have. And again, this was a few years ago, wasn't a long time ago. And some of these kids are going into the business world. They're going into the military to be officers. Some of them probably are now. And if we have a chance to impress up on young people how that sort of structure is built into the way that they think, and we can change them for the better, we ought to. Representative Spear put together an amazing trip to Fort Hood back in March or April. And I'm going to take off my black hat for a second. Just put on my male hat. Listening to a female soldier talk to us off the record about how she was going to figure out how she was going to stay in the military because she had a baby and the guy that she had the baby with, who was also in the military, left her. And, they change her shift and she has to figure out how she's going to get daycare. And I thought to myself, I said, structurally, this system is built for that guy that moved to another state, for him to stay in the military and for him to continue on and have a military career. But for her, she's probably going to have to leave. She'll probably end up getting discharged because her being a single mom doesn't fit within the mission of the Army and the way that it's structured. And so learning how we can fix things like that when things are structured against people, whether it's race or whether it is...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
So we're pretty close to wrap up here. Ms. Jacobs, do you have something incredibly compelling to close us out here?
I just want to make one quick point that
Sure.
This is not just about equity and wokeness. It's actually also about the effectiveness of our military forces. We know that when we send them to foreign countries, them being able to understand the systems and cultures that they're operating in are incredibly important. I would venture to say that part of our failure in Afghanistan was due to our superficial understanding of their society and culture. And we need to be training our military and civilian leaders to understand these systems and biases and recognize their own blind spots and think differently, so that we don't make these mistakes moving forward. I yield back.
Thank you. All right, the question occurs on the amendment by Mr. Green. Yes. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I request?
Recorded vote is requested. We will suspend further discussion of that amendment. Mr. Rogers is recognized.
I would point out that on the last two amendments, we have spent in excess of about 40 minutes. So I just want to caution everybody. I'm like the chairman, I've been here a very long time. If we're going to spend this much time on the remaining amendments, we're going to be here till about 1 or 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So I would urge people to be more concise, and if you don't feel like you've got to speak, don't speak. Because these amendments, we all know what we're going to do on them. We all understand them. You're not changing anybody's mind. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. It's now in order to consider, if I'm looking at this correct, log number 936 amendment by Ms. Hartzler. For what purpose does Ms. Hartzler seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Well, thank you. This is an amendment that hopefully we can all agree on, and that's quality education for our military kids. I'm a former teacher, and I'm offering an amendment today that would withhold funding from teaching critical race theory in schools run by the Department of Defense Education Activity. Now, these schools have the vital role of educating the young children of our military members around the globe. And as members of Congress, we do have responsibility for the curriculum taught in schools run by the Department of Defense. That's why we're here. We fund and oversee all aspects of the Department of Defense, including military children's education. The military has a long tradition of meritocracy, a system where military members are judged not by their race, ethnicity, or religious beliefs, but by their accomplishments. When someone joins our armed forces, they start at the bottom with a peer group from around the nation and are given the equal opportunity to advance under the same standards. CRT insists that meritocracy is a myth, that your success or failure is predetermined by the color of your skin. The teaching of CRT belittles children, teaching some students that they themselves and their families are racist regardless of their individual actions, and teaching others that the deck is stacked against them no matter how talented they are or how hard they work. CRT is not the teaching of accurate history about our past, nor denying the horrific realities of slavery or Jim Crow. CRT is a cynical, destructive ideology whose only goal is to pit Americans against each other and undercut the fabric of our nation rather than helping it live up to its founding ideals. No parent should feel that their child's education will be weaponized to promote radical activist views or that America's history will be rewritten to tear down its founding principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This includes the children of our military service members serving around the globe whose parents are fighting to protect and uphold these principles. Children should be taught that America is a great nation, not perfect, but always moving towards that more perfect union, the place where the American dream is alive and well. From my perspective as a teacher, it is clear CRT and the idea that our children are inherently racist is detrimental to their growth as human beings and American citizens, resulting in inflamed hatred and more division. While left-wing activists talk of inclusion, they mean an obsessive focus on the things that set us apart. Indoctrinating students with these categorically false ideas are the antithesis of what education should be. Our schools should be teaching the ABCs, not CRT. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment for all the reasons that we stated over the course of the last 45 minutes. Is there any more debate? Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be extremely brief about this. I think the one thing that is very different about Ms. Hartzler's amendment
And the reason that it does deserve, I would suggest, additional consideration is we're talking about K through 12 students here. We're not talking about adults. And I have gotten contacts from men and women on our bases that are very concerned about this being taught in what is a K through 12 education system. And so with that, I'll leave it to the 30 seconds and just remind everybody that we're talking about K through 12 here, not higher education.
Thank you. Any further debate? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair and the ayes have it. Recorded
As
vote
for a
is
recorded
requested. We will have a recorded vote on that one as well. All right, it is now in order to consider log number 995 by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad I get the chance to introduce this amendment because it gives me the opportunity to respond to what my colleague said previously, that if we'd only had more critical race theory, maybe we would have been more successful in Afghanistan. Of all the things that have caused failure in Afghanistan, propping up a government that wasn't worth it, believing in an army of 300,000 strong that wasn't worth it, having no real evacuation plan, I don't think the reason we didn't build a Jeffersonian democracy out of sand and blood and Arab militias in Afghanistan was that we didn't have sufficient critical race theory. The Taliban won in Afghanistan without critical race theory. Don't see a whole lot of that with them, so I don't think necessarily that was the reason we did not prevail. This specific amendment gives my colleagues the opportunity to analyze the opportunity cost of critical race theory. It's my expectation that we won't get sufficient Democrat support to pass the previous prohibitions on critical race theory that are in the amendments, but if we are to continue to have critical race theory in the military, we should at least know how much time we're spending on it, what it's costing, and how it is weakening the readiness of our military. That's the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll just say I oppose this amendment for all the reasons stated before, except I will add one, and this is a good example of the problem. What Ms. Jacobs said is we had a problem in Afghanistan because we didn't understand the culture. Now, I would tend to agree that we had problems way beyond that. But anytime you start talking about culture, diversity, race, there's a tendency on the other side to say, oh, critical race theory, that's all it is. That's not what she said. She said, we didn't understand the culture, it would be important. And it was interpreted, it went through this interesting little filter to, oh, critical race theory. Not what she said. Not everything about race and diversity and dealing with racism is critical race theory. And that's the biggest reason why I'm opposed to these amendments. Ms. Loria is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll start out personally as a graduate of the United States Naval Academy and not Trump University. Going into my third NDAA, 13 and a half hours into this markup, we've expended 90% of our time in debate on issues not directly related to the defense of our nation. Do you think the Chinese are debating critical race theory? No. They're building ships and aircraft. They're exercising every element of their military and economic power to expand their sphere of influence, exert their unrecognized maritime claims, fortify artificial features, imposing restrictions on freedom of navigation in contradiction to international law. By the way, they implemented new restrictions on September 1st, which have gone unmentioned in this committee. Rather than serious policy debates about how to defend our nation, debates over strategy, about deterrence versus presence, force generation models, future force structure, failures and delays in maintenance, reforms in acquisition and Goldwater Nichols. No, we're debating an amorphous theory that our Secretary of Defense has told this committee critical race theory is not something that the Department of Defense teaches, professes, or embraces. So think about this. We've sat here and debated critical race theory for 1 hour and 18 minutes. That's 2.5 times the 29 minutes that we spent on increasing the defense budget by $24 billion. An amendment that actually provides real deterrence to the Chinese Communist Party. Imagine that you're the Japanese or the South Koreans or the Australians watching this hearing.
The only thing you conclude is that some on this committee are serious about the security of this country and our allies, and some are more concerned about securing political points. They could see us as divided, much as our country is today. Some members understand the serious nature of our challenges, and some members are completely unserious. If you are the Chinese Communist Party, you're smiling watching this because you know that there's an opening coming, an opening to test the resolve of this fractured country. I've been critical of this defense budget since it came out, and I thank my serious colleagues who also recognize the coming threat. But these amendments are a waste of time and do not do a damn thing to improve our national security. And I yield back.
Thank the representative. Representative Strickland of Washington State is recognized for 3 minutes.
So the resounding no vote that I'm going to give all of these amendments is really just based on my original point. This is nothing but a national campaign of manufactured grievance to distract from what's really happening. If you want to talk about the need to study critical race theory, look at what happened on January 6th. I yield my time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to quickly respond to what my colleague, Mr. Gates, said about my comments. I think it's quite telling that as he was refuting that if we understood the culture more, we would be more successful, that he called the people fighting in Afghanistan Arab militias. Maybe if we had understood that most of them were Pashtun, then we would have seen more quickly that the government wasn't stable, that the military wasn't working. So I don't need to belabor the point, but just wanted to say that he proved my point in his very statement refuting it. I yield back.
All right. Does anyone else seek time? All right. I believe we already, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. All right. We are now moving on to the next amendment on the list, which is Mr. Waltz. Log number 1460R1. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
So, Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment will seek to increase what is commonly known as the 127 ECHO program by $31,600,000, which would be the maximum authorization, to $100 million. That will enable the military to engage with surrogate forces in the purposes of continuing a counterterrorism campaign, specifically aimed towards the ongoing resistance to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. However, in light of Ranking Member Rogers' amendment to seek a strategy for over-the-horizon counterterrorism, as espoused by the administration, to actually get a plan, I withdraw my amendment. I yield my time.
Amendment is withdrawn. Next amendment is log number 1010R1 by Mr. Johnson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are now a year and a half into the COVID-19 global pandemic, and we are nowhere closer to learning about the origins of the virus than we were in March of 2020. This pandemic has taken the lives of nearly 640,000 Americans. It's torn families apart. It's ruined countless businesses, spurred on an unprecedented trampling of civil liberties that so many Americans once took for granted. Clearly, there needs to be an accountability for what has taken place in our country and around the world. My amendment would be a first step in that process. All it does is require the Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency to work with the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence to release an unclassified report to the American people about the origins of the virus. The American people deserve to know what our intelligence agencies have gathered thus far about what actually took place at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and any efforts the Chinese Communist Party made to conceal the activities conducted in that lab. To be fair, the Director of National Intelligence has just released some information to the American people. On Friday, as you probably all know, she released an unclassified summary of a report presented to President Biden. But that document is barely longer than a page. Surely after a year and a half, we have additional information that can and should be presented to the American people so they can draw their own conclusions. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very simple amendment. I yield back.
I shouldn't speak for everybody. I am prepared to accept this amendment. It makes sense. We ought to hear what the Department of Defense has to say, unless somebody wants to comment on it further. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider log number 987R2 by Mr. Gallagher. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
The intent is very similar to the one just offered by Mr. Johnson, a little bit more specific to the World Military Games, which took place in Wuhan, China from October 18th through 28th in 2019. We had competitors from over 100 countries, including 200 American athletes and staff. And then critically, after the games, athletes from several nations reported becoming sick with COVID-19-like symptoms. There was a French athlete who reported becoming sick at the games and later was told by a military doctor that she may have contracted COVID-19. Reports also indicate that athletes from Italy, Germany, Sweden, Luxembourg may all have become sick with symptoms consistent with COVID-19. And other athletes reported nearly empty or ghost town-like streets in Wuhan. Admittedly, these are anecdotal stories, but these reports raise important questions about the CCP's official timeline for the outbreak, and we can't understand the origin unless we get the timeline right. We have public reporting that's revealed that 3 researchers from the Wuhan Institute of Virology sought hospital care for COVID-like symptoms in November of 2019. Our former CDC director has estimated the virus began circulating in Wuhan in September or October 2019. We have a ton of unanswered questions about the origins of the pandemic, and so this would simply force the Department of Defense to answer key questions, such as whether any of our athletes became sick with symptoms consistent with COVID-19 after the World Military Games, whether they even had their blood tested upon return from Wuhan, whether home military installations of the service members returning from Wuhan experienced any outbreaks. The point is, Mr. Johnson referenced that unclassified intelligence assessment, which said, without the cooperation of China, we're unlikely ever to understand the origin of this pandemic. That's bogus. There are plenty of things that we can do with the information at our fingertips in order to get a better understanding of the origin of this pandemic so that we can prevent something like this from ever happening again. I'm not privileging one hypothesis over the other, lab leak or zoonotic origin. I simply want to get to the bottom of it, and this is one small step that DOD can take to help us understand where and how the pandemic started. And so with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. I think that the previous amendment kind of covered this stuff. I certainly think, on the previous amendment, DOD should take a look at it and try to come to a conclusion. I don't know that we need to give them a specific subset to examine. But does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, like I said, I think it's a subset of the previous one, but we can deal with it more down the road. So I'm not going to oppose it at this time. We'll have further discussions about it, but I don't oppose. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Amendments agreed to. And we are now moving on to log number 1042 by Mr. Kelly. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I left down earlier. I want to thank my personal staff for the incredible work they've done on this NDAA. Major Tony Starks, my Army fellow, and Rodney Hall, my MLA. This is a new semiconductor manufacturing facilities are dependent on the adequate and resilient supply of semiconductor manufacturing equipment, SME, and semiconductor materials. As noted in the White House Supply Chain Report, incentive to support key upstream industries such as SME and semiconductor materials are key to strengthening the ecosystem for semiconductor manufacturing. Current shortages have illustrated the complex and unpredictable nature of global semiconductor supply chains. The amendment adds just a few words to clarify eligibility for the Section 9902 incentive program to clarify that upstream manufacturers and material suppliers may compete for grant funding. Further, other countries, notably China, already provide new incentives for equipment and material production within their borders. A failure to do so as part of our national security strategy could jeopardize U.S. efforts to regain leadership in the semiconductor sector that are desperately needed to mitigate the adverse impacts of future supply chain disruptions. With all that being said, I have not received all the other waivers back from other committees, and Mr. Chairman, at this time I withdraw my amendment. But I do hope that we will keep working to try to solve this national security issue.
The amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider log number 1252R4, amendment by Mr. Brown. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying that the vast majority of men and women who serve in our armed forces are honorable and they serve with integrity, but I don't think we can be blind to the growing threat of extremism within our ranks. This isn't just my opinion. I base it on a few things that have demonstrated that there is a rising threat of extremism. In October of 2020, the Pentagon report to Congress detailed how domestic extremists actively recruit military personnel. A 2020 gang and domestic extremist activity threat assessment from the Army CID showed a 66% increase in extremism from 2019 to 2020. Even last year's NDA conference report that was issued in December recognized a rise in extremism, and the conference committee even suggested that we should be considering creating a punitive article under the UCMJ. Now, while my amendment is not about what happened on January 6th, I think we should appreciate the fact that 20% of those who were charged with offenses conducted on Capitol Hill had military experience. Some were on active duty, some were in the reserve, and some retired. So I have an amendment to give commanders and the department tools, and this is what it includes. And it's been responsive to, I think, some of the points that Ms. Hartzer made. It's been responsive to informal discussions with the Department of Defense. Here's what it does. It clarifies that the Secretary of Defense has the existing authority to separate members of extremist organizations to maintain good order and discipline, and it requires the Secretary of Defense to define extremism and the procedures to separate extremists. Number two, it requires data collection and reporting requirements so we can comprehensively track extremism in the armed forces and coordinate information and resource sharing. Three, training and education. The goal isn't to prosecute and separate people for extremism. The goal is to keep it out. So training and education for commanders, recruiters, ROTC, service academies, it's not critical race theory, and service members transitioning into civilian life. And four, it provides an institutional capacity, creating an Office of Counter-terrorism within the Undersecretary for Personnel. Our good friend Gil Cisneros is now the Undersecretary, because so as long as extremism exists in American society, the military will be an object and target because of what it offers, soft skills and hard skills that extremist groups like. Mr. Chairman, we retain religious liberties. We don't alter the political rights that service members have, nor privacy rights. My time has expired. Certainly, I'd like to answer any questions if people have them. But with that, Mr. Chairman, let me yield back and offer the amendment for favorable consideration by the committee.
Mr. Gallagher.
My two rules in life are never get involved in a land war in Asia and don't make a habit of engaging in debate with my colleague, Mr. Brown, because he's very skilled. But regrettably, I have to oppose this amendment. We've just conceded, indeed, the whole purpose of this bill concedes that we don't have a definition for extremism. That was sort of the takeaway from the debate we had a few hours ago. We don't have an accepted definition. We've had multiple hearings. That's the case. We don't know how to define this. And so I have concern about creating an office to counter extremism when we don't even know how to define extremism, point one. I have problems with creating a reporting database of extremism allegations between service members. I think that could spiral out of control pretty quickly. And then finally, I do think we have to be wary about layering on additional bureaucracy with these new offices in the Pentagon. I'm highly skeptical that it would actually solve the problem. From just in the past 2 decades, the top 5 tiers of the Pentagon have gone from 363 people in 1998 to 870 in 2020, and at the assistant secretary level alone, the numbers have gone from 193 to 629. There are now 33 layers of bureaucracy at the top of the Defense Department, and so I just really think this goes in the opposite direction, regardless of the underlying issue of where we want to take the Pentagon, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield to respond to?
Yes.
I'll respond to at least 2 of them. In terms of a passing an amendment or the NDAA when we haven't defined it, what I failed to mention is, and again, this was in response to what I heard, and during the course of this committee markup, we amended the amendment, we revised the amendment. Nothing in this amendment is effective until the Secretary of Defense comes back with a definition of extremism and the procedures to implement it. We tell them, I know Ms. Hartzer wanted 30 days, we started at 120 days. We give the Secretary of Defense 60 days. You come back with the definition for extremism, you come back with the definition of the procedures to address it, and then the rest of the bill goes into effect. I agree with you that we can all perhaps agree that the bureaucracy in the Pentagon has gotten big, and we should probably look at things to cut. This doesn't really create a bureaucracy. It's one person in an office tapping into existing systems in the Pentagon. But look, this is a big problem, and you got to throw somebody at it. I know right now, there's that working group to counter extremism that's in the Pentagon. My concern is it goes away in 6 months, but extremism in America doesn't.
Can I reclaim my 20 seconds remaining? I guess my concern would be what happens if the Secretary comes back with the definition. He's satisfied your requirement to create the office, but we still disagree that that definition is adequate. I think it goes too far, might not go far enough. I would still have that concern because he's satisfied your requirement, the office exists, and it's empowered to do things that could be counterproductive. I've run out of time.
I will take the time and happy to yield any of it to let you guys. Just worried that this means that Mr. Gallagher is planning on launching a land war in Asia. But with that concern, I mean, we asked for a definition. He asked for a definition. You say you don't like the definition. I mean, we got to start somewhere. And starting with the definition seems like a pretty good place to start. I think Mr. Brown has done a good job of working this amendment to address some of the issues because one way or the other, the military is going to be dealing with extremism. At least this gives us some parameters around that to say, define it. If we don't like the definition, we can then, deal with that. But we've been saying for quite a while that there needs to be a definition. So if for no other reason, the fact that this requires that and calls for it, I think it's a good reason to support the amendment. If either Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Brown wishes any more time, they're welcome to it. Okay, Mr. Bacon.
Just a quick question for Mr. Brown. Do we not have offices in the services and in DOD that are already working the extremism issue? Because it seems to me we do, but I'm not sure.
So what we did, you may recall, last Congress, and I think Representative Spears led that effort. We created the special investigator for extremism, a few other things. So we do have someone who's investigating complaints around that. But what we're proposing, where there's a training component, which is very important. Right now, there's an existing insider threat program that the DoD runs service component wide. It puts it into that program. So we're not creating a new bureaucratic program. We're incorporating it in there. So you've got this now director for the Office of Counter-terrorism, who's looking at the policy, the training, the data collection, working with the services and working interagency, namely with the FBI. Okay, so yes, we have someone, but it's a narrower scope of what they're doing on extremism.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question occurs on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed will say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, regrettably, I have to ask for a recorded
A recorded vote is requested.
Taiwan's in my security perimeter in that Asia.
And further discussion of this amendment will be suspended until we get to the vote. It is now in order to consider log number 1370R4 by Mr. Crow. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I proposing this amendment to address a very critical and important oversight related to the current operations and future operations in Afghanistan. Obviously, at the end of our 20-year war, there's a lot of feelings that the veterans have regarding this war and how it ended, but we have very critical needs, prospective and future needs that have to be addressed regarding counterterrorism operations, the protection of special immigrant visa applicants and potential applicants, and many other components. As many of the people on this committee know, last cycle, during the last NDAA cycle, Ms. Cheney and I proposed an amendment that would provide really critical oversight and engage this Congress and engaging with the administration to ensure that we had a role and we had a say in the process of how the operations were being conducted in the name of the people that we represent. This amendment actually mimics in many ways the elements of that last amendment. What we did is we taken the oversight elements that many of you have voted for in the past, and we've carried them forward into this amendment to say what we want is some reports from the administration, the Department of Defense, that would outline our current over-the-horizon capabilities, future over-the-horizon capabilities, an assessment of counterterrorism vulnerabilities and needs, an assessment of SIV processes and protections in place, as well as many other very critical components. We think this is a pragmatic first step in engaging the Congress in this oversight and engaging with the department and the administration to ensure that our immediate counterterrorism threats and force protection threats are addressed adequately. And with that, I will reserve the remainder of my time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the gentleman's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to adopt it.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague for bringing this amendment. And I want to remind people in this committee that for weeks, really months now, this committee was asking questions of the administration of how they intended to get our SIVs out of Afghanistan. And the bottom line is they did nothing. Now, I had hundreds of people who were the families of people who trained in my district, and they were left. They didn't get left because they didn't get through a Taliban checkpoint. They were at the gates for days and days and days. And let me tell you something. For the administration, for Joe Biden to get on TV and talk about how successful it was, when he abandoned those people, and they talk about the fact that they brought 120,000 people out, well, who did you bring out? Because the SIVs that we had at the gate for days got left behind. So I appreciate the gentleman bringing this amendment. I talked to CENTCOM about those SIVs, and I talked to them about the equipment that was left. And I asked them if it was going to be destroyed. And the answer was yes, that they intended to destroy as much of it as they could. But what you see on TV is our military equipment being paraded through the streets of Afghanistan with terrorists riding around in it. Now, this is an absolute failure by the administration, and Joe Biden owns it. And now there's been a lot of blame put on Lloyd Austin and Mark Milley. But I'm going to tell you something. When it comes down to getting our SIVs out, that's on Secretary Blinken, and that's on Joe Biden. That's on the two of them, not on our military. Now, the men and women that went over there and did the job they did in the last 14 days, I can't imagine the conditions that they were operating under. But someone needs to be held accountable for the abandonment of the American citizens and the abandonment of the SIVs. And I know for a fact that hundreds of them that are related to the people that trained at Moody Air Force Base were stranded and abandoned at the gate. So with that said, I can't wait to vote for this amendment. I commend Mr. Crow for bringing this, and I commend the committee, too, for challenging the Biden administration to start working on the SIVs months ago. And their abandonment of them is one of the biggest disgraces this country has ever endured.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support Mr. Crow's amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. This should not be a partisan issue. We have a solemn responsibility to have hard, honest discussions about the 20 years of cascading failures that ended with the tragic events of the past weeks and the deaths of 13 service members. We owe the American people answers, and this amendment is a start to that process. I wholeheartedly supported President Biden's courageous decision to end our mission in Afghanistan. In doing so, he pulled thousands of our troops out of harm's way and did what previous administrations failed to do. However, like many, I was horrified by the tragic displays of desperation that we witnessed in the final weeks of our mission. There is no question that in the final stages of this conflict, we failed to fully uphold our moral obligation to our citizens and allies still stranded in Afghanistan. There's also no question that the Taliban demonstrated in the past 2 weeks, as they have over the past 20 years, that they cannot be taken at their word. In the closing days of our evacuation, they showed their true colors, denying American citizens access to the airport and brutally beating those who dared to try and escape. As we sit here tonight, or this morning, they are actively hunting our allies who were left behind. We have no reason to expect that their actions will be any different now that we have left the country. For that reason, we must have a concrete plan to leverage our diplomatic and military strength to ensure the immediate evacuation of our remaining citizens and allies. After our citizens and allies are safe, we must make sure that the end of our presence in Afghanistan does not mean the end of freedom for the Afghan people. I applaud President Biden's commitment to ongoing humanitarian and development assistance in Afghanistan, particularly for Afghan women and girls who have made historic progress over the past 20 years. Those gains must not be lost. So as this chapter in our history comes to a close, I also want to thank the service members and veterans who will continue to provide over-the-horizon support in Afghanistan. Their tireless efforts will prevent terrorism and ensure our long-term national security. I thank Mr. Crow for his continued leadership on this issue, and I yield back.
Mr. Gallego. Hey, Ruben.
I apologize. I have. Yeah, can I pass for now? I apologize.
Absolutely. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you.
I yield my time to Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Houlihan. I just want to be really clear what this bill doesn't do versus what it does do. This is not a political bill. This is not assign blame. This is not try to conduct an assessment of what is not a 2-week issue, not a 2-month problem or issue, not a 2-year issue, but a 20-year issue for our country that spans 4 presidential administrations, multiple Congresses. There's going to be plenty of time to conduct a thorough assessment and a postmortem on what has been our longest war. That is not what this bill does. And I appreciate there's lots of heated opinions and thoughts on this, and I respect many of those and look forward to having that robust discussion. This bill is a short-term operational bill, that it meets immediate needs and contingencies that this Congress and this committee has oversight responsibility over. It does a very simple thing. It requires a report by the Department of Defense to this committee no later than December 31st of this year, and then every year thereafter until 2026 on the following items: assessment of over-the-horizon capabilities, a concept of force for the use of those capabilities, the size of such over-the-horizon force, the location of such force, the chain of command for such force, the launch criteria for the use of such force, any plans to expand or adjust the force over time, an assessment of terrorist threats in Afghanistan, an assessment of the quantity and types of U.S. military equipment remaining in Afghanistan, and an indication of whether the Secretary plans to leave, recover, or destroy such equipment, contingency plans for the retrieval of hostage rescue of U.S. citizens located in Afghanistan, contingency plans related to the continued evacuation of Afghans who hold special immigrant visa status, a concept of logistics support to support the over-horizon force of the United States, and assessments of Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K operations and their ability to conduct operations or to launch those operations outside of Afghanistan. And then a number of items regarding intelligence collection posture and potential cooperation between the Taliban, China, Russia, and Iran. That's what it does. These are things that fall uniquely within the purview. It does not try to assess lessons learned, does not try to talk about what went wrong or what could have done better. This is an immediate need. We'll have an opportunity to address those other things in the months and years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gallego.
Hang on. I may want you to get time. And let me speak.
Was that for me?
You're the only one we got. Yes, Mr. Gallego.
Thank you. I apologize.
That's all right.
I have a little one running around still. He's on West Coast time, so he's about to hit his bedtime. But, I really do appreciate the amendment that we have from our two members from Colorado and from Wyoming. I think the most important thing I want to focus on is that we do have to have a serious discussion about Afghanistan. Let's not forget that we had hit our time. We spent 20 years of our precious time, men and women's lives, our interests being distracted for so long. And for those to say that maybe we should have stuck around longer, it just, for me, feels that it's just another excuse, because we've done this over and over again, where we were told by generals, we were told by think tank specialists that all we had to do was just put a little more investment, put a little more time, and that we are going to turn the corner in Afghanistan. And, it just didn't happen. We didn't get an honest assessment about what was happening there. We never truly got a true understanding of what our goals and our missions were. And this idea that if we had just invested a little more time, things would change. What happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy, and I think we'll have time to review that. But let's not fool ourselves to think that the outcome would have been somehow different. It is sad to say that we know now men and women that died in Afghanistan prior or post September 11th. And it's a really big statement on us as a country that we stayed in this action for so long without any objection, without any goal, to the point where it ended where it did right now. So I do look forward to the Cheney-Crow amendment. I think that's a very valid place. But again, let's not fool ourselves and allow people to say that this could have gone longer. If we had just stuck out longer, things would have been different, because at the end of the day, it would have just been someone else, having to make this harder call, and with more lives at stake, both Americans' lives as well as Afghan lives. So with that, I yield back my time, and thank you everyone for your patience.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the amendment in front of us basically is, it does what Mr. Crow said it does. And there's a lot of other things to discuss here, but this is a more limited and focused amendment. I urge support for the amendment. With that, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to...
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Mr. Rogers, yes.
Now that we've moved into our second day of this markup, I would like to make a motion, or I'd like to request unanimous consent that we reduce the time limit from 3 minutes to 1 minute for each person being recognized. And you tender that to the chair.
Even for introducing the amendment?
I'm asking unanimous consent.
Yeah.
that we reduce the time limit.
Request
to
has
3
been
minutes.
made. Is there an objection? Yeah, no, please. All right. Mr. Brown, you're recognized. You got to speak into a mic, though, because there's some who can't hear.
The only thing is, for the person who's introducing.
Got to turn on your mic. People can't hear you.
For the person introducing the amendment, 1 minute, we get the amendments in real time. We don't get to read them. And sometimes you need an explanation. So I would ask, at least for the person that presents it,
Yeah,
if they can get the 3.
Could I object slightly? Could we do 2? Could we do 2? One's pretty tight, so I'll object to that. But I'll ask unanimous unanimous consent that the time for debate be limited to 2 minutes. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, we are down to 2. So it is now in order to consider log number 1508, amendment offered by Mr. Bacon. For what?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I'm trying to talk real fast.
Okay. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Turner and his staff, as well as our staff, for putting this amendment together. The chairman was right when he mentioned earlier tonight that you got to look at Afghanistan from a 20-year perspective. There were a lot of mistakes made, but it's clear also that the last 2 months has been seen by our public as a travesty and a disaster as it really is. I saw polling tonight where 74% of the Americans say, hey, this was that they didn't support or they didn't approve of what happened. A couple of issues are out there. We have 200 citizens that need to be rescued or more, and their families. Our allies are perturbed by the unilateral decisions that were made. And this amendment gets to the third area of big concern with the public, and that's the equipment that was left behind. So this amendment directs the Secretary of Defense to provide a report in 180 days and then a briefing to this committee in 200 days that provides an itemized list of the equipment and all the other munitions and everything that we left behind. So itemized, whether it's aircraft, Humvees, guns, NVGs, fuel, and also a value, an assessed value of that equipment left behind. And then finally, also an evaluation of maybe how the Taliban will likely use this equipment and what are the impacts to our national security. I think this deserves bipartisan support, and I hope you give it favorable assessment. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I do support the amendment. There's a lot of information that we need to get out of what happened here, and this is certainly one big chunk of it. Does anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Lamborn.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question for the sponsor. Like in the last Crow and Cheney amendment, it could be classified or unclassified at the discretion of the Secretary. Is that the same here? Because some of this is very sensitive information. I don't want the Chinese necessarily to know, or the Russians, everything that we left behind.
It doesn't detail that it has to be classified, but it also, you have to itemize classified things that were left behind, so I presume it will come back in a classified manner. But it doesn't demand that the Secretary of Defense give that to us. It'll be their decision whether they should classify it or not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think you raised a good point.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1458 by Ms. Bice. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, many of you know that Bagram Air Base had thousands of prisoners that were released, including many senior al-Qaeda operatives. The security implications of this prison release are extremely concerning. This amendment would require the DoD to report to Congress by November 1st on the security impacts posed by these prisoner releases in Afghanistan and throughout the CENTCOM AOR. We need to get a better grasp on the rapidly changing security situation and how it could ultimately impact our homeland. I ask my colleagues for their support, and I yield back.
I have similar sentiments about this one. I think this is information we definitely need, and I support it, don't have an objection to it. Does anyone else wish to comment on the amendment? Mr. Brown.
Yeah, friendly amendment, November 1st, 2021, that's this year. That'll probably be well after the conference report comes back to the House and the Senate. I'm not a soothsayer. I don't have a crystal ball, but even if we get this thing passed in October, that's short notice there.
Mr. Brown, actually, and this is something that I've learned comparatively recently, this is report language. So as soon as we pass it, they can go. So we're actually good on that front, but appreciate that. Anyone else have a comment on this? Hearing none, the question on the amendment is called. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log number 1296R2 by Mr. Jackson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to urge my colleagues to support my amendment to prohibit the transport of any money or items of value to the Taliban. I can't think of a single reason why DoD aircraft should ever be used to give money or other items of value to the Taliban, a terrorist organization who in a matter of weeks has worked to undo decades of gain and sacrifice. My team and I have been working around the clock the last few weeks trying to get our constituents from my district out of Afghanistan, but the Biden administration was happy to leave them behind so that they could meet the Taliban's deadline. This is the world we live in now, where terrorist organizations like the Taliban and ISIS get to define the left and right boundaries for the United States. Like many of my colleagues here on the committee, I spent time in the Middle East while on active duty, and I've seen firsthand the implications of the decisions we make here in Washington. I don't think anybody in this room was in favor of fighting an endless war, especially those of us who served in Afghanistan or had friends or family who served there. However, this outcome that we saw unfold over the last few weeks was not inevitable like President Biden wanted us to believe. This catastrophe was a result of failed leadership and political motivations. Without action from us here on the committee, the situation is only going to get worse because President Biden is going to continue to let the Taliban call the shots. I'm certain that the White House is going to bend and start delivering money, equipment, resources, and other items of value to the Taliban as a way to befriend this terrorist organization unless we do something to stop it. I refuse to stand by idly while this happens, which is why I drafted the amendment that ensures that none of the amounts authorized by this bill and made available to the Department of Defense can be used in any way for transporting currency or items of value to the Taliban. I believe this is a common sense issue that can be solved on a bipartisan basis. For those reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I agree with this amendment almost as much as I disagree with the reasoning that was just given for supporting it. The Biden administration does not have any intention of transferring anything to the Taliban, and that is a fundamental misunderstanding of what happened in the last couple of months and of Mr. Biden's viewpoints on Afghanistan. I mean, way back in 2009, he was of the opinion that the mission could not be successfully carried out and did not think that we should have surged troops back then, but instead should have gotten this direction. He has no intention of supporting the Taliban. So this amendment is fine. It's not going to happen. I don't agree that we have to do this to stop the Biden administration from doing something that they have no intention of doing, but it is nonetheless a good idea to not transfer weapons and equipment to the Taliban. So I support the amendment. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. I'm sorry. No? Okay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 1108 by Mr. Moore. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this amendment that is on the prohibition of transfers to Iran. None of the amounts authorized to be appropriated by this act or otherwise made available to the Department of Defense may be available to transfer or facilitate a transfer of pallets of currency, or any other items of value to the government of Iran, any subsidiary of such government, or any agent of instrumental of Iran. Simply put, in the negotiations for former President Obama with the JCPOA, there was $1.7 billion of currency transferred to Iran. And this amendment simply blocks any attempt or doing that again as President Biden, if President Biden is to enter into negotiations again with JCPOA to use defense monies to be transferred to Iran. I think we all understand that we know that the Iranian regime, how they use money, how they have targeted American troops, how they fund Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations, it's just bad policy. We don't need to be getting into, we don't have to capitulate in anything that we're doing with respect to any future negotiations with them. This amendment clearly just makes it that we do not transfer any of these funds, currency, or any other items of value to Iran. And with that, again, I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Again, as far as I know, we don't have any particular plans to send pallets of currency to Iran. So I don't see a problem with this unless I'm missing something. Does anyone else have a comment, wish to participate in the debate? We're good. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to, and it is now in order to consider log 1024 by Mr. Fallon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank my co-sponsor on this bipartisan amendment, Representative Luria. The FY13 NDAA included the Iran Freedom and Counter-Proliferation Act of 2012, which allowed for an exemption from the imposition of sanctions for reconstruction assistance or economic development for Afghanistan. The exception allowed for the operation of Chabahar Port in support of these goals. Chabahar Port in the Sistan-Balochistan province of Iran provided the previous government in Kabul with Iranian fuel and Iranian-made goods considered vital for the humanitarian assistance. My bipartisan amendment would strike this subsection. It doesn't modify existing statute. It simply repeals previous NDAA language. And so let me repeat that, just repeals the language. So you can imagine our surprise in our office when we found out that this common sense bipartisan amendment was not given a waiver by the House Foreign Affairs Committee. 8 years ago, when Iran sanctions were passed as a part of a package in the 13 NDAA, this provision was included to consider an allied government's economic viability. We aren't striking the limited waiver authority that provides Congress oversight over how the waiver is exercised. We are striking a very broad exception that provides Congress no insight into how it's being used. This provision was meant to empower and facilitate an allied Afghan government, not to aid and abet the Taliban and the IRGC by allowing them to trade and get richer together with no consequence for their actions. Surely, Chairman Meeks doesn't want this, but nonetheless, a waiver was not granted. So I just wanted to lay that out, and it's unfortunate that we're here, but I have to withdraw this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider log number 1377 by Mr. Jackson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to urge my colleagues to support my amendment to require the DOD-IG to submit a report about any political motivations that went into the decision to withdraw U.S. forces from Afghanistan. This amendment is not intended to be an attempt or a shot at President Biden and his administration. This amendment is about figuring out exactly what went wrong and ensuring that the United States never makes a catastrophic mistake like this again. As part of our oversight duties here on Armed Services Committee, we deserve to know what went wrong and if the decisions involved had anything to do with political motivations. The American people deserve to know. We have all heard from our constituents and seen what's been reported on the news. We keep hearing the administration talk about waiting to do an after-action report. It's time for the talk to be done. Let's do our proper oversight duty. Let's get to the bottom of this. And I believe this is a nonpartisan, common-sense amendment that can be supported by everyone in this room. For those reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, I'm going to oppose this amendment and oppose it rather strongly. I can't speak to the intent, but I can absolutely speak to the effect. You know, to call into question people's political motivations is absolutely an attack on them. In this particular case, as I just alluded to a couple of minutes ago, it is completely and totally wrong. President Biden has had this opinion about Afghanistan for a very long time. His desire to get out of Afghanistan has been stated over and over and over again, and the notion that he was politically motivated to do it by some pressure other than what he honestly thought was the right policy is frankly offensive. You know, one of the big problems that we have in this job is we're constantly attacking each other outside of substance, outside of, no, like, here, I disagree with this. You know, and let me just say, by the way, parenthetically, this committee does a much better job of that. Your shot about Amazon in Seattle notwithstanding, by and large, we do a very good job on that, of focusing on the substance of the issue. Was this the right decision? Was it carried out correctly? Was it right? Was it wrong? Am I with them or am I not? But when you say that it was politically motivated, basically what it says is that the president, in this case, did something that he knew was wrong because he felt like politically he was pressured into doing it. And I'll tell you, I could go off on a very long rant here. Well, actually not that long. I got 38 seconds. But I will say the degree to which you denigrate politicians undermines the confidence in everything we do here. Whether you're Republican, Democrat, conservative, wherever you are, you get into office, you try to do something, everyone says that's just politics. And it undermines everything we try to do here. So for this committee to say we're going to question the political motivations of the president in making what was clearly a gut-wrenching policy decision, I adamantly oppose as taking us in a direction that this committee should not go. Mr. Gates.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thou doth protest a bit much on Amazon. I also oppose my colleague, Mr. Jackson's.
If the gentleman will yield, I think that was much more the spirit of just a
Mr. Chairman, I would very much like to do what you have suggested and substantively respond to my colleague's amendment, and I join you in opposing it, actually, because I don't think the Inspector General's office is equipped to assess political motivations. And to the extent that anyone would be, every decision to go to or leave a war is inherently political. War is inherently political. So this would be seemingly a waste of time. I've probably been the Republican on this committee who has most strongly supported President Biden's decision to leave Afghanistan. I think it was the right decision. The wrong decision was relying on the Afghan government to be in any way capable to maintain our equipment, to keep our equipment, to ensure safe departure of Americans or SIVs, and to deploy the American cash that we left there, both in accounts and in currency, for the benefit of the Afghan people, rather than merely running out of the country like a bunch of bandits with whatever they could steal. I don't think that requires an assessment of President Biden's political motivations. President Biden has said as vice president, as a candidate, that he wanted to end this war. President Trump wanted to end this war. I think there are plenty of ways to do after-action analysis like the Crow Amendment does, but it's just my opinion, having read a great deal of Inspector General reports during my time in Congress, that is not well suited for that office. And I would yield my remaining 30 seconds to the chairman to respond to what he perceives as an ad hominem.
That's fine. Not worth it. I was just kind of kidding. Not a serious point there. Does anyone else seek time on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Khanna is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I share your offense by this Republican amendment. I mean, this Republican amendment, let's just see what it says. It says that we should have the Inspector General investigate President Biden for making the decision to end the war in Afghanistan. And what is the president's sin? That he made a democratic judgment of listening to the majority of the people. The amendment says that he shouldn't do that. How dare he? How dare he disregard the foreign policy elite and actually make a political judgment to listen to people? How dare he disregard all the talking heads who've been on cable news, ubiquitous the last 2 weeks, who have been responsible for a lot of the failure in Afghanistan? How dare he make a decision that he doesn't want to send more men and women in harm's way in Afghanistan? You know why people are upset at the president, the real elite, why they're upset at him? Because he cares more about what people think in Scranton than he does about the failed think tanks, the failed commissions, the failed task forces that this town has set up for 20 years. You know what we need to have an Inspector General investigate? Why is it that expert after expert came up to the Congress and said that the Afghan army was strong, that the Afghan army was going to win? when every journalist knew in Afghanistan that the Afghan army couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, that the Ghani government was corrupt, that they had no legitimate support. That's what we need to investigate. Why is it that our experts were so wrong? That is the lesson. So to say that the president is wrong for having a democratic judgment and listening to the American people is absolutely the wrong lesson. What we ought to be investigating is why our experts and the foreign policy blob made such disastrous decisions for 20 years. I yield back my time.
Does anyone else seek time? Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I understand that some of the Democrats on this committee may be offended by this, but I'll be honest with you, my constituents and a large number of people in this country want answers to what happened. This is not just about the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan. I know that President Biden had been planning that for a long time. This is about the other issues surrounding it. Why was September the 11th picked as the date for withdrawal? A lot of people believe that was a totally politically motivated decision, and then it was changed after there was political backlash to August the 31st. And I think that the issue here is not getting out of Afghanistan for me. The issue is about how we did that and the decisions that went into that. And I do believe, as many people in this country do, that that was a politically motivated decision. And I think it's time for us to figure out exactly what went wrong and to bury our heads in the sand and ignore it and play like this is just partisan politics is a disservice to this country. And it is this committee's job to figure that out. And Mr. Gates may be right. It may not be the DOD IG that's best for doing this, but somebody needs to do this, and we need the answers to this question. Thank you. I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it, the amendment is defeated. It is now in order to consider log number 909 by Mr. Waltz. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment seeks to bar military aid, taxpayer-funded military aid to any country that would recognize the Taliban's Islamic Emirate as the official government of Afghanistan. Mr. Chairman, I think we need to take decisive measures now from this committee to prevent the further legitimization of a terrorist government. This notion that we are starting to see kind of creep out of certain corners, that the Taliban are a moderate entity, they've changed, they're interested in peace and governing. For anyone who has had to deal with them face to face is a bunch of garbage. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda, according to the DNI as of last week, are virtually one and the same. They have intermarried for decades. The number 2 of the Taliban, Siraj Haqqani, is Al-Qaeda. We have to take bold steps to prevent this cesspool, this cancer of terrorism from spreading, because despite the debate and despite those who think this war has ended on both sides of the aisle, it has not ended. It will follow us home. I hope we have some intellectual honesty in this committee, when we're talking about threats to the homeland in the very near future. However, Mr. Chairman, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee did not agree to a waiver. I do withdraw the amendment. I yield my time.
The amendment has been withdrawn. It is now in order to consider log number 1040 by Mr. Johnson. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining.
Keeping us safe, Bill.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting a lot of feedback. If we could make sure, if you're not speaking, so anyone other than Mr. Johnson, mute yourself so we don't get said feedback. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been said so many times now, the Afghanistan withdrawal was an unmitigated and completely avoidable disaster. And it's time for Congress to step up and for us to do our job conducting oversight of this administration's ineptitude on this issue and others. But we all know that last week we lost 13 brave souls who gave their lives defending the freedoms that we enjoy every day. And these men and women represent the very best of America. We owe them a debt that I'm afraid will never be repaid. Clearly, this was a terrorist attack, and nobody disputes that. What my amendment would do is require the Secretary of State to determine whether the Taliban government, the one that allowed this attack to take place and maybe even helped facilitate it, to determine whether that government meets the criteria to be classified as a state sponsor of terrorism. This crucial determination would allow the families of those service members to pursue legal actions against those responsible. It won't make these families whole, of course, but it may provide some sense of closure and accountability for those involved in this horrendous attack. I understand this technically falls into the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and they've not granted the waiver to pursue this amendment here. But I want to thank the chairman for his indulgence and urge all of my colleagues, all of us, to continue to pursue justice on behalf of those that we've lost. I'll reluctantly withdraw my amendment at this time, and I yield back.
The amendment is withdrawn, and I very much apologize for this, but we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back literally. No need for you to go anywhere. I just got to go somewhere and clarify something. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and we will handle we're almost there. We got like 4 or 5 minutes to go, amendments to go, and then we'll be done. So bear with me. Relax for just a couple of minutes. And if we could turn on the television again, that would be great. No, we're fine. Guys, my handy dandy little screen over there that tells me what's coming up next is suddenly, there we go. We're getting there. Modern televisions. Okay. Awesome. All right. So as you can see, next up is log number 1268R4 by Ms. Cheney. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as many of my colleagues have noted this evening, the work of this committee is most effective and best when we work in a bipartisan fashion. And this committee deals with issues that are more consequential and graver and potentially perilous than any other committee in the Congress. The extent to which we first went into Afghanistan 20 years ago after we were attacked on 9/11, and for 20 years the men and women in uniform who served there kept us safe, prevented future further mass casualty attacks from the territory of Afghanistan. However, over the course of those 20 years, certainly we have seen scenes of real devastation. We've seen mistakes. We've seen things that worked and worked well. We've also seen things that failed. And as a nation, having the ability to deal in a serious way with serious issues, in a bipartisan way with these serious issues, is crucial for us going forward. My amendment proposes the establishment of a bipartisan commission modeled after the National Defense Strategy Commission that was in the 2018 or 2017 NDAA. Again, totally bipartisan, begins in 1996 when the Taliban first took control in Afghanistan and runs all the way up through the withdrawal of forces over the course of the last few weeks. It requires an analysis both of the tactical and strategic conduct of the war and of the lessons learned, across the whole array of challenges we face. So I would urge my colleagues to support the establishment of this commission to ensure that we're able as a nation to go forward again, not in a partisan manner. We have very different and strongly held views about the war, about what went right and what went wrong, but the nation deserves a transparent look at what happened and the lessons that we need to learn going forward. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, and I support this amendment. There may be some details to work out about how exactly to do this, but I think this is exactly what we need to do. This has been, 20 years, and I guess one of the few members of the committee who has been on the committee for the entire time. And there were a lot of hearings, a lot of decisions, a lot that went into this. And I think there is a lot to learn from that experience. And I agree with everything that Ms. Cheney just said about the necessity of taking a look at those 20 years and learning from it going forward. I think it would be incredibly appropriate. And in an ideal world, we do it in the bipartisan way that she just described. So I support the amendment. Mr. Rogers is recognized.
I hate to differ with my chairman and my good friend from Wyoming, but that's what this standing committee's for. And this standing committee has demonstrated tonight, as it has on many occasions before, we are very bipartisan and we are very serious. And I think that this committee, under your leadership, will be more than capable of taking the study that you think we need, and I think we need when it comes to what we just experienced in Afghanistan. So I'm going to have to oppose this commission establishment.
Hey, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, whether it's through the commission or through the committees, we've got to get to the bottom of this. And the White House, I believe, set the objective and the timeline on the withdrawal. I think that they were given an assessment from Central Command that it took 650 personnel to protect the embassy. And I think when Joe Biden says It was unanimous among all of the military commanders what to do. I just don't think he's telling the truth. And so whether it's through the commission or through the committee, I hope that we will have hearings sooner rather than later on the facts surrounding not just the start of the war in Afghanistan, but the end of the war in Afghanistan, because I do not believe the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America is telling the truth to the American citizens or the world.
Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chairman, I find myself in strong support of what our colleague Ms. Cheney is attempting to do here. We need to have a thorough assessment from beginning to end of this war, taking into account, as she said, all of the decisions, right and wrong, all of the good and the bad along the way. This country needs to learn this lesson, and we cannot do it unless we have a thorough understanding and, frankly, a review that is done outside of the politics of the Congress. There's no way that this committee, and we've proved it pretty well tonight, can do things without partisanship. Check out the votes. I'll bet 90% of them were about 100% party line. And so we need to do our hearings to be sure, but I suspect at the end of the day, they're not going to be satisfactory. The commission that is discussed here, it needs some, this language needs to be worked over. We need to take into account the State Department and other entities that were involved, which are not mentioned as I read this. But the amendment is on the right track. It ought to be supported, and we ought to have that review. The timelines are quick, and that's necessary. The opportunity for another mistake is probably tomorrow, and we need to avoid that. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I mean, to be clear, I think the committee is capable of doing things in a bipartisan manner, and my reason for supporting the commission is not because I don't think the committee can, I mean, the commissions are, I mean, even the 9/11 commission, if you go back and look at the hearings, there was certainly some partisanship that went on there as well. Ultimately, I think they produced an excellent report, but I'm not kidding myself that a commission could not have partisanship in it. The main reason I support the commission is because the commission can be 100% focused on precisely this question of the last 20 years. We will do our oversight, we will, but you know, we've got a lot of other things to do too. We're not going to be 100% focused on that issue at any point in a way that a commission could be. So I think a commission does get us that extra piece of information and something that deserves a great deal of attention. So we certainly will do our robust oversight within the committee. I think the commission can deal with it in greater detail. Be my reason for supporting it. Any other comments, Ms. Hartzler?
Sure. I believe we need to get to the bottom of this too. I'm concerned about the cost. It says it's going to cost $5 million, and this is supposed to have a report by August of next year. And it looks like everybody on the commission is a member of Congress, and I assume I don't understand what the cost would come from, where you come up with $5 million to put this together. Can I inquire of the sponsor?
Would the gentlelady yield for a second on that as I don't know if there's anyone else in this committee who suffered through the Benghazi Commission. I did. Suffered massively, actually, because I had 3 hip surgeries in the middle of it, which made it all the more entertaining. But that cost $7 million. So that's kind of what we're doing here, is a commission to study that. You know, God help me for comparing it to the Benghazi Commission, and I apologize to the sponsors for that. But the point is, it's a commission, you know, it's bipartisan, and that's what we do. You hire special investigators and a special committee, and that's how it works. So it does work. Sorry, Mr. Kelly and then Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this. I don't want to advocate my duty as a member of the Armed Services Committee. I'm on this committee because I chose to be on this committee. It is very important to me that we look at the issues that deal with DOD and not the other issues. There's an Intelligence Committee to deal with the Intelligence Committee. There's a Foreign Affairs Committee to deal with the Foreign Affairs point. And all those aren't bipartisan in nature like this one, but I do trust these people. That doesn't mean that we won't have a vigorous debate, that we won't have disagreements, but that is part of getting to the bottom of it. And I trust this committee, and I don't want, because if I'm not chosen on that committee, then I don't get the full access to do the job that I came to Washington to do and to serve on the Armed Services Committee. So I want to be engaged in this committee, and I don't want to advocate that duty to someone else. So I hate to disagree with you and my friend for doing this, but I don't think a commission is the best bipartisan way. I think it winds up being more partisan by doing that, and I just ask that that we vote no on this, and that we in this committee do our jobs and investigate the DOD portion of this and what went wrong and what went right for the entire 20 years, including the start and the exit. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. First, a question to the sponsor. I heard, I think Ms. Hartzler say that all the members would be, of the commission would be members of Congress. I don't read it that way. Is that
No,
right?
that's correct. It's the word member in here refers to members of this commission.
Correct.
It's
So-
modeled after the National Defense
Yeah,
Strategy.
I support the commission. Look, I don't know how many people are on this committee, 56 members. We get 5 minutes each, right? And just imagine having experts up here and we're trying to go in depth the way that we do. As the chairman said, you know, we got a lot of work that we're going to do in our oversight capacity going forward. We need 12 people, that's what I count, 12 people who bring a level of expertise that some people on this committee have, but maybe even competencies and experience that isn't resident in this committee. We need to pull these people together. We need to support them with the however $1 million that they need. They can be intense, focused, while we as a committee can do continue to do our posture hearings and things like that. So I fully support it. I mean, I think I probably disagree with I think the chair and the ranking member. I'd go as far as saying I don't think this committee could do the kind of analysis that this contemplates, because it's too big. We're too large of a body. And so you want to select 12 members of Congress, you won't get your chance, Representative Kelly. You might not, to be honest. Right? So I support it for those reasons and the others that were stated.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bergman. Just one additional point. I think it's really crucial that this be separate from politics. And all of us on this committee are absolutely, political creatures. And if you take just simply 2 examples of decisions that were made over the course of the last several years, the debates about the negotiation about the treaty that was signed in February of 2020, which we've had in this room, take on, by definition, political coloration. And people who want to support President Trump will take one view. People who want to oppose President Trump will take another view. It's critically important that we get to the bottom of what did that negotiation lead to, what transpired, what concessions were made. The same is true with respect to the decision by President Biden to withdraw when he withdrew. And that will take on political tones that it just simply cannot. We really, as a nation, have got to be in a position where we're saying, what was the cost of the negotiation with the Taliban? What was the reality of that negotiation? What impact did it have? Same thing with respect to the decision to withdraw and how it was put in place. We have an obligation to deal with those issues seriously and substantively and not politically. And when you add that to the extent to which this committee has so much to do, the notion that we're going to have a separate commission for this is the way to really get substantively to the answers we need to protect ourselves going forward. And I yield back.
Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting the gentleman's amendment because I don't view this as a binary choice. This is a false choice of us doing our work versus additional work being done. I think there's very real value added to be had here that, frankly, we just may not have time and resources as a committee to fully commit itself. And this is not a exercise in history as I read this. This is not a writing of a novel, but there's very real ongoing things that I think would be very interesting for this committee to know. Like one of the elements here are lessons learned from 20 years of equipping and supporting the Afghan National Security Force. it turns out we've spent exorbitant amounts of money training and equipping this force that at the end of the day dissolved away. So we, right now spend exorbitant amounts of money training and equipping foreign militaries and forces around the world, and we may not be good at it. And I'd like to know that. And I'd like to know, lessons learned that have been very expensive lessons for us, but maybe how we can do it better going forward here. So I think there is some value add here, and that doesn't, in my view, stop us from doing the work that we'll do anyhow, that we all feel pretty committed to performing. I yield back.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment for a few reasons. First, this commission would not necessarily have the same powers and protections that the Armed Services Committee would. We have powers as a standing committee to compel testimony, to get records. It's very unclear from the drafting of this whether or not we would be abdicating a responsibility to a less capable entity. We also have protections vis-a-vis the speech and debate clause, where some of our work would perhaps be more acceptable for our review and less susceptible to FOIA requests for sensitive information. So I think that the powers and protections of the committee get somewhat dissolved when you create a committee outside of the committee, and I don't think that it's helpful that these are not members of Congress. Frankly, anyone that's going to be appointed to this committee, from the ranking member or the chairman of the HASC or the SASC, my guess is they probably are going to be political creatures. That's how you get those kind of appointments, even if you're not necessarily a candidate or someone elected to public office. I think that being elected to public office in the performance of the review is a helpful check. It's a helpful way to ensure a connection to the people that we serve. And then the argument that, like, well, I mean, gosh, we've got a lot to do. We just lost a 20-year war where we lost thousands of our fellow Americans and hundreds of billions of dollars on nonsense. And while a review of that is really important, I would suggest it is so important, it is non-delegable. And I can't imagine anything on our plate more important than learning those lessons from every perspective. And just because a commission is bipartisan doesn't mean it's necessarily diverse as far as viewpoint. On this committee, we've got, some Democrats who might be to the right of me on some of these questions, right? And so I think that just sort of aligning this based on political affiliation and not membership on the Armed Services Committee is ill-advised. I yield back.
Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. If this commission were impaneled, would this committee still do oversight?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That was my comment earlier. We're going to do our oversight,
Well, then,
without question.
and then based on the outcome, if there's a conflict between what this committee does and the commission does, then how does that get us to some kind of resolution or some kind of place forward? In other words, how are things going to be looked at externally? Is the committee going to be looked at as the higher authority? Is the commission going to be looked at as a higher authority?
I'll yield to Ms. Cheney in just a second, but there's no higher authority here. It's a matter of gathering the information and putting it into what hopefully will be a very informed report that can inform us as we're doing that oversight.
But if the findings are, in other words, we would have wider scope of powers. So what would happen if the findings of the committee were contradictory to this committee? Would this committee act and say, no, the commission's findings were
I have an answer, but if Mr. Whitman is amenable to it, Ms. Cheney, sure. It's her amendment.
Sure.
Thank you. The commission itself is providing a report to the committee. Mm-hmm. And the commission itself is also looking backward. They're providing a report of lessons learned for us. They're providing a report about, what was the impact of establishing a date certain for the withdrawal of forces, for example, during the Obama administration? What was the impact of changing strategy during the Bush administration? What was the impact during the Clinton administration of President Clinton failing to take action when he could have to get Osama bin Laden? I mean, so there are a whole range of those issues which do not doesn't preclude the committee from doing that oversight. But the committee is very much, going to use this information as a tool for us going forward. The executive branch is also going to use this as a tool going forward. We need to understand what happened, what went right, what went wrong, and we need to understand what is it going to require to continue to protect us from a counterterrorism perspective. So this it's not in conflict with the committee. It actually provides material and information that the committee and the administration can use going forward.
But Liz, with all due respect, I think it becomes duplicative. In other words, if we're going to wait for this commission to do its work and then we take that, to me, we should be doing our job here as the full committee, not just a narrower scope of people that say, well, now we're going to feed information to the committee. I just think that, again, I think that they're at cross purposes with each other. Listen, I don't deny that we need to do the discovery and get to the information. I just think laying another commission on top of this committee is duplicative. I mean, it doesn't appear to me that there's anything that the commission would do that this committee would not do. So,
Will the gentleman yield? I think the issue is, in part, what the chairman said earlier, which is if you look at just the scope of issues we've been dealing with just tonight in this markup, whether you're talking about China, whether you're talking about strategic forces, whether you're talking about Russia, whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, the scope of things we have to deal with with respect to the defense budget
has expired.
This is a separate thing we don't have time to do ourselves.
Yeah. Gotcha. I think we can multitask anyway.
And not to go there one more time, but where were you on the duplicative argument when we did 10 separate studies on Benghazi? Could have used your thoughtful voice at some point in that process. Mr. Turner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Cheney Amendment. One of the best commissions that I think Congress ever impaneled was the 9/11 Commission. And of course, the 9/11 Commission gave us a report that really gave us some fidelity of what had occurred, which was the basis for going into Afghanistan. Our committee works in this fashion. We don't just assign each other work and impanel of ourselves. We hold hearings. We have people who come in front of us who tell us what their perspectives are, what their information that they have before them. And then from that, we take action and we issue reports ourselves. This commission would be just another one of those avenues for us to be information gatherers. And this is going to be very important. I raised one earlier of just the drug trade. The number of issues that this commission is going to have to pull together that are going to provide us with obviously both their expertise and their perspective will help enlighten our path and what we do. We never act as a committee as if we know everything. We always turn to others who come before us. This is just another avenue for us to request additional information. I don't think it diminishes us. I don't think it excuses us. I don't think it will result in any less work on our behalf, but it does have us reaching out to a broader range of experts for us to digest as we go forward. So I support the Cheney Amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, Representative Moulton and I co-led the Future Defense Task Force. We produced a substantive report. This year, Representative Slotkin and Gallagher produced a very substantive report through the task force effort on the supply chain. I'm undecided on this amendment, but I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, as the task forces are laid out in the rules of this committee, why is this better than that?
I have had the idea for whether or not to do a task force on this. Again, I would say this is better than that, just for many of the reasons, as Ms. Cheney said, is you have a group that is solely 100% focused on that issue for an extended period of time. I would also say that it brings in a variety of different experts. But yeah, I can see the task force argument as one way to go. I think this is an issue of depth. I mean, again, and I don't mean to keep coming back to this, but Benghazi was one couple of day thing that we spent was it 3 years? I think it was like 3 years that commission went on, and then we had 9 others. I think there's going to be plenty to look at here for the committee if we want to form a task force here as well, and also for a commission. I think getting those different perspectives would help inform what we ultimately decide. Because whether it's a task force, and your task force, and Ms. Slotkin's task force as well, you brought ideas back to this committee, which we've incorporated into what we do here. And the same thing would happen here from the task force, from the commission as well. I just think this is a pretty big subject, and that comprehensive approach would be better. And I think it does make sense.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim what little time I have left in defense of the task force effort. It's a worthy effort. It works.
And as I wrap my head around this proposal in front of us, I'm reminded that the task force effort is spelled out in the rules of this committee might be a better option. With that, I yield back.
Who else seeks time? Mr. Landry.
Thank you. I'll just weigh in briefly the benefits of a national commission versus a task force, or just the committee only. I believe that we are absolutely going to do our oversight as members of the committee, but to have a coordinated strategy to be able to go in depth, it's not going to be as possible or thorough by the committee as it would be by a national commission. So I support the gentlelady's amendment, having been part of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission that just recently issued its final report with an overarching strategy that Mr. Gallagher and Senator King were the co-chairs, and I and Senator Sass were the other members of Congress. But we had subject matter experts both on the commission, and then we were able to employ both the staff and then bring in subject matter experts. And as you're going down and you're going into various parts of what you're covering, you go down, it's like peeling an onion. You can spend more time on some than others, but at the end of the day, we issued a report with 80 recommendations to Congress that Congress then acted on. And it's the same concept. I fully support the gentlelady's amendment. I think it's the right thing to do. This issue is too important not to go deep onto various aspects throughout the last 20 years, from beginning to end. I think it's the right track, the right time. I support the approach, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher.
Very quickly, I respect what Jim just said. As I reflect on, I think, what made Solarium successful, it's because we had active legislators, we had representatives from the executive branch, and we had the outside experts, and that structure worked quite well. So I'm also undecided. I think we do need a deep dive on this issue. I'm not fully convinced this is the right structure. And I'm not sure Solarium is necessarily an argument for this, because Solarium had a unique structure that struck the right balance between committee representation as well as outside experts. I yield.
Thank you. I think we have thoroughly debated the issue at this point, and the question occurs on the amendment by Ms. Cheney. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1129R1 by Mr. Franklin. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The disclosure to the Taliban of personal identifiable information and biometrics of Americans, our allies, and Afghan civilians who worked with our coalition was a betrayal of the trust these individuals placed in our government. As we all know, the Taliban has an extensive history of violence and reprisals against their adversaries. They've repeatedly broken promises and have taken the lives of Americans and our allies for 2 decades. There's no reason to believe they will change their ways now. By providing this information to the Taliban, the American government effectively gave them a hit list from which they may very well kidnap, torture, and kill our people, and this is simply unacceptable. It's unclear at this point just how extensive the damage from this disclosure may be, but Congress must use our oversight authority to mitigate it while we still can. This amendment will require the Department of Defense to report what PII and biometric information was shared with the Taliban, including the number of individuals who had their information shared, the types of information shared, including names, addresses, green cards, passports, and any other PII. Additionally, the department will provide an assessment of how the Taliban has or plans to use this information to target or harm these individuals. The American people and our allies trust our government to keep them safe. The idea that the government would turn over information that could lead to their deaths is simply unconscionable. This amendment is one step closer to rebuilding that trust, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I support the amendment. I think there's a lot of conclusions contained in the gentleman's comments there that, I think this is appropriate to look into and find out what happened. We can't believe everything that's reported in the media, so I think it's appropriate to look at this and find out. I don't agree with all of the conclusions that were stated about things that we don't know. That's the purpose of the amendment, to go find out what did happen, and I think it's appropriate that we should do that. Is there further debate on this amendment? Mr. Crow.
I just have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. So I'm confused. Would this require, I like the idea of the amendment actually, and I'm leaning towards supporting it, but would it require the report to include the names of individuals? And is that information going to be protected, or does there need to be a classified component of this for the protection of that information, just for operational security purposes?
No, not specifically the names. If that were desired, then that would absolutely need to be classified as a supplement.
Yeah, I like the idea, what you're trying to achieve. I just want to make sure that we're not requiring a report that has information that we don't want to be public.
Agreed.
Is there further discussion? Ms. Houlihan? Oh, she's good. Okay. Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider log number 1493 by Mr. Rogers. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires the Secretary to submit a plan on how the DOD will accomplish 2 missions in Afghanistan. First, how will the DOD help evacuate the remaining Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave? And second, how will we continue to conduct counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan? For 4 months, members on both sides of this aisle have demanded to know the President's plan to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies and conduct counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan. For 4 months, they've told us they're working on it. It's now clear they never had a plan. The Taliban have overrun the country, Americans are stranded, and thousands of ISIS terrorists are running free. It's long past the time we get a plan. I urge all members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I am with you. I support the amendment as well. Is there further discussion? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the maker of the amendment. I know we just recently, I think maybe unanimously supported Mr. Crow's amendment 1370R4, which seemed to cover almost everything in your amendment. Can you describe, perhaps, or identify some of the differences that we're going to get a report on that's not in Crow's amendment? So I'll yield for the.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. We just passed, I think, almost unanimously Mr. Crow's amendment that is strikingly, resembles your amendment. Are there differences? I mean, what are you asking for that we haven't already agreed on in Crow's amendment?
I thought Mr. Crow was asking for an accounting of items. I want a plan going forward.
Oh.
How are we going to get our people out of there? And what are we going to do about counterterrorism? One of the things I heard Mr. Crow talking about when we were in the skiff, and I'm not going to say what the other side replied, but what happens if we have to go back in there? How are we going to do ISR? Nobody can answer those questions. I want them to tell us, because we still have a very hotbed of terrorist activity in that region, and this over-the-horizon stuff means nothing. If that means flying in from Qatar or UAE, that's not good enough.
Okay, I'll reclaim my time. Thank you for answering the question. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'm sorry, seeing some. Ms. Houlihan.
This is the way that I interpreted it too, was that it was just an accounting by the DOD, and it feels as though the DOD's hands are sort of off of this at this point in time, and that it's over to the State Department. So I'm just confused. It feels like it's late. So it feels like Mr. Crow's reckoning is more comprehensive and inclusive, and this is not even redundant. It's sort of an after the fact situation.
Mr. Crow.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it does look like the elements that are in this are covered in mine as well. So I don't oppose it, but I just want to make sure that we're not creating duplicative or onerous reporting requirements on the department for similar concepts here.
Well, to a certain extent, that's why the good Lord invented conference committees. So we'll work out those details. In the short term, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And now, drum roll, please. We are up to the last separate amendment. I do have a lot of on-block reading to do here shortly, but the last amendment on our list is log number 1494, offered by Mr. Green. And for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, 1494 or 1469?
What we have in front of us is 1494.
So close. But
it's the last one left. Shouldn't be a lot of other stuff hanging around.
yeah, it's the same. Okay. My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
We are talking about the right one.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan has left both Americans and allies stranded, despite the narrative from the White House. This entire operation has been saddled with error after grievous error. Reports from the White House, media, the military have all been conflicting and suggest deceptive. Multiple times, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, have sometimes within minutes contradicted what the President has said. But one thing is clear, the operation has lacked transparency and what I consider accountability, which is unbecoming of a nation like ours. The numbers of evacuees touted by the President are also contradicted by different agencies throughout the Biden administration. They've had to rely on third-party groups, other countries, and of course the Department of Defense to get the numbers. We need to see real numbers on the people that have actually been taken out of the country. And my amendment simply asks the Secretary of Defense to submit a report to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee by September 30th, enumerating the exact number of U.S. citizens evacuated from HKIA by military aircraft. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, which brings some semblance of accountability to this operation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does Mr. Crow seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute for the amendment.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we are at the end of this long markup. This has been a very challenging time for our country the last couple of weeks. There are many of us who are veterans who have seen the images of the end of this war and are dealing with that on our own terms. And certainly we are going to conduct this full assessment and due oversight that we've been talking so much about. And I appreciate people taking very seriously the discussion about how best to do that. But one thing that we have not done as a committee, and I think this would be the right way to end our evening, would be to show appreciation to the men and women who put themselves on the line, that under terrible conditions performed one of the greatest airlifts in the history of our country and have brought out over 120,000 people. So my amendment would state the following. The men and women of the United States Armed Forces performed heroically by securing Hamid Karzai International Airport and facilitating the evacuation of thousands of the United States citizens. These service members have executed the largest non-combatant evacuation operation in United States history, saving the lives of thousands of men, women, and children. And these service members should be commended for their courageous and noble service to their country, having acquitted themselves in a manner that should make every American proud. That is the amendment, and I hope that is something we can all come together around this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For what purpose does Mr. Golden seek recognition?
I have a perfecting amendment.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Golden for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would add the following at the end of Mr. Crow's amendment. The service and lives of the 11 Marines, a sailor and a soldier who gave their lives in service of this mission should be remembered for their valor and humanity, having made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their nation. Mr. Chair, this past month, thousands of brave American service members held the line at Hamid Karzai International Airport to protect American lives in Afghanistan and kept an air bridge open that served as an escape hatch and a lifeline for thousands of our citizens and Afghan allies. In the face of an increasingly dangerous situation, our men and women in uniform carried out their mission with the courage and determination that define our servicemen and women. 13 of them, 11 Marines, a Navy corpsman, and an Army soldier, gave their lives to save their fellow Americans and our Afghan partners. We're about to complete our work as a committee on the NDAA, and I hope you will join me in ending this work by coming together to honor these men and women in their service, and in particular to pay tribute to the 13 young heroes who gave their lives in service to their fellow Americans. And Mr. Chair, I would request either now or before you bring the hammer down tonight, a moment of silence as a demonstration of unity and in honor of these 13 heroes and in honor of all the American heroes who gave their lives in service to our nation in Afghanistan since 9/11.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. And I think it is appropriate if, I've never done this before in the middle of a committee, but I think this is as good a time as any, if we could take a moment of silence to recognize those who lost their lives at the airport in Kabul. Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Crow, Mr. Golden, and bipartisan recognition here of there's a lot went on. There's a lot we need to debate. We had an extensive debate about figuring out what happened, how the decisions were made, and all of that. But I think it is worth noting, and Mr. Scott even mentioned the military. Their response when they were called upon to carry out this mission, to get into the airport and get as many Americans and American allies out as possible, it really was a remarkable mission that those service members went in and did. And while there may be a lot of disagreement about a lot of the details around it, I think the amendments by Mr. Crow and Mr. Golden are incredibly important, that we can't forget that, and in particular the 13 service members who lost their lives. And having spoken to the Department of Defense about it, a large part of the reason why they lost their lives is they were, effectively outside the wire when the bomb went off. And they were outside the wire because they were trying to help people. They were outside the wire because they were there, seeing the people desperately trying to get to the airport and desperately trying to get out, and they put their lives on the line to go out there and try to save more people. And I think it's really very appropriate this committee recognize that, and I thank all the folks who have contributed to that. Mr. Green is recognized. We are now speaking on Mr. Golden's perfecting amendment. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody here has heard my history. I served in the 82nd Airborne Division. I commanded a rifle company. Did these NEO missions so many times. And as I watched these guys do it, I'm just impressed with how awesome they were. They did a fantastic job. And I know of Donahue because we chewed on some of the same dirt in different places at different times and same places at different times. Also, the special operators and the other people that were in that perimeter doing all the great things that they did. No one has a greater respect or affection and deep love than I do. And I like all of the amendments that are being added. I don't understand why we couldn't just add them to the bottom of mine instead of substituting over asking for an accounting of what's coming out of Afghanistan. I think it's appropriate too, in recognizing all these contributions that have been made, to find out the exact number that came out of Afghanistan. And so I'm wondering if we're not using an opportunity to praise some great people to not get this accounting. The suspicion is there. It's concerning, that's all. But let's just add these amendments to the bottom, and then we still get an accounting. And I don't know, I would just ask that people reject the amendment, or let's just add it instead of substituting. And with that, I yield.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Gates and then Mr. Kelly. Mr. Gates? Sorry.
I have a parliamentary inquiry. Is the Crow Amendment in order as a substitute amendment to the Green Amendment as they attempt to accomplish a different goal?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to honor all those who've served over the last 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I want all of them to know from the bottom of my heart, you made a difference. I have a 26-year-old, a 22-year-old, and a 15-year-old who all don't know what it feels like. They don't know the fear. They don't know the anger. They don't know the devastation of a 9/11 because of the job the men and women who wore this uniform did. But the second part of that is every person who has ever worn the uniform knows that we don't leave ours behind. And Mr. Chairman, I honor all those 13 who died valiantly on the very last day that we were in Afghanistan and all those who died before. But we owe an accounting of our American people and the numbers and who was there. And we have asked time and time again, and we cannot say that everyone is out. We cannot say that everyone is accounted for when we don't even know how many people there are to account for. How can you tell me everybody who wants to get out got out when you can't tell me how many there are? And so I think these should be added on, like Mr. Green said. These are not perfecting, they're not substitutes. They are not getting the accounting that the men and women in uniform deserve to have about why they gave their lives on that day. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to debate the amendment? And hearing none, the question occurs on the Golden Amendment. Mr. Waltz.
I have an additional perfecting amendment, but
you are recognized.
perfecting the underlying amendment. Mr. Chairman, I too recognize the heroic performance of our military, but the fact is they were put in an impossible position, defending an airport.
I apologize. There's one thing I got to do before you continue, and that is have the clerk distribute the amendment. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objecting, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his perfecting amendment. And just so everyone understands, sorry, the perfecting, I hate that word. When I become a parliamentarian, I'm going to get rid of it. All perfecting is not a substitute. Perfecting is adding to the existing amendment as opposed to replacing it. Doesn't perfect it, it just adds a little bit instead of the whole thing. So he is adding an additional amendment to the amendment that Mr. Golden made to the substitute amendment that Mr. Crow made.
No, sir. He is perfecting the Green Amendment. It does not have an effect.
Yeah. Substituting amendment. Yeah, that's right. Yes, right. He's right. So anyway, go ahead, Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, this heroic performance was despite the guidance that they were getting from the White House. They were put in an impossible position. They were told to defend an airfield in the middle of 4 million people, in the middle of a retrograde and enemy contact, but also to get all Americans out, but also by a date cert. So this amendment expresses a lack of confidence in President Biden's performance as Commander-in-Chief in this withdrawal. We've heard repeatedly things that were contradicted, and that cost lives. We heard that if we had started the evacuation earlier, it wouldn't have made a difference from President Biden. Republicans and Democrats on this committee repeatedly sent letter after letter, press conference after press conference, request after request to start it earlier because we knew what was going to happen and we knew these people would be left behind. We heard that it was unlikely that the Taliban would overrun Kabul. We heard that Americans were warned 19 times, yet in the same breath, that everything would be fine and that they had to get to Kabul on their own, couldn't guarantee their safety. We heard that there was no al-Qaeda from the president in Afghanistan, yet his intelligence community says differently, yet the next day his Pentagon spokesman said there is al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And most damning, he said he would get every American out and we would stay until the job was done, yet we all know there are Americans still there. American citizens were beaten, turned around. One mother was threatened to be shot in front of her children. And even when they got through, they couldn't get through to the Americans behind the welded gates. So every one of my colleagues that has been so outraged, up night after night these past few weeks with scared Americans and allies, I hope that in the same vein, they will express that outrage with this vote. This commander-in-chief has failed in leading this withdrawal. I yield my time.
Mr. Crow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So herein lies the rub, right? Mr. Golden and I were really hoping that we could end this evening in a peer manner, and a manner in which we could come together and show some comedy around supporting our men and women in uniform, those who made the ultimate sacrifice. And it's extremely disappointing, I have to say. I consider the folks who've just spoken to be friends of mine, but it's extremely disappointing that we want to insert politics in this. They know we're not going to vote for it. They know we're not, because we're not going to make that determination. We're not going to have that debate now. Now is not the time to do it. So why don't we just stop and honor the fallen? Why don't we just stop and say that our men and women did a great job and we should commend them for it? And then at a later time, we can have the debate. Let's end the night in the way that it should be ended. And let's support and show appreciation for the fallen and the people that did a great job representing our country in the last couple of weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Scott.
With all due respect, Mr. Crow, if you don't intend to be political with it, why didn't you submit it as a separate amendment? Why did you submit it as an amendment to Mr. Green's amendment?
Would the gentleman yield? I'd be happy to answer that question.
Yes, sir.
Because of what Mr. Waltz just offered. And what Mr. Waltz just offered has...
But Mr. Waltz...
You want an answer to the question or not?
Go ahead, please.
What Mr. Waltz just offered is basically to say that this is all Joe Biden's fault and we should make a statement of no confidence in Joe Biden. And we knew that that was coming to the amendment that Mr. Green offered. And if you had simply wanted to offer Mr. Green's amendment, then I think we could have worked around that, but you didn't.
Okay, well, I
wanted to offer what we're debating now, which is a condemnation of the president, okay? And we don't think that's the right way to go. So that's the answer to your question.
Fair enough. I didn't realize that that was the flow of the amendments, but I have no problem with Mr. Green's amendment. I have no problem with any of the, I don't have any, I understand why Democrats have a problem with Mr. Waltz's language, but I'm glad to support Mr. Crow's amendment and the other amendments.
Mr. Chairman, and
I'm sorry. It's Mr. Scott's time. Mr. Scott.
I'll yield the remainder of my time. Mr. Crow can respond, but
Yeah, and Mr. Scott, it wasn't the problem with Mr. Green's amendment. I didn't have a problem with Mr. Green's amendment. I had a problem with what I knew was coming next.
Fair enough. I yield.
Ms. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To clarify, I'm not sure that Mr. Green knew that the amendment was coming, but nonetheless, if I may, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Green.
Well, I agree with, all the amendments. I appreciate the intent of, wanting to end the night, in a positive way. I appreciate that. And one of the things I want to say to the people of the world and our country that this moment it's a huge black eye. And what Mr. Waltz said is there's a lot of truth to that stuff. And the president has been duplicitous and all these other things. But I get the intent because I want the world to know we're going to be better. We're going to come out of this just like we came out of Vietnam. And when the Brits burned the White House, we rebuilt it and we came back stronger. We will be back. But we do need this introspection. And I really genuinely would like to get an accounting of how many Americans are there. So I don't know if we can attach somehow or but I would really love to see a report from DOD.
If the gentleman would yield
How
to
many
this-
Americans have come out of the place?
To ask you a question, there are a lot of things that we agreed to earlier. I forget if it was 4 or 5 amendments to get a report and accounting of a wide range of issues. And the second thing I would say, I'd be happy to work with you on a floor amendment where these sorts of parliamentary games cannot so easily be played, to get a floor amendment, to get the straightforward accounting that you just talked about. I'd be very happy to work with you on that. Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And I think we have some folks that are upset. They feel like politics has been entered into this process. That's okay. I got to tell you what, those Gold Star families right now, those people that aren't coming home, and I, in my heart of hearts, believe those Marines and those soldiers were put in an impossible position. And they are screaming for accountability. So I know we all would like to kind of end this in a kind of a kumbaya, but this is not a kumbaya moment for our country or for those families. And while you may, impute motive, that's fine. I remember the chairman just recently decrying that as offensive, but I think we just imputed motive. This is for accountability. And when, if there's accusations of politics, I, for one, wrote a book that this would happen, have been on record across multiple administrations, and was said publicly the Taliban should be in Camp David over my dead body across multiple administrations. This is about accountability for those people that are no longer with us. And no, Mr. Crow, I did not assume that you would vote against it. I hope that you would vote for it. I honestly do. Because I know the outrage behind the scenes, and I think this White House and the American people need to see it in public. With that, I yield.
Thank you. I yield myself 2 minutes. To be clear, I simply called the amendment what it was, which is an amendment to a vote of no confidence in President Biden. You can impugn motives, whatever you want. I will note that when President Trump invited the Taliban to Camp David, I didn't recall any Republican calling for a vote of no confidence in Mr. Trump at that time. So I think, we've had a very robust and effective debate about the failings of the Biden administration, the commission, a bunch of other things. But to put forward a vote of no confidence in the president over this, that I don't agree with. I don't think that's the right way to go. That's why we offered the amendments that we offered, that and the fact that I think it was very appropriate. We would have offered those amendments at the end of the process, one way or the other. But that's what I'm impugning, is the amendment. I think the amendment is inappropriate, does not help advance the debate, and that's why we oppose it and support the underlying amendments. And again, I'll make the pledge to Mr. Green, as I did with all the other amendments. Yeah, I think we do need an accounting. We've accounted a lot of different things here. That one item is very important. It was left out. We'll find a place to include it. But I don't support making the statement that we have a vote of no confidence in President Biden. Every president that's been serving while I've been in Congress has done things that have been highly questionable and highly debatable. And we've never had a vote of no confidence in this committee on any one of them. So I don't support that, can't support that, and won't support that. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I learned early when I was in the Maryland General Assembly as a legislator, don't question people's motives. Just sort of take the merits of what they're offering. You either agree with it, you disagree with it. But the chairman made a comment in response to Representative Austin's question that you were intending to offer this as a perfecting amendment if Mr. Crow, whether or not Mr. Crow was going to offer his perfecting amendment. And since it was kind of put out there, I just want to give you an opportunity to say, is that accurate? Were you going to offer this perfecting amendment regardless?
Mr. Brown, I believe that this president has failed.
No, I know. I get that. And I heard that.
Yes.
Okay, so yes. Okay, so I'll just reclaim my time. Okay, I'll reclaim my time. I got you, man.
Okay. Yeah.
and this isn't a comment about you, this is a comment about what I'm reading in your perfecting amendment. What I'm reading is just outlandish and despicable. I sat here saying quietly to my friend Salud the very same question that some of us had: why is there a perfecting amendment about honoring those who we lost, the perfect amendment and the substitute? Because I actually liked perhaps getting an accounting, because we've accepted a lot of other reports today and plans and strategies, and I'm sitting here scratching my head saying, wow, why couldn't we have accepted that one, and then we could have done this one and this one? But then to learn that we had to do that because of what you were going to offer here. We're not a parliamentary government where we're going to dissolve the parliament after a vote of no confidence. We've got this commander-in-chief for 2+ years, and what do you think our adversaries are thinking when Congress is saying a vote of no confidence? I mean, a formal
time has
sense
expired.
of Congress vote of no confidence.
We'll get you more time in just a second, Anthony.
It's outlandish.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Langevin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to claim time, and I'll yield to Mr. Brown so he can continue his point.
Mr. Brown.
I thank you, Mr. Langevin. I'm done. I know I get impassioned on stuff like this, but I just can't believe this. Want to finish the night, a sense of Congress. Oh, I know who's jumping for joy right now. The Taliban, the remnants of Al-Qaeda, China, because we're sitting here wanting a sense of Congress, a vote of no confidence. I was just appalled. I was surprised, but I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're almost done with the evening here. Hearing no more people who wish to speak, we have a series of votes to take. The first vote we will take will be on Mr. Waltz's amendment, and to be technically correct here, Mr. Waltz's amendment is actually amending or perfecting, in the words, Mr. Green's amendment, and will not, in fact, affect the other two amendments. So, and we're going to have to take these roll calls as we go. So be prepared for that. So the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Waltz. So many of us who are in favor will say aye. Aye. As many as opposed will say no. 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 Pending the chair of the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. The vote now. I'm sorry, did someone ask? Mr. Rogers. Oh, Mr. Rogers asked for a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Mrs. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is defeated. The question now occurs on the perfecting amendment of Mr. Golden, which is an amendment to Mr. Crow's substitute amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on Mr. Crow's substitute amendment to Mr. Green's amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. Opinions share the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And now the question occurs on Mr. Green's amendment as substituted by Mr. Crow's amendment, which is the same vote we just took. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And it is now in order to consider en bloc package number 2. Yeah. Oh, but if it were that easy. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 2 is comprised of a whole lot of amendments. Log 920R2 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1445R1 by Rep. Keating, log 857R2 by Rep. Crow, log 1438R2 by Rep. Franklin, log 876R1 by Rep. Brown, log 919R1 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1140R2 by Rep. Spear, log 1312R4 by Rep. Moore, log 1393R1 by Rep. Cheney, log 797R3 by Rep. Bergman, log 1408R1 by Rep. Sherrill, log 1403R1 by Rep. Sherrill, log 781 by Rep. Jackson, log 1121R1 by Rep. Lamborg, log 1339R3 by Rep. Gallego, log 1316R1 by Rep. Carbajal, log 1187R3 by Rep. Jacobs, log 860R2 by Rep. Brown, log 1137R2 by Rep. Waltz, log 1230 by Rep. Wilson, log 1131 by Rep. Hartzler, log 1295 R3 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1125 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1292 R1 by Rep. Houlihan, log 1041 R7 by Rep. McLean, log 1301 R1 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1100 R1 by Rep. Panetta, log 1209 R3 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1014 R3 by Rep. Scott, log 1053 by Rep. Keating, log 1321 R3 by Rep. Moore, log 1225 by Rep. Wilson, log 900 by Rep. Gallagher, log 716 R2 by Rep. Norcross, log 1199 R3 by Rep. Garamendi, log 1136 R1 by Rep. Franklin, log 687 by Rep. Whitman, log 1110 R1 by Rep. Franklin, log 898 R4 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1456 R1 by Rep. Desjardins, log 686 R1 by Rep. Waltz, log 973 by Rep. Gallagher, log 880 by Rep. Spear, log 1023 R1 by Rep. Keating, log 888 R1 by Rep. Turner, log 1466 by Rep. Langevin, log 1127 R1 by Rep. Moore, log 1334 by Rep. Kelly, log 1310 R2 by Rep. Keating, log 1215 R2 by Rep. Gallego, log 1247 by Rep. Escobar, log 1399 by Rep. Sherrill, log 840 R1 by Rep. Moulton, log 1026 R1 by Rep. Lamberg, log 1094 R2 by Rep. Moore, log 1465 by Rep. Waltz, log 1357 by Rep. Hartzler, log 1277 R1 by Rep. Strickland, log 1401 by Rep. Sherrill, log 1029 by Rep. Scott, log 1090 R1 by Rep. Murphy, log 1455 by Rep. Langevin, log 1154 R2 by Rep. Bice, log 1269 R4 by Rep. Scott, log 990 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1231 R5 by Rep. Jacobs, log 1325 by Rep. Kelly, log 1236 R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 1205 R1 by Rep. Gallego, log 1262 R7 by Rep. Cheney, log 1332 by Rep. Kelly, log 1054 R4 by Rep. Banks, log 1248 R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 1146 R2 by Rep. Langevin, log 1333 R2 by Rep. Keating, log 780 R3 by Rep. Panetta, log 1254 R2 by Rep. Brown, log 1329 R2 by Rep. Luria, log 1289 R3 by Rep. Cheney, log 1434 R1 by Rep. Lamborn, log 1371 R3 by Rep. Cheney, log 1418 R1 by Rep. Wilson, log 836 by Rep. Houlihan, log 1314 R1 by Rep. Slotkin, log 937 R1 by Rep. Cheney, log 779 by Rep. Carl, log 1057 R2 by Rep. Kelly, log 891 R1 by Rep. Turner, log 1172 by Rep. Wilson, log 1048 by Rep. Lamborn, log 851 by Rep. Desjardins, log 925 by Rep. Green, log 1451 R1 by Rep. Bice, log 1191 R2 by Rep. Gates, log 1073 by Rep. Rogers, log 1102 R2 by Rep. Moore, log 989 R2 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1195 R4 by Rep. Moore, log 967 by Rep. Hartzler, log 1216 R2 by Rep. Gates. All righty. Thank you. Question is on adoption of on-block package number 2. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We will now consider on-block package number 3. I ask unanimous consent to call up on-block package number 3, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the on-block amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. On-block package number 3, comprised of the following: log 707 R1 by Rep. Spear, log 948 R4 by Rep. Walls, log 1409 R1 by Rep. McLean, log 978 by Rep. Langevin, log 1346 R1 by Rep. Brooks, log 1202 by Rep. Courtney, log 1421 R1 by Rep. Moulton, log 725 R3 by Rep. Spear, log 1043 R1 by Rep. Turner, log 927 R1 by Rep. Green, log 1336 R3 by Rep. Escobar, log 1362 by Rep. Brooks, log 1005 R1 by Rep. Larson, log 1111 R1 by Rep. Waltz, log 1153 by Rep. Crow, log 953 R1 by Rep. Turner, log 883 R1 by Rep. Spear, log 1505 by Rep. Moore, log 1390 R2 by Rep. Banks, log 1096 by Rep. Spear, log 1226 R1 by Rep. Escobar, log 1179 R1 by Rep. Khanna, log 1328 by Rep. Murphy, log 1201 R3 by Rep. Gallego, log 985 R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 986R1 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1249R4 by Rep. Crow, log 1151 by Rep. Norcross, log 1084 by Rep. Norcross, log 988R2 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1424R2 by Rep. Lamberg, log 1238R3 by Rep. Crow, log 1345 by Rep. Larson, log 1058R3 by Rep. Banks, log 1066R1 by Rep. Slotkin, log 1036R2 by Rep. Scott, log 1349R2 by Rep. Jackson, log 944 by Rep. Golden, log 1477 by Rep. Escobar, log 1099 by Rep. Slotkin, log 676 by Rep. Waltz, log 1335 by Rep. Kelly, log 1475 by Rep. Langevin, log 960R3 by Gallagher, by Rep. Gallagher, log 702R1 by Rep. Norcross, log 1475 by Rep. Langevin, log 1489R1 by Rep. Smith. Hey, I got one. Just want to point that out. Log 1491 by Rep. Scott, log 1472R1 by Rep. Langevin, log 712R3 by Rep. Whitman, log 1462R1 by Rep. Garamendi, log 708R4 by Rep. Spear, log 720R1 by Rep. Norcross, log 1313R1 by Rep. Escobar, log 1484R2 by Rep. Brooks, log 1279 by Rep. Rogers, log 726R1 by Rep. Spear, log 728 by Rep. Spear, log 1038R1 by Rep. Vesey, log 733R1 by Rep. Spear, log 847 by Rep. Stefanik, log 744 by Rep. Spear, log 1490 by Rep. Rogers, log 1495R2 by Rep. Waltz, log 1118 by Rep. Courtney, log 822 by Rep. Spear, log 1488 by Rep. Langevin, log 1070 by Rep. Spear, log 972 by Rep. Gallagher, log 1501 by Rep. McLean, log 1441R2 by Rep. Wilson, log 841R1 by Rep. Spear, log 1133R3 by Rep. Franklin, log 1139R1 by Rep. Franklin, log 1498R2 by Rep. Brown, log 1507 by Rep. Horsford, log 1509 by Rep. Moore, log 1504R2 by Rep. Green, log 1492R2 by Rep. Gates, log 1513R1 by Rep. Green. The question is on adoption of en bloc package number 3. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. If those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. So now we will go back and take the amendments that we have not yet voted on. First up is log 816 by Mr. Banks. And I'm trying to refresh my memory. It had something to do with critical race theory. How's that? The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney. Mr. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Have all members voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
Thank you. It is now in order to consider Log 928, amendment by Mr. Green, also dealing with critical race theory. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Aye. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Here with 5-day-old baby Sam, vote yes.
Ms. Stefanik votes yes. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria. Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele. Mr. Kahele.
Kelly's no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
Thank you. The question now occurs on log 936, by Ms. Hartzler, another amendment on critical race theory. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden? Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria? Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Jacobs? Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Okay, on this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
Thank you. And the last amendment before we move to the chairman's mark is from Mr. Brown, log 1252R4. This is the motion on defining and dealing with extremism in the military. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin?
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner?
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross?
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna?
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating?
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Vella?
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin? Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden? Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria? Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 4350.
No, wrong one. We got one before that on the chairman's mark. Adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
I'll just wing it. Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentlewoman from Virginia? As many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. As opposed, say no. Ayes have it. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Before we, where are we going?
I didn't have.
I'm sorry, where's the script here?
Okay. I was really excited about it. Like we're gonna.
Okay. All right. We're before we move on to final passage, just a couple of closing comments, and really only want to focus on one particular area, and that is to thank the staff, and I want to explain that. Yes. As you all know, a fair number of amendments were submitted, certainly 780, and then all kinds of variations on that. And as we're working through all of this, they are madly working over there to resolve differences, figure it out, get everything in that we can get in. A lot of amendments submitted, as I said, and a surprising number of them actually contain reasonably good ideas. So we try to incorporate those and get agreement and get through that. And none of this would happen without them doing an incredible amount of work, certainly not just today, but over the course of the last week or so, is that those amendments have piled in, all designed to try to make sure that your views, your opinions, your ideas get contained in this mark as well as we possibly can. And I think on a bipartisan basis, we accomplished that to an incredible degree this year. Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Rogers and the minority who have been incredibly cooperative in that process. Obviously, we disagree in certain areas, but there has been an open and transparent discussion, all with the objective of getting this done. It simply would not be possible without the level of cooperation that exists between Mr. Rogers and me and between our two staffs, and I am deeply grateful for that. With that, I'll yield to Mr. Rogers for any closing comments he has.
And I too want to thank the staff. They have worked really well together in a bipartisan fashion, and I don't use that term loosely. You know, I really think there's no other committee in the Congress that says bipartisan. I didn't say nonpartisan. There's some things we don't agree on, but when you look at the fact that 780 plus amendments were introduced, and over 700 of them were disposed of in a completely bipartisan fashion, and less than 20 had roll call votes. That's showing that we're trying to work together. And Adam and I do talk a lot. We get along great, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the staff showing that same sentiment in the way they work together. So thank you all for what all you did, and I look forward to this being voted out favorably to the floor and hopefully becoming a law.
Thank you. We will now vote on reporting the bill favorably to the House. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Loria, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 4350 as amended, favorably to the House with a recommendation that it do pass.
Question is on the motion of the gentlewoman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye. No.
A recorded vote is required, so the chair calls for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria. Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Haley votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy.
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 57, the noes are 2.
A quorum being present, the motion is adopted and without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For
Mr.
what
Chairman?
purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I gave it.
Mike, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with the House rules, I would assert the right of any member to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views for inclusion in the committee's report to the House on the bill just reported.
For you, congratulations.
Pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file such views in writing. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes and to remove from the bill as amended provisions that would cause the bill to be referred to other committees, would result in additional direct spending, that would result in an earmark that does not meet criteria of a community funding project, or that will result in a community funding project for which the requirements of Clause 17 of House Rule 23 have not been met. Without objection, so ordered. Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to make such motions on the floor as are necessary to go to conference with the Senate on the bill H.R. 4350 or a similar Senate measure. Without objection, so ordered. If there is no further business, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you all.